Chapter 1 Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. Qin Mo died under a collapsing roof that was never supposed to exist. The academy's old basement had been sealed for decades, a storage crypt for broken spirit tools, abandoned tablets, and the sort of records Headmaster Tao Ren preferred nobody remembered. Qin Mo had been sent down there before dawn with a broom, a lantern, and a list of stains no one else wanted to scrub. Janitors did not ask why a sealed quarter still drew cold air from below. Janitors only cleaned until someone told them to stop. He had just finished tying back a cracked shelf with rope when the formation beneath the floor groaned. At first he thought it was thunder. The storm had been pounding the academy for half the night, rattling the tiled roofs and making the lantern flame waver. Then the lines carved into the floor stones lit up from underneath, one after another, red and silver at once, and the sealed wall at the far end burst outward as if something inside had decided it hated being remembered. Qin Mo threw himself sideways. A slab the size of a cart struck the ground where his legs had been. Dust swallowed the corridor. Somewhere above, students screamed. More stone cracked. The old formation was not merely failing, it was tearing through itself, fed by lightning and whatever ancient resentment had been trapped here before Qin Mo was born. He crawled for the stair with his ears ringing, one shoulder burning from where rubble had clipped him hard enough to numb the arm. Another impact hit behind him. The world tipped. Qin Mo remembered the smell of wet dust, the taste of blood in his mouth, and then the floor simply ceased to be a floor. He woke to darkness. Not the darkness of closed eyes. The darkness of being buried alive. Something heavy pressed across his back. Stones. Dirt. Splintered wood from a shattered support beam. He could not move his right leg. His left hand was pinned beneath his chest. Every breath came shallow and thin, as if the air itself had been crushed into a narrow crack. For one long moment he did not understand where he was. Then memory came back in brutal fragments. The forbidden basement. The formation collapse. The thunder. Qin Mo tried to draw in a deeper breath and swallowed dust instead. His throat seized. Panic flared, sharp and animal. He should have been dead already. He should have been unconscious. He should have been crying out for help if help still existed. Instead he heard a voice that belonged to no one in the basement. Heavenly iris detected. Initializing host compatibility. Qin Mo's first thought was that he had finally cracked his skull hard enough to start hallucinating. The second thought arrived as a transparent blue line burned across the black behind his eyelids. Host, Qin Mo status, critical eye realm, closed suppressed spirit signatures detected within radius warning, continent-wide chain array interference. The words hovered, steady and cold. Not a dream. Not imagination. He knew enough about the way a person's body felt when it was still alive to understand that the thing happening to him was very much not supposed to happen. Then the darkness changed. Lines began to appear. Not the blue text. Thin strands of light, silver and gold and faint red, crisscrossing through the wreckage around him as if the world had been turned into a web only he could see. The broken shelf beside his head glowed with dead spirit wood threads. The cracked stone overhead showed weak seams where pressure would spread next. The buried quarter beyond the rubble flashed with wavering soul marks, old and angry and threaded with something that felt like chains. Qin Mo stared. His heart did something painful and fast. He could see the buried structure of things. Not just solid matter, but the flow under it. The weakness in a beam. The strain in a support. The hidden pulse of a formation line beneath stone. It was like someone had torn off a veil he had never known existed. Then another shape cut through the dark. A woman. Not physically in the basement. In memory? In the spirit lines? He could not say. But through the heavenly iris he saw a woman of blazing outline standing in a lecture hall he had never entered, her silhouette overlaid on the world beyond the rubble. In one hand she held a hammer spirit, broad and plain to every ordinary eye. Under it, coiled like fire under ash, another shape waited. A spear. Vermilion red. Long and proud. Not a servant's tool. Not a decorative soul echo. A weapon that had been hidden, chained, and forced to sleep. Qin Mo's breath caught. He did not know her name yet, but he knew with a certainty that made his skin prickle that the thing sealing that hidden spirit was not natural. It was a deliberate lock. A collar dressed up as fate. His new eye, or whatever had become of his eye, pulsed once. The rubble above him shifted. Qin Mo gritted his teeth and forced his right arm free by a fraction. Pain stabbed through his shoulder. He ignored it. If he stayed still he would be crushed. If he shouted, the dust would fill his throat. If he panicked, the formation still glowing in the walls might decide he was a useful sacrifice. He reached toward the nearest visible fault line with his fingertips. The line shivered. Then, impossibly, it widened. Stone above him parted by a finger's width, just enough for one clean breath to drag through. Qin Mo coughed blood and dust and laughed once from sheer disbelief. The heavenly iris was not just sight. It was permission. He saw the opening, the line of least resistance, the hidden route through the collapse. With trembling fingers he pushed where the crack was weakest, forcing loose stone aside one shard at a time. His body screamed. His broken leg refused to cooperate. But the iris kept showing him the one path the rubble had forgotten to close. Minutes blurred. Maybe less. Maybe more. Then a wedge of light speared down through the wrecked ceiling, and a hand plunged into the gap. Someone is alive. Qin Mo nearly sobbed from the relief of hearing a human voice. Boots thundered overhead. Several hands widened the opening. Cold air rushed down. A maintenance rope slid in after it. Someone shouted for more torches, more men. Move the beam, careful, don't let the rest come down. The voices were distant, urgent, and blessedly real. Qin Mo tried to answer and only managed to rasp. The hand found his wrist. He was hauled out into rain, lantern light, and the shocked faces of half the academy's night staff. He had just enough strength to notice one thing before darkness returned to him again. Every woman in the crowd had a hidden blaze in her soul lines. Chapter 2 Qin Mo woke in the infirmary with a mouth full of bitter medicine and the sensation that someone had sanded the inside of his skull. The first thing he saw was not the ceiling but the blue text floating at the edge of his vision. Heavenly Iris Online Vision Status, Unstable Sight Realm, First Door Open Current Capacity, Low. He stared at it until the letters stopped trembling. Then he turned his head and immediately regretted it. The movement sent a hot spike down the side of his neck into his shoulder. He hissed through his teeth and saw, reflected in a polished water basin beside the bed, a face he now recognized only dimly as his own. Younger than he remembered. Sharper. Hollow-eyed from pain and dust. His left eye was wrapped in a thin linen strip stained faintly pink. He had always known that working in an academy meant becoming invisible. He had not expected invisibility to survive death. A nurse in gray robes came in carrying a tray of herbs. "You're awake," she said with relief. "Don't try to sit up. The healers said if you stay still for 2 days, you might keep that leg." "Might?" Qin Mo croaked. She set the tray down and gave him a look that was equal parts pity and annoyance. "If you want certainty, join the noble children. They get certainty. Everyone else gets possibilities." That sounded like the kind of sentence the academy itself would say if it could speak. Before he could ask more, the heavenly iris stirred again. The nurse's body lit up in his vision with layered lines of pale green, one primary spirit thread and beneath it a second flicker so faint he almost missed it. Not just a spirit. A hidden one, sealed so deep it barely made a footprint in the air. He jerked so hard the basin nearly tipped over. "What?" The nurse frowned. What? Qin Mo did not answer. He looked past her through the open infirmary curtain. There were other patients in the outer hall, students and servants brought in from the collapse and the storm. His vision passed over them in a rush of color. Most showed ordinary single-spirit signatures. A boy with a cracked arm. A maid with smoke burns. A junior disciple with his pride damaged worse than his ribs. Then a girl carrying a medicinal bucket crossed his sightline. 2 spirits. She had a plain water jar spirit on the surface, the kind most people would dismiss as serviceable but unremarkable. Underneath it coiled another form, slender and bright as a silver reed, almost drowned by chains that looked less physical than conceptual. A mesh of red gold bindings knotted across her meridians. Qin Mo's pulse jumped. He turned too quickly, pain flaring bright enough to make him see white. Not one woman. Several. The laundry attendant near the far wall. The healer knotting herbs. A passing junior scholar with her head down. In each of them the heavenly iris exposed a second inheritance hidden under the one they had been allowed to show, some blazing and proud, some small and stubborn, all of them choked by different kinds of restraint. He understood something then with the certainty of a man looking at the bones of a building after the paint has been stripped away. The Academy's rankings were not measuring worth. They were measuring how much of a person's truth the system had already buried. The nurse followed his gaze and mistook his silence for shock. "You were lucky," she said. "The basement could have killed you." Lucky, Qin Mo thought. The word tasted strange. She left after forcing him to drink another cup of medicine. He endured it and kept his eyes half-lidded until the infirmary emptied enough for him to think. The blue text flickered again. Secondary vision function available. Spirit thread analysis suppression chain reading resonance compatibility preview. Qin Mo swallowed. If this was real, then the impossible line in the dust was not just a gift. It was a tool. A very dangerous one. He waited until late afternoon before asking to be moved to a window bed. The request was denied. He asked again. The healer who checked his pulse rolled her eyes and told him he should be grateful the academy had not simply buried him with the rubble. He smiled weakly and let the matter drop. By then he had seen enough to know the shape of the problem. The heavenly iris let him see the hidden spirit under the public one. It also let him see the chains. Every woman he had looked at carried them. Some were thick and brutal. Some looked like delicate threads from a distance and only revealed themselves as shackles when he focused. They did not merely bind power. They bent the entire shape of cultivation around what the system expected from women. Narrowed channels. Weakened foundations. Locked potential disguised as natural talent. He thought of the collapsed basement. The sealed formation. The storm. If the academy had old records hidden under its floors, maybe the chains were older than it looked. Maybe the entire world had been built on a lie no one was allowed to question. Late in the evening, after the healers thought he had fallen asleep, Qin Mo noticed a familiar figure moving in the yard beyond the infirmary curtain. Su Yan. She wore the academy's rough work cloth because she was not noble enough for better, and she carried a hammer spirit tool at her hip like a blacksmith's daughter pretending not to know her own strength. The public spirit above her shoulder was exactly what everyone said it was, a blunt hammer, low grade, practical, easily ignored. The hidden one beneath it made Qin Mo stop breathing for a second. A spear. No, not just a spear. A vermilion spear, long and bright and hungry, like a line of sunrise sharpened into judgment. The hidden form wriggled under its chains as if it had felt him looking. Qin Mo's bandaged eye ached. He had a ridiculous urge to bow. Instead he leaned as far toward the window as his wounded body allowed and watched Su Yan cross the yard with a tray of repaired tools. She did not know she was carrying a weapon the world had buried. She only knew she had been treated like a servant because no one had told her the truth. He looked at her and knew with terrible clarity that if he stayed silent, nothing would change. If he spoke, everything would. Chapter 3 The Academy's Spirit Appraisal Hall was always loud, even on ordinary days. On the morning after the collapse, it felt louder because everyone needed noise to prove they were not thinking about the basement. Qin Mo stood at the back of the hall with a stack of folded towels in his hands and the persistent ache of someone who had not yet been politely allowed to recover. His leg was wrapped. His shoulder had been bound. Someone had smeared healing paste on the cut above his brow, and now it itched in a way that made him want to punch the heavens. He should have been resting. Instead he was assigned light duty because he was the janitor nobody considered important enough to keep off his feet. That was useful. He had learned enough from the infirmary to know the day would be about appraising first-year girls and boys, placing them into formal training groups, and embarrassing the students with weak spirits in front of their peers. The academy loved the ritual because public ranking made obedience feel like destiny. Today there was a special excitement in the air. Su Yan stood in the center of the hall waiting for her turn. Her public spirit had already been measured, iron hammer, low mid-rank, service class. The elders had written it down with the sort of bored satisfaction they reserved for confirming what they already expected from the daughter of a blacksmith. Around her, the other students whispered. Some laughed openly. A noble girl in pale blue robes mimed swinging a hammer too slow to matter. Qin Mo's fingers tightened on the towels. He had spent the previous night testing the iris in private whenever no one came near the infirmary curtain. The sight was exhausting. Each use felt like forcing open a door that resisted him. But the pattern was becoming clear. When he looked too long at the hidden spirit beneath the public one, the chains showed themselves as a net. The more damage or injustice a person had endured, the heavier the net. Su Yan's net was thick enough to make his chest hurt. The appraiser, an academy instructor with a lacquered beard, asked her to step forward. She did. The spirit stone flashed. Iron hammer, the instructor said. Grade acceptable for labor support and basic body tempering. Next. Laughter scattered through the hall. Su Yan's jaw tightened, but she did not lower her head. That alone made half the room more annoyed than the spirit grade had. Qin Mo saw the spear beneath the hammer flare once. He did not mean to speak. The words came out because something in him had already decided the consequences were worth it. That's not all she has. The hall went silent so fast it was almost physical. Every head turned. The appraiser's beard twitched. What did you say? Qin Mo regretted the timing but not the truth. Her spirit is sealed. The hammer is the cover. One of the noble boys laughed first, because mockery was a reflex when reality got inconvenient. A janitor can see hidden spirits now? He called. Should we let the broom decide rankings too? More laughter. Qin Mo felt his face burn, but the heavenly iris was still open enough that he could see the distortion around Su Yan's soul lines. She had gone very still, not because she believed him, but because the hall had become a blade pointed at her and she did not yet know which way it would fall. The appraiser's expression hardened. "Repeat that accusation carefully, boy." Qin Mo lifted his chin. "I said her true spirit is being hidden." "On what basis?" He almost said, "because I can see it." That would have sounded insane to anyone without the eye. Even with the eye, perhaps. So he chose the path the iris had shown him, speak to the pattern rather than the accusation. "Her meridian flow is wrong for a hammer spirit," he said. "Her channels are overbuilt in the shoulder and underfed below the ribs. That's not natural. It's pressure shaping. She carries a spear inheritance with a force type that wants forward strike, but someone has been forcing it into a heavier frame." The hall's quiet deepened. Su Yan stared at him now with naked disbelief. The appraiser's face went red. "Enough. Retrieve the towel stack and leave the hall." Qin Mo did not move. The air around the appraisal stone trembled. For the briefest instant he saw a hidden seam of light behind the appraiser, a thread from the instructor's wrist to the sealed archive behind the stage. Someone had placed the suppression system here intentionally. Not just the girl. The whole hall. The rankings. The training records. The spirit allowances. All of it built to keep women looking smaller than their true potential. His stomach dropped. This was not one hidden injustice. It was architecture. He said enough, came a voice from the side aisle. Qin Mo turned. Headmaster Tao Ren had entered during the argument, robes immaculate, expression mild in the way predators are mild when they know everyone else in the room is already trapped. Beside him walked two enforcers and a trailing assistant holding an ink tablet. Tao Ren looked at Qin Mo as if inspecting mud on a shoe. A janitor should clean, not interpret spirit laws. Qin Mo bowed because his leg was already aching and because anger without leverage was just noise. "Yes, Headmaster." "Then why are you here?" The question landed with deliberate cruelty. The obvious answer was because I was ordered. The real answer was because the headmaster wanted to remind him, in front of everyone, that even speech was permission. Before Qin Mo could answer, Tao Ren's gaze shifted to Su Yan. "And you," he said lightly. "If your spirit were truly misread, the academy would have seen it long ago." Qin Mo saw the chain net on her soul lines flare in response. Not metaphorically. The hidden locks tightened as if the words themselves fed them. Su Yan's fists clenched. Qin Mo understood in that moment that if he kept silent now, the system would bury her a second time. He lifted his head. "Then test her properly," he said. "Not with one stone and a lazy report. Let me show you where the flow breaks." The hall stared at him as if he'd gone mad. Tao Ren smiled without warmth. "Very well," he said. "If you are so certain, come before me after the afternoon lecture. And if you are wrong." He let the sentence trail away into the kind of silence that promised punishment without having to name it. Su Yan's eyes met Qin Mo's one sharp second before the headmaster turned away. In that look was not trust yet. Only the first blade of it. Chapter 4. Qin Mo did not get to the lecture hall on his own. Two enforcers fetched him from the infirmary corridor as soon as the afternoon bell rang, walking him through the academy like he was a stain that had learned to speak. He kept his face calm and his breathing even while the heavenly iris pulsed against his vision in nervous little flashes, as if the eye itself knew he was about to stand in front of the people most invested in him being wrong. The lecture hall smelled of old ink and fresh fear. Tao Ren sat at the dais with three senior instructors arrayed behind him. Su Yan had been placed in the center aisle under watch. Several students had clearly been summoned as witnesses. Qin Mo saw the nobles first because noble outrage always wore better robes than common anger. "Explain your accusation," Tao Ren said. Qin Mo bowed once, shallowly. "Headmaster, Su Yan's public spirit is a hammer. But the flow around her meridians shows repeated force suppression from the shoulder downward, and a spear-type inheritance still active beneath the surface. Her cultivation path is being bent." One instructor snorted. "By what, your broom?" Laughter moved through the room. Qin Mo ignored it. He had spent the previous hour letting the iris open and close against every scrap of memory he had. The vision was becoming cleaner, more dangerous. He could now read spirit threads well enough to see where a person's hidden current was being redirected, not just whether it existed. He could also see how the hall's formation stones were tuned. One set of channels amplified ordinary spirits. Another set dampened what the Academy called unstable feminine overexpression. It was so blatant once seen that he almost hated the world for hiding it in plain sight. Tao Ren steepled his fingers. "You claim the Academy has misread a student's spirit after years of instruction. I claim she was made to look ordinary. Words are cheap. So are reports." The room inhaled. Qin Mo had not expected to say that out loud. Judging by the way the enforcers stiffened, neither had anyone else. Tao Ren's expression remained pleasant. That was worse than anger. Then perhaps you should offer proof, janitor. Qin Mo turned to Su Yan. She looked furious, humiliated, and determined not to let either emotion weaken her in public. Good. He needed her steady. May I approach? He asked. The headmaster hesitated only long enough to preserve the performance of mercy. If you believe you can salvage your nonsense. Qin Mo stepped down from the aisle into the center of the hall. Every eye followed. At this distance the heavenly iris made Su Yan's hidden form painfully clear. The vermilion spear had grown restless since the morning appraisal, the sealed lines around it tightening from public insult. Qin Mo could also see the academy's dampening array stones under the floor, all linked through the dais and the wall behind the instructors. They were not just measuring spirits. They were controlling what could become visible. He crouched beside Su Yan. She kept her chin up. If you embarrass me further, I'll hit you myself. Good, he whispered. That means you're still present. What are you doing? Trying not to get us both beaten. He placed 2 fingers lightly against her wrist. The hall murmured. Tao Ren's brows rose. Physical contact with a student under dispute? Bold. Qin Mo almost laughed. It would have been easier than saying the truth. The problem was that the heavenly iris had already shown him the line. Su Yan's hidden spear was not fully sealed. It was waiting. A single resonance touch, aligned correctly, could crack the first chain. That crack might be small. It might also be enough to blow up his entire life. He looked at her and found, beneath the anger, a kind of grim curiosity. Permission, then. Not spoken. But enough. Qin Mo inhaled and let the heavenly iris open. Silver lines flooded his vision. His own pulse dropped into rhythm with hers. The hall around him went distant, as if the world had stepped back to give the moment room. He could see the spear's chain knot where it wrapped around the 3rd and 4th spirit gates, pinning the hidden inheritance to a shape too narrow to hold it. He pressed his thumb gently to the knot. The chain resisted. Qin Mo almost gasped from the backlash. Something hot and sharp snapped through his eye, and the vision blazed white. For a second he thought he had made a mistake so grand it would end the world of his own body. Then Su Yan's breath caught. The knot split by the width of a hair. The hidden spear flared once beneath the hammer spirit, so bright that several nearby students jerked back in their seats. Tao Ren rose. What is this? Qin Mo did not look away from Su Yan. Proof. The second chain twisted. He could feel it, not with his fingers but with the iris. It wanted to repair itself, to hide the wound before anyone understood what had happened. He could stop there. He should stop there. One crack had been enough to prove his point. But the chain had already weakened. And something in Su Yan's expression had changed from fury to stunned awareness. She felt it too. That tiny opening. The hall's dampening array hissed. Qin Mo pushed once more. The chain broke. Su Yan gasped, spine arcing backward in her seat. A burst of heat ran through the hall like a dropped coal. The hammer spirit above her shoulder flickered, bent, and for one impossible heartbeat became a spear wrapped in red gold fire. Students shouted. One of the instructors slammed a palm on the dais. The air in the room trembled with the first true sound of the vermilion spear being allowed to exist. Qin Mo's vision nearly blacked out from the strain. He saw, in one flash, the spear's true outline and the ripple of chains across the hall's formation stones reacting to it like alarm bells. The awakened form lasted only an instant. Then it snapped back into a struggling hybrid of hammer and spear, breathing hard but alive. Silence took the hall by the throat. Su Yan looked at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. Tao Ren's face had finally lost its patience. Detain him, he said. The enforcers moved. But the hall had already seen the truth. Chapter 5 Su Yan found Qin Mo before the enforcers did. He had been shoved into a side chamber for questioning while the academy decided whether the collapse in the lecture hall was a medical incident, a demon trick, or an inconvenience best buried under paperwork. The room smelled of chalk dust and old tea. A single window looked out over the storm-dark yard. Qin Mo was still trying to stop his eye from throbbing when the door opened hard enough to strike the wall. Su Yan stepped in and shut it behind her. She looked furious in a controlled, dangerous way that made Qin Mo's back tighten in sympathetic warning. Explain, she said. He leaned back against the desk. You are remarkably good at making that sound like a threat. It is a threat. Noted. She crossed the room in 3 strides and slapped a folded sheet of spirit paper onto the desk. The hall chamber was searched. Tao Ren says your touch triggered a destabilization in my spirit flow. He also says if I repeat what happened publicly, I will be charged with practicing forbidden cultivation and you will be dismissed from the academy grounds by sunset. Qin Mo took in the bloodless calm of her face and understood the pressure she was under. They were not only threatening him. They were threatening the first crack in a wall she had spent her whole life believing could not be moved. "Did you believe him?" he asked. "No." "Good. That was not a full answer." He smiled faintly. "Then no, and I intend to keep not believing him." She stared at him for several breaths, then folded her arms. "How did you know?" There it was. The actual question beneath all the rest. Qin Mo glanced toward the window. The storm had not stopped. Lightning flashed across the academy walls, briefly silvering the wet roof tiles. Outside, students hurried between buildings while instructors pretended not to see the mood shifting. He could lie. He could say he had studied obscure spirit anatomy. He could say the basement collapse awakened a rare talent for sensing flow. He could say anything that might keep him alive another week. But Su-yan's eyes had already seen enough of his odd certainty to make lies tiring. "I can see things now," he said. Her expression did not change. "That explains nothing." "No. It explains one thing too many." He told her about the heavenly iris in fragments. Not the blue text, not the full scope, not the parts that sounded too impossible for a world already crowded with miracles. Just enough. The ability to see spirit lines. To see hidden signatures. To see the chains. When he said that last part, Su-yan's face finally shifted. "Chains?" Qin Mo nodded. "On women?" she asked, and the word came out very carefully. He hesitated, then nodded again. Silence sat between them. Su-yan looked down at her own hands. Her shoulders were still holding themselves rigidly, as if prepared for the world to laugh at her if she relaxed for even a moment. "When you touched my wrist," she said slowly, "I felt something open." Qin Mo's heart beat once hard enough to hurt. "Show me," he said. She frowned. "What?" "If you want proof, I need to know what the resonance feels like for you. Not the injury. The opening." For a long second she looked ready to tell him to go to hell. Then her mouth flattened, and she held out her hand. "If this is some sort of trick, I'll break your nose. That seems fair given my current level of professionalism." He took her wrist again, this time with the caution of a man touching the edge of a blade he planned to trust before he understood why. The iris opened. Qin Mo almost winced at the intensity. Su-yan's hidden spirit was no longer a rumor beneath the hammer. It was a living blaze, a power that wanted to stand upright and strike the horizon. The first chain had cracked. The second still held, but now its shape was visible, a red lattice pinned through spirit gates that should have been free. The same pattern existed in her bloodline as in the women he had seen earlier. Smaller in some. Larger in others. But always there. His throat tightened. "Can you open it completely?" she asked. He stared up at her. "Not today. Maybe not safely without more understanding." "Then why tell me?" "Because pretending the cage wasn't there was how it survived. Because she deserved to know the shape of her own prison. Because now that he had seen it, he could not unsee it. Because you're not broken," he said. "Someone broke the path." Su-yan's hand closed around his fingers so hard he nearly lost the skin. He looked at her in surprise. "If you're wrong," she said, voice low and fierce, "then I'm just a fool who believed a janitor over the academy. And if I'm right?" Her eyes flashed. "Then someone has been lying to women like me for a very long time." Outside, thunder cracked so loud the window rattled. Qin Mo held her gaze. The answer in the room was larger than both of them, and both of them knew it. He let the silence stretch an extra breath. Su-yan's grip did not loosen. He looked down at their clasped hands and thought of the chain he had seen earlier, the way it had tightened when Tao Ren spoke, feeding itself on the expectation of defeat. The system was not just a set of rules. It was a living pressure, sustained by every person who accepted the verdict that had been written for them. She was still here. She had not accepted. "You came to this room prepared to fight me if I was wrong," he said quietly. "Still am. That is why this can work." She studied him. Something in her expression shifted, a narrowing of focus that made her look less like a student and more like someone deciding where to draw a line. The anger was still there, but it had taken a different shape. Not hot. Not reckless. The kind of anger that plans itself into movement and stays alive after the first wound. "What do we do next?" she asked. Qin Mo glanced toward the door. He could hear the heavy boots of enforcers moving somewhere on the floor above, searching methodically through rooms. There would not be much time before they reached this one. "We find out how far the suppression runs," he said. "If it covers the whole academy, we need to understand its structure before we touch another chain." Su-yan released his hand and straightened. "And if it covers more than the academy?" He looked at the faint chain lines still ghosting through his vision, a web that did not stop at the building's walls. "Then we needed to start yesterday," he said. She did not argue. She already knew. Chapter 6. They chose the abandoned eastern yard because no one used it and because the old stones there had once belonged to a training court before the academy sealed it off as unsafe. Qin Mo liked that part. Unsafe had already become a kind of invitation. The yard sat beyond a cracked wall of cypress roots and collapsed archwork, where broken spirit posts leaned at angles that suggested they had survived several disasters and were waiting politely for a fourth. Night had settled over the academy by the time Su Yan arrived. Rain dripped from the roofline in a slow cold line. The storm had eased, but the clouds still rolled low enough to make the moon look like a pale coin pressed under cloth. Qin Mo had spent the afternoon reading what fragments he could from the banned scrolls old archivist Wen secretly lent him between cleaning shifts. The old man had not explained why he trusted him. He simply had. The papers were brittle and half missing, and every page that dealt with women's cultivation had been stripped or heavily annotated by later hands. Still, there were patterns. Old references to twin spirits. Moon bloodlines. Primordial lineages said to require resonance rather than brute forcing. A few images even showed women leading sect formations with men supporting them instead of owning the structure. It made the current age feel like a deliberate amputation. Su Yan arrived with a cloth-wrapped bundle and an expression that said she had made several decisions she did not plan to confess to anyone yet. "You said you needed my help for a test," she said. "I said I needed to know if I was wrong. That is a strange way to ask for a favor. I find being alive has made my manners unconventional." She huffed once, then sat on the edge of a fallen spirit post. "You have one chance to explain what this test is." Qin Mo set down the books and crouched in the dirt between two dead training markers. "I need to see whether your spirit responds to resonance with a willing partner or only under stress." That sounds suspiciously like a phrase you should not say to a girl alone in a deserted yard. "I accept the warning." The rain ticked against the broken arch above them. He took a breath and opened the heavenly iris. The sight had sharpened since morning. Where earlier it had flooded him with too much detail, now the lines organized themselves if he focused. He could isolate individual chain knots. He could distinguish active suppression from dormant residue. It was still exhausting, but less like drowning and more like holding a candle in a wind tunnel. "Your spear spirit," he said, keeping his voice steady, "wants to rise in a direct line. But the Academy's hammer conditioning has trained your surface flow to absorb impact instead of project it. That's why you feel strong and stuck at the same time." Su Yan listened with her chin tilted slightly down. "What do I do?" "Nothing yet." "That is not a satisfying answer." "I know." He reached into the bundle and unfolded a simple spirit diagram he had copied from one of Wen's pages. It was an old resonance pattern, two lines crossing through a circle like a pair of hands meeting around a bead. The text around it had been almost entirely removed, but the core still remained. "This is a balance pattern," Qin Mo said. "Not a force method. If I guide your chi while you hold your breath and trust the flow, the first chain should crack without flooding the entire network. If you resist it, the backlash might hurt." Su Yan stared at him. "Might?" He gave her a weak smile. "I am not fully certain my eye is sophisticated enough to be encouraging." She studied him for a long moment. Then she set the bundle she had brought at her side and unwrapped it. Inside was a plain cloth sash and a broken hammer head. Qin Mo frowned. "What is that for?" "If I am going to be a fool," she said, "I prefer to do it with something of mine in my hand." That made him laugh once, quiet and surprised. Su Yan's mouth twitched. He nodded toward the center of the yard. "Stand there." She did. Qin Mo approached slowly enough that she could stop him if she changed her mind. He did not take her hand immediately. Instead he let the iris read the current around her and found the chain knot he had seen earlier. It was not physically touching her skin. It was anchored in the spirit layer just below the rib line, where fear, exhaustion, and repeated correction had compressed the flow into obedience. "Breathe in once," he said. She obeyed. "Good. Now imagine the spear moving before the hammer falls. Not as attack. As shape." "You're talking to me like a tutor." "I am terrified enough to be polite." That turned him a real, brief glance of amusement before she forced her face still again. He placed two fingers against the inside of her wrist. The resonance came alive at once. The first sensation was heat. Not from his own body. From hers. Su Yan's hidden spirit answered the attention with a sudden surge so strong Qin Mo nearly jerked back. The vermilion spear flashed in his inner vision, red and gold, eager and furious, as if it had waited years for someone to ask it to stand up. The chain knot tightened in protest. Qin Mo held the line. He redirected the flow through the balance pattern, guiding the surge around the knot rather than forcing straight through it. That required a precision he did not know he possessed. Maybe the iris was doing most of the work. Maybe his body remembered more than he did. The important part was that the pattern held for 4 breaths, then 6. Su-Yan's breathing changed. The hammer spirit on her surface flickered. Behind it, the spear lit brighter. Again, Qin Mo whispered. She gave him a hard nod. The second wave hit harder. Something in the chain knot cracked with a sound he felt in his teeth. The yard around them blazed with invisible pressure. Wind kicked through the dead grass. Su-Yan's fingers dug into his wrist. Qin Mo forced himself not to break the contact even when his eye flooded with white sparks and the edge of the world seemed to tilt. Then the chain split. Not fully. Enough. The spear spirit surged forward half a step and nearly tore through its own bindings. Red gold light spilled around Su-Yan's shoulders in a halo so fierce Qin Mo stumbled backward with a gasp. She cried out. Her back arched. The hammer spirit above her shoulder snapped, twisted, and for the span of one breath became a tall vermilion spear ringed with flame. The yard exploded with heat. The dead grass bent outward. One of the cracked training markers burst apart. Qin Mo felt the wave pass through him like standing too near a furnace door. He nearly fell, caught himself on one knee, and looked up just in time to see Su-Yan opening her eyes in shock. There was fire in them. Not metaphorical fire. Actual spirit fire, red and sharp and bright enough to make his iris water. The spear vanished a heartbeat later, collapsing back into the hammer shape before the complete transformation could settle. Su-Yan stared at her own hands. What did you do? Qin Mo swallowed, because the answer was both larger and more dangerous than the question deserved. I think, he said, I just proved you were never ordinary. She looked at him like he had spoken a blasphemy. Then, very slowly, her expression changed. Not joy. Not yet. Something stranger, and much more volatile. Hope. Chapter 7. By the next afternoon the academy had turned Su-Yan's spirit flare into a scandal before she had even finished breakfast. That was how fast rumor moved when the truth threatened to become expensive. Qin Mo heard the first whispers from 2 cleaning women in the corridor near the records room. By midday the students were calling Su-Yan cursed, favored, possessed, or secretly seducing the heavens depending on which table they sat at. Noble houses, sensing danger to the order that kept them superior, had begun asking whether the academy should investigate illegal spirit tampering. Tao Ren, who loved order only when it meant other people being manageable, seized on the confusion at once. He convened a public review in the outer arena. Qin Mo was not invited. That did not stop the enforcers from dragging him there. The arena was packed. Students stood in layered ranks around the central stone circle. Instructors waited on the upper steps. A few city clerks had been sent to record the event, which meant the academy wanted witnesses before it chose a version of the truth. Su-Yan stood at the center of the ring with her hands at her sides and every muscle in her body held taut enough to split. Qin Mo saw the chain around her hidden spear before anyone else mentioned it. It was weaker now, but still there. Tao Ren sat above them like a man contemplating weather. Yesterday, he said, a janitor interfered with a student's appraisal and caused a temporary spirit instability. Today that same student displays a dangerous flare of unknown origin. The academy must determine whether we are facing contamination from forbidden arts. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Qin Mo did not like the way the words forbidden arts were treated like a spell that could explain cruelty after the fact. Su-Yan's jaw tightened. One instructor pointed at her. Demonstrate your stable form. She did. The hammer spirit rose, solid and plain. The crowd settled a fraction. Qin Mo could feel the arena wanting to believe the easiest answer. Normal was comforting. Normal required no repair. Then Tao Ren looked directly at Qin Mo. And you, he said. The janitor with sudden insight. Come forward. Qin Mo's stomach sank. He walked. The steps across the arena felt longer than they should have. Every student watching him carried its own hidden thread now, some tiny, some massive. The iris had not gone away. If anything it was more eager today, the strain of Su-Yan's awakening having pushed it open another fraction. He could see the possibility in the room like a storm line under glass. Tao Ren's smile was mild. Tell us again how you knew. Qin Mo met his eyes. Because the flow was wrong. You mean because you guessed? No. He could hear the tremor in his own voice, but he refused to turn it into apology. Then show us. The headmaster gestured, and one of the formation staff brought forward a spirit lens, a polished disc used to show the shape of a person's surface aura. Qin Mo had seen the tool before. It was designed to validate official readings, not challenge them. If he failed, the academy would call the entire thing a delusion and probably punish him for wasting everyone's time. If he succeeded, they would have to explain why the lens had never been used on girls like Su-Yan before. He took the disc. The blue text in his vision flickered. Risk of exposure, high suppression, or a present recommendation. Disrupt approach from outside formation stones. Qin Mo almost smiled. His eye, apparently, had opinions. He crouched near the edge of the circle instead of the center and turned the lens toward the stone line beneath the platform. The iris showed him what the ordinary eye could not. The Academy's arena was built on an old suppression lattice. Not just for one girl. For everyone who stepped into it. But the lattice had been tuned hardest at the positions where female students stood during appraisals. There it was. The lie. He pointed the lens at the nearest hidden line. The disc flashed, then cracked. The upper left edge split with a brittle sound, and a thin stripe of red light ran across the stone beneath it. Students gasped. Qin Mo straightened slowly. The formation is off. Dao Ren's expression sharpened. Qin Mo pointed at the next line. That one too. And that one. The arena lens is not failing because Su Yan is unstable. It is failing because the platform is built to answer to the wrong pattern. The crowd began murmuring again, louder now. One of the nobles rose halfway to his feet. What nonsense is this? Qin Mo turned the lens one last time toward the back wall where the formation stone sat hidden behind decorative panels. The disc shattered completely. The sound rang through the arena. For a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the hidden suppression runes flickered visibly across the stone floor, exposed by the lens crack and the iris together. They were old, deep, and ugly. Several students stared in complete silence. One girl near the back covered her mouth. Another took a full involuntary step backward from the circle as if she had just seen a trapdoor open under the world. Dao Ren stood. Enough. But the crowd had seen it. They had seen the hidden lines where none should have been. They had seen the red light error where the Academy had sworn there was only natural grading. And Su Yan, whose spirit still waited under the hammer like a furnace waiting for a strike, had seen the room see her. Qin Mo knew exactly what would happen next. When an exposed system cannot defend itself with truth, it uses force. He was right. The enforcers shifted closer. And behind Dao Ren, the senior instructors began forming seals. Chapter 8. Qin Mo had only one useful thought when the first suppressive seal ignited. Run. The second useful thought was that he had no idea how far he could get. The third was that Su Yan had already moved. She grabbed Qin Mo by the back of his collar and yanked him sideways as the seal burst against the arena circle, throwing a wave of gray chi where he had been standing. The impact cracked the stone underfoot. Students screamed and scrambled back. An instructor shouted for the gates to close. Not fast enough. Su Yan slammed her shoulder into a lower staff bench, sending it skidding into the nearest enforcer and buying 2 heartbeats. Qin Mo stumbled after her across the cracked ring, lungs burning, his iris flashing with half-formed warnings too quickly to parse. Dao Ren's voice cut over the chaos. Demonic interference. Detain the janitor. Secure the girl. Secure the girl. There was something almost worse in the calmness of it than there would have been in rage. Qin Mo saw the nearest formation stone flare as a second suppressive pattern rose from the arena floor. If it fully completed, everyone inside the circle would be pinned long enough for the enforcers to lock the seam down. His eye showed the weak point immediately, the southeast step where the old seal layer had delaminated under rainwater seepage. He pointed. There. Su Yan understood without question. She drove her heel into the step. Stone splintered. The seal line snapped under the sudden impact, and the arc of suppression bent outward instead of inward. A gap opened. They ran through it. The Academy burst into motion behind them. Qin Mo heard the clatter of boots, the hiss of talismans, the shouted orders of men who had not expected truth to be so difficult to catch once it started moving. Su Yan kept one hand on his arm and the other on the broken hammer at her hip, pushing him toward the eastern side passages that led away from the arena and into the Academy's older grounds. Where are we going? He gasped. Anywhere Dao Ren won't enjoy watching us die. That was, unfortunately, not a small list. They cut across a covered walkway and into the Academy's abandoned eastern yard, where broken pillars and dead training posts made the shadows uneven. The place smelled of wet earth and old moss. Qin Mo nearly tripped over a root half lifting through the stone. Behind them another suppressive burst flashed against the doorway. Su Yan swore under her breath. They sealed the main walls. Qin Mo leaned against a stone pillar, breathing hard. I noticed. Can you see a way out? He opened the iris. The yard unfolded into threads. Broken walls. Open drain paths. The old shrine annex half collapsed behind the cypress line. The sealed eastern service gate, rusted but not impossible. And beyond the wall, hidden among the old foundations, a thin movement of a person not dressed like an academy guard. The person was blind. Not in the ordinary sense. The soul lines around him were pale and strange, Cut through with the kind of calm that comes from seeing too much history and deciding to keep going anyway. Qin Mo frowned. The man raised a hand from the shadow of the old archive corridor. "If you're planning to die in my yard," he said dryly, "at least do it somewhere the rain cannot reach the books." Qin Mo stared. Su Yan looked equally baffled. The old man stepped fully into the broken yard, a stack of scroll tubes under one arm and a bamboo cane in the other. "You must be the troublemaker," he said to Qin Mo. "And you must be the one with the spear hidden under the hammer." His voice went very calm on the last line. "Come with me if you want to stay alive long enough to understand what you've seen." Qin Mo opened his mouth to ask how an old blind man knew about the spear, then closed it again. The heavenly iris was already answering the question. The archivist's soul lines were strange. Old. Not a cultivator in any conventional sense, but threaded through with a kind of awareness that came from decades of keeping records no one else was allowed to read. He had learned to see things from evidence rather than vision. Su Yan glanced at Qin Mo. He gave her the smallest nod. They followed. The old man moved without hesitation through the debris-littered yard, stepping around cracked stone and tangled root with the surety of long habit. Qin Mo's legs still ached. He kept one hand on the broken wall as he moved, watching the lines of suppression array around them dim in a rough circle, as if whatever the archivist had built into this particular corner of the Academy's shadow had quietly eaten through the system's reach. That was not accident. Someone had prepared this. Behind them, the distant shout of an enforcer rang off stone. Qin Mo looked back once and saw the formation lights flaring in the main yard. Then the old man pressed his cane against a false panel behind a cypress root, and the night beyond the eastern wall opened. The Academy's anger faded into muffled irrelevance as they slipped through. Above the roofline, the storm had finally begun to ease. The rain fell lighter, the clouds thinning just enough to show a ring of pale sky at the edge. Qin Mo saw it and felt nothing like relief. The sky looked too clear suddenly, too open. As if something far above had just been given a better view of the ground below. He pushed the thought away and followed the old man into the dark. Chapter 9 The man called Wen did not lead them to safety. He led them to books. They followed him through a collapsed side passage and down a narrow corridor beneath the eastern archives, where the walls smelled of mildew and old ink. Wen moved with the surety of someone who had memorized every broken step and every place the floor liked to complain. He never rushed. Rushing, Qin Mo realized, would have meant admitting fear. The corridor ended in a sealed subroom hidden behind a false shelf. Wen tapped the shelf twice with his cane. A rune flickered. The panel slid aside. Inside was a room full of banned histories. Not a vault in the dramatic sense. No piles of gold. No sacred light. Just low shelves, dust, and dozens of scroll cases wrapped in plain cloth. Yet the air in the room felt more dangerous than the arena above it. Qin Mo understood immediately that the Academy had not buried these records because they were meaningless. They had buried them because they were enough to make a person ask why the world had changed. Wen lit a lamp and set his cane aside. "Sit," he told them. "Both of you look one step away from making the sort of decision that creates funerals." Su Yan folded her arms but sat. Qin Mo lowered himself onto a stool and tried not to wince at the movement. The old man's blind gaze seemed to land on him anyway. It was hard to describe. Wen did not look at faces so much as see intentions directly beneath them. Qin Mo suddenly understood how someone could keep banned histories without being caught for decades. A blind archivist learned very quickly which kinds of people wanted to be noticed and which wanted to disappear. "Who are you?" Qin Mo asked. Wen's mouth twitched. "An inconvenient memory. That's not a name. It is if you are old enough." Su Yan did not bother with patience. "Why help us?" The archivist reached for one of the scroll cases and unwrapped it with exaggerated care. "Because the Academy has been lying long enough to raise an entire generation on false foundations," he said. "And because the boy with the eye has already made things worse by telling the truth in public, so we may as well finish the job properly." Qin Mo blinked. "You know about the eye?" "I know about many things no one bothers to preserve." He unfolded the first scroll and laid it on the desk between them. The handwriting was old. Slanted. Half the lines were eaten by age. But the diagrams were clear enough that even Qin Mo's exhausted mind could recognize the pattern. Women's cultivation paths. Not as deviations. As primary systems. Wen placed a finger on a circle around 3 linked meridians. Before the purification laws, the continent had numerous dual inheritance sects. Some lineages were built around yin resonance. Some required spiritual partnership rather than direct conquest. Some were impossible for the Academy model because they made the wrong people powerful. Su Yan leaned forward. Qin Mo's pulse accelerated. Wen opened a second scroll and slid it closer. It showed the same chain patterns Qin Mo had seen around Su Yan and the others, but older. Cleaner. Deliberate. The suppression is not metaphorical, Wen said. It is not a rumor. It is a structure. A formation laid over bloodlines, legal codes, temple rights, marriage contracts, and public appraisal systems. It started as law. It became habit. Then it became doctrine. Qin Mo stared at the page until the ink blurred. You mean the whole continent has been trained to call the cage natural, Wen finished. Yes. Silence followed. Su Yan stared at the diagrams with a face gone very still. Qin Mo could see the hidden spear in her spirit responding to the old lines like a frightened animal that had suddenly recognized the sound of its own name. Why hide this? She asked. Wen laughed once, without humor. Because people with power hate nothing more than discovering it was built, not ordained. He handed Qin Mo a third scroll. This one contained notes on resonance awakening. Not full instructions, but enough to prove the old paths had depended on cooperation and alignment, not brute force. Women were written as anchors, carriers, and leaders in equal measure. Men as partners when the line allowed, not owners. Qin Mo's throat felt tight. He looked up. The Academy knows? The Academy repeats what every official structure repeats, that the old records are dangerous because they encourage deviation. That strong women unbalance households. That unstable spirits should be narrowed for their own safety. The lie is so old that even decent people tell it without hearing themselves. Su Yan's hands clenched on her knees. How long? She asked. Wen's expression did not soften. Long enough for the lie to become comfortable. Qin Mo lowered his gaze to the diagrams again. If the suppression was woven through the continent, then every hidden spirit he had seen was part of a much larger wound. Not random. Not local. Not even academic. The blue text in his vision flickered, almost eager. Site realm update possible resonance knowledge increased. He looked at Wen sharply. The old archivist's mouth curved slightly, as if he had felt the gaze and approved of the confusion. You see more than a janitor should, he said. Qin Mo did not bother denying it. Then see this too, Wen continued, and slid one final document across the table. The old records mention a place where awakened women once trained in secret. It was erased after the purification laws. The site was called Moonvale. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. You're telling us this now? I am telling you because if you stay in the academy, they will break you in smaller pieces than you have strength to notice. Qin Mo looked down at the name. Moonvale. Something in the word resonated with the line of his new eye, a faint pulse of moonlit silver beneath the stone around them. He did not know whether that meant fate, memory, or the simple fact that the hidden structure of the world had just given him a direction. Either way, it mattered. Why me? He asked Wen quietly. Why show this to me? The archivist's blind eyes seemed to rest on his face anyway. Because you already broke the first chain, Wen said. And once a person learns the cage is real, the choice to pretend becomes a kind of sin. Chapter 10. By the time Qin Mo understood what Wen meant by the suppression being woven through bloodlines, legal codes, temple rights, marriage contracts, and public appraisal systems, the academy above them had already begun sealing the eastern wings. The process did not look dramatic from below. It sounded dramatic. Heavy barriers slamming into place. Formation rods driven through stone. Orders shouted through open courtyards. The distant ring of a warning bell. The kind of sound that meant people with official authority had decided truth was now a security concern. Wen moved scrolls aside with practiced speed and laid out a wider diagram on the table. You are not looking at a local corruption, he said. That would be manageable. What you are seeing is an old empire's solution to an old fear. Qin Mo sat forward despite the ache in his back. Fear of what? Wen pointed to the diagram's center, where the lines of the formation converged around a stylized female meridian lattice. Fear of women who could no longer be controlled through the ordinary path of cultivation. Su Yan stared at the page. Qin Mo looked again through the heavenly iris and felt cold move through him. The hidden spirit structures were not random. They all carried the faint signature of forced compression at the same layered points. If the old formation had not merely weakened women, but done so in a coordinated way, then their public spirits had been reshaped to make their hidden ones impossible to recognize. A hammer that should have been a spear. A healing spring that should have rooted into a great tree. An ice ribbon meant to carry a phoenix. The world had been trimming women into acceptable shapes before they were even allowed to know what they were supposed to be. Qin Mo had to swallow twice before he could speak. Why would they do it continent-wide? Because a thing repeated often enough becomes indistinguishable from law, Wen said. And because the people who benefit from a cage prefer not to explain its hinges. He turned another page. This one showed marriage contracts attached to cultivation oaths, temple blessings, state appraisals that awarded authority according to stable masculine inheritance. The language was polished and polite. It was also obviously a machine for keeping people from becoming too large in the wrong direction. Su-Yan made a low sound in her throat. My mother always said. She stopped and shook her head once. She said the academy preferred girls who learned to bend. Wen did not contradict her. Qin Mo rubbed at his eye bandage. The iris pulsed, and through the pulse he saw a simple truth that made his stomach twist. The hidden spirits he could see were not just dormant. Some had been forced to adapt around the seal so completely that they had forgotten what they were. That meant awakening them would hurt. Maybe badly. He said as much. Wen nodded. Of course it will hurt. Restoring stolen shape rarely feels polite. Su-Yan turned toward Qin Mo. Can you do it? The question was not simple. Not in the room, not in the world, not in the shape of the risk. He thought of the crack he'd opened in her spear spirit. Of the way the hidden flame had answered like a starving thing. He thought of the nurse in the infirmary, the maid carrying a bucket, the students at the appraisal hall, all the women with second inheritances folded so tightly they had begun to look like fate. I think so, he said carefully. But I don't know how many I can help before the eye weakens, and I don't know what the suppression will do if it realizes what's happening. It will notice, Wen said. You say that as though it is normal. Normal is a sentence people invented to describe what they can tolerate. Qin Mo closed his hands on his knees. If this was real, then there would be no clean path forward. He could not simply expose the truth and expect the academy to apologize. He could not awaken everyone at once and expect them to survive the backlash. He would need allies. Safe places. Witnesses. A method. He looked at Su-Yan. She met his gaze steadily. Not because she trusted him completely. Because she had already seen enough to know the larger lie was worse than the smaller risk. Then we need to keep going, she said. Wen gave a short approving hum. Qin Mo frowned. Going where? Su-Yan's expression sharpened. To the girls the academy keeps calling weak. He opened his mouth to object, and she cut him off before he could. Don't tell me we need to hide and wait, she said. I felt the spear when you cracked the chain. You told me the truth and the world did not end. That means there are other girls here who have been trained to think their silence is safety. If we can wake one, we can wake more. Qin Mo looked at her. There was fire in her face now, but it was not reckless fire. It was the shape of a person deciding the cost of doing nothing had become greater than the cost of resisting. Wen folded his hands. She is correct, he said. Qin Mo exhaled. That was not a comforting sound. It was, however, the sound of a decision. Fine, he said. But if we start pulling at the wrong chain, the backlash could bring down more than a classroom. Su-Yan's mouth tightened in grim agreement. Then don't pull blindly, she said. See. The blue text in Qin Mo's vision shivered. New objective formed: awaken the first hidden spirits, safely learn the shape of the suppression, find others who can survive what is coming. He looked at the word survive, then at the diagrams, then at the blind archivist who had apparently decided to place his trust on one injured janitor and one spear-sold girl with a hammer in public. The academy above them thundered again with sealed doors. Qin Mo knew the next step would make life worse. That no longer felt like a reason to stop. Chapter 11. The girl in the laundry court was no older than Qin Mo's little sister had been before their village sold her off to a silk house and called it a blessing. The thought hit him so hard he had to pause behind the curtain of hanging workcloth to steady himself. Her name was Millennia. She had joined the academy only last year through a labor quota, meaning no one important cared what happened to her so long as the laundry kept moving and the floors stayed clean. Qin Mo had seen her a dozen times before the iris ever opened. But only now did he understand why she always flinched when instructors walked past. Her public spirit was a water basin. Small. Functional. The kind used to wet cloth and scrub blood out of white sleeves. Under it, barely holding together, the heavenly iris showed a seed of something much larger. Rooted lines. Not yet fully formed, but unmistakably connected to the earth beneath the academy foundations. Qin Mo almost stopped breathing. Behind Mei Lin, another servant girl bent over a wash tub and wiped sweat from her brow. Her spirit signature flickered. A girl sweeping near the archway carried a faint hidden fire that did not belong to the broom spirit she had been assigned. The deeper he looked, the more the academy seemed to contain women whose true inheritance had been buried beneath some smaller, safer thing. That was the phrase that repeated in his head. Smaller, safer. The same language of obedience in every age. Qin Mo stepped into the laundry court with his bowl of medicine in hand and tried not to look like a man about to change history with a teaspoon. Su Yan followed a few paces behind, carrying a basket of mended uniforms and wearing the expression of someone who had reluctantly agreed that Qin Mo was allowed to be reckless only if she was there to witness it. Mei Lin saw them and stiffened. "Senior brother Qin?" she asked softly. "Do you need more cloth?" He almost smiled at the way she still used formal honorifics even while standing ankle-deep in gray rinse water. "No," he said. "I need to ask you something strange." Her panic was immediate and reasonable. "If this is about the appraisal hall, I didn't tell anyone I saw the glow." Qin Mo blinked. Su Yan's head turned sharply toward her. "You saw it?" Mei Lin paled. "I didn't mean to. I was on the upper stair carrying linens. I saw a red light and then everyone started shouting." Qin Mo's heart thumped. She had seen enough to know something was wrong. That meant the hidden truth could spread faster than the Academy could bury it, if the right people were allowed to ask the wrong questions. "Then maybe you can help us," he said. The girl looked horrified. Help? He had become very aware, lately, of how often the world made women fear that helping meant being punished later for having been present at all. He softened his voice. "No one is forcing you. We need to know whether you feel anything unusual when people with spirit chains are nearby." She stared. Su Yan, who had learned by necessity that directness sometimes saved time, crouched so she was closer to Mei Lin's eye level. "He can see hidden spirits," Su Yan said. "I know that sounds insane. But if he is right, then the Academy is lying about us. Not just me. Maybe you too." Mei Lin looked from one of them to the other, her hands tightening on the laundry basket so hard the wicker creaked. Qin Mo could see the second spirit under her base and form now, a root lattice so faint it almost merged with the wall stones. Not an impressive blaze. Not even a complete shape. But there. Waiting. "Can you feel a warmth in your lower back when you carry water?" he asked her. She blinked. Then slowly, after a long hesitating breath, she nodded. Qin Mo held very still. "When you're angry," he said, "does it move?" Another nod. Su Yan straightened a fraction. Qin Mo leaned in just enough to keep his voice low. "Has anyone ever told you your water spirit is weak because it doesn't do anything useful?" Mei Lin's eyes filled with fear so fast he nearly cursed himself for asking before preparing her. "Yes." "That is not an answer about your spirit. That's an answer about the people who spoke." She stared at him with the stunned expression of a person who had never considered that the insult might belong to the speaker rather than the target. He took a breath. "If I ask you to trust me for 1 minute, can you do that?" Mei Lin looked as though the question itself might be a trap. Then, very small, she nodded. Qin Mo placed 2 fingers lightly against the back of her wrist. The laundry cord around him fell away into threads. The water basin spirit was only the surface. Under it, the rooted current he had seen pulsed once, weak and deep, sending a tremor through the stone beneath their feet. It was not a random hidden inheritance. It was tied to the land. To the Academy itself. To the flow of earth and life that had been compressed under the same suppression lattice Wen had shown them. Qin Mo's stomach dropped. This was not just a girl with a second spirit. This was a key. He looked up at Su Yan, his mouth dry. "I think I found the wrong kind of ordinary." Her expression sharpened. "What does that mean?" Qin Mo glanced back at Mei Lin, then at the Academy walls beyond the court, then through the iris at the hidden lines beneath the stone. It meant there was something in the ground under them that could hurt the entire formation if awakened. And he had no idea whether it would save them or bury them faster. Chapter 12 Lin Qiangshuang entered the Academy courtyard in white robes that made the air around her look colder. Qin Mo saw her before anyone else did, not because she was loud but because her hidden spirit was bright enough to sting the eye. The surface form was a neat ice ribbon, elegant and moderate, the kind of spirit that made instructors nod approvingly at balance and control. Underneath it, the heavenly iris exposed a frost phoenix trapped in chains so fine they looked like silver frost until one stared long enough to realize they were deliberate. He actually stopped walking. Su Yan noticed. "Who is that?" "Trouble," Qin Mo said automatically. That earned him a dry look. "That's not an answer. It is if the trouble is expensive." The courtyard had been set aside for elite sparring. The Academy loved showing off its promising students in public places where the lower ranks could watch and feel appropriately smaller. A small crowd had already gathered around the stone ring at the center, where Lin Qiangshuang stood waiting with the posture of someone too proud to explain why she had come. The opposing student was a male noble disciple from the red-robed branch. Qin Mo knew his type from the shape of his shoulder lines before he even recognized the face. He would rather lose honestly than let a girl seem more brilliant than he was. The sort of man the world trained from birth. Tao Ren sat observing from the upper steps, eyes narrowed. Qin Mo's iris pulsed. The frost chains around Lin Qiangshuang were not as thick as Su Yan's spear seals, but they were more intricate. Whoever had built them had understood the hidden spirit well enough to muffle it without destroying it. That meant the suppression system had multiple styles. Not one blunt net, but layers customized to each bloodline and inheritance. The implication was chilling. Someone had been doing this for a very long time. The duel began. Lin Qiangshuang moved like clean winter. Her ice ribbon spirit flickered around her arms, precise and beautiful, redirecting the opponent's blade with almost insulting ease. The male disciple grew angry. Anger made him overcommit. Overcommitment made him sloppy. Sloppy men were everywhere. It was one of the world's more persistent problems. Still, Qin Mo's attention kept falling back to the hidden phoenix. It wanted out. The duel progressed in a tense crescent of exchanged strikes. Then the noble disciple, embarrassed by how evenly Lin Qiangshuang was holding him, used a heavier burst of spirit force than the rules allowed. The force clipped her shoulder and drove her back against the arena line. The crowd gasped. Qin Mo saw the moment before it happened. The phoenix chain twisted under the impact, tightening where it should have loosened. Another push like that and the hidden spirit would either erupt improperly or lock itself deeper. Lin Qiangshuang's face did not change, but the iris caught the tiny strain at the corner of her mouth. She was not just angry. She was controlling pain. "Su Yan," Qin Mo said sharply, "if I step in, pull that instructor's attention." She frowned. "What are you planning?" "Something stupid. You may have noticed this is becoming a habit." Before she could answer, the noble disciple charged again. Lin Qiangshuang pivoted and parried, but the next blow came from too high. The ring stones rang under her heel. The hidden phoenix writhed. Qin Mo moved on instinct. "Now," he snapped. Su Yan hurled a loose spirit token into the side of the arena wall. The token cracked on impact and flashed bright enough to draw every head in the courtyard for a half-second. Qin Mo crossed the ring. The noble disciple shouted, "Stop that janitor!" Too late. He reached Lin Qiangshuang just as the phoenix chain reached its breaking point. The eye opened fully, and the world became lines. The hidden spirit was trying to tear through the ice ribbon from the inside. If it erupted uncontrolled, it would injure her badly and likely expose enough unusual chi to trigger Tao Ren's containment protocols. Qin Mo did the only thing he knew to do. He pressed his palm to the side of her wrist and let the iris take the shape of the chain. The backlash was immediate. Cold slammed through him so hard his breath caught in his throat. This was not the warm spear resonance from Su Yan. This was winter at the edge of a cliff, old and wild and proud. He nearly lost his footing, then locked his knees and forced the balance pattern into the current anyway. Lin Qiangshuang's eyes went wide. "Who are you?" she whispered. "Bad timing for introductions," he gasped. The chain resisted. Behind it, the phoenix screamed without sound. Qin Mo guided the flow around the knot, just as he had with Su Yan, but this was different. The phoenix was not eager and sharp. It was dangerous because it had been caged too long. It wanted sky, space, and freedom, and the slightest mistake could send the whole thing burning out. He needed more than a crack. He needed a controlled opening. The noble disciple lunged. Su Yan slammed into him from the side with all the force of a blacksmith's daughter and a resentful friend. The impact knocked him offline, enough to break the rhythm and give Qin Mo the heartbeat he needed. He pushed. The chain split open along a single thread. Cold light burst from Lin Qiangshuang's shoulder and ran across the courtyard stones in white lines. The ice ribbon above her head snapped upward, twisted, and erupted into a blazing frost-winged form so bright that several students stumbled back in terror. The Frost Phoenix. For one breath it stood over the ring in layered blue-white fire, wings spreading outward as if the sky itself had opened. Then the phoenix folded back into the ribbon, but not before the air had changed. Lin Qiangshuang's face had gone utterly still. Her opponent stared in disbelief. The crowd had gone silent. And Tao Ren had stood up. Chapter 13 Lin Qiangshuang did not thank Qin Mo. That would have required more trust than either of them had earned in a single breath. She did, however, drag him out of the line of sight before the academy enforcers could swarm the ring. The two of them ended up in the shade behind the eastern colonnade, with Su Yan posted nearby in a posture that said she was pretending not to guard them while very obviously guarding them. Qin Mo rested one hand on the stone rail and tried not to look like he had just been nearly frozen into an entirely different life. Lin Qiangshuang regarded him with an expression of cold suspicion sharpened by curiosity. "You touched me," she said. Qin Mo blinked. "That is generally the version of events I prefer not to have leading a conversation." She did not respond to that. "My spirit," she said. Moved. Yes. No one has ever described its movement correctly. He looked at her. That's because most of the people describing it were wrong. The line landed harder than he expected. Lin Qiangshuang's face did not soften, but something in the angle of her chin changed. The Academy says my ice ribbon is refined enough for control work and not suited to direct lineage advancement, she said. They say women with more aggressive spirits destabilize the balance of training groups. Su Yan snorted softly from the railing. They say a lot of things. Qin Mo looked between them. Lin Qiangshuang glanced toward the inner yard, where the noble disciple had already been dragged away in humiliation. You disrupted a formal duel. Dao Ren will not let that pass. He was already not letting me pass, Qin Mo said. That is not comforting. It's accurate. She folded her arms. The gesture looked like armor. Why did you do it? There were several ways to answer. Because I could see the chain. Because it was wrong. Because if I did not, the same hidden cruelty would keep surviving. But those were all just different ways of saying the deeper truth, because you were going to lose something that was yours. Lin Qiangshuang's gaze sharpened to a point. That line, apparently, had found its mark. Qin Mo continued before the silence could grow teeth. Your spirit isn't broken, he said. It's sealed. And the seal is doing damage. Everyone says that when they want something from me. I don't want something from you. That made her laugh once, sharply and humorlessly. Everyone says that too. Qin Mo recognized the reflex instantly. She had learned to distrust every promise because promises were cheaper than consequences. That meant he had to be better than the phrase he was trying to survive under. He took a breath. Then don't believe me, he said. Let me show you. The request hung between them. Lin Qiangshuang looked at him for a very long time. Then she said, if you are lying, I will freeze your tongue. Your honesty is truly inspiring. She held out her wrist. Qin Mo almost smiled and failed. This time the resonance was colder than with Su Yan, but no less intense. The frost phoenix did not rush. It watched. It measured. It had spent too long inside a cage built of elegance and expectation. The chain around it had been crafted by someone who understood that a thing can be contained more effectively if it is taught to look graceful while trapped. That thought made Qin Mo want to break something. Instead he used the balance pattern and spoke quietly. Your spirit wants distance, he said. Not because it is cold. Because it is broad. Her expression shifted by a fraction. The ribbon shape is a compromise, he went on. It keeps the phoenix compressed enough for the Academy to call it controlled. But the harder you are pushed, the more the hidden current has had to twist around itself. She looked down at her hand. Can you open it? He nearly said yes too fast. Instead he studied the chain. This one was subtler than Su Yan's. He needed patience. Fewer forceful pushes. More careful listening. The first thread loosened after 3 breaths. The second resisted longer. The third made the bones in his wrist ache with cold. He knew, with the awful clarity of a person balancing a cup over a cliff edge, that if he moved too fast he would frost her channels from the inside. Su Yan stepped closer, watching. Need help? If I need help, I will become less attractive by admitting it, Qin Mo muttered. Lin Qiangshuang stared at him. Then, to his shock, she laughed. It was short. Brief. Nearly swallowed. But it was real enough that the tension in the air changed. Qin Mo looked up at her and found the small crack of trust he had been waiting for. One more breath, he said. The chain broke. Cold light spilled from the wrist into the shoulder and then outward in a sweep so bright Qin Mo had to squint. The ice ribbon above Lin Qiangshuang flared, twisted, and for a heartbeat became layered frost wings around a phoenix head made of silver flame. The courtyard temperature dropped several degrees. Nearby water cups froze at the surface. Lin Qiangshuang gasped and bent slightly at the waist, not from pain this time but from the sheer force of feeling her own power answer her correctly for the first time. Her eyes had gone wide. That, she whispered, felt like mine. Qin Mo's chest tightened. That was the point, he thought. That was always the point. Then the shout came from the colonnade. There they are. Dao Ren had found them. Chapter 14. Qin Mo had no idea how to explain what happened next without sounding like someone making bad decisions in sequence. Dao Ren did not arrive alone. He came with 3 instructors, 2 city enforcers under academy contract, and a formation captain carrying suppression rods. The group rounded the colonnade just as Qin Mo, Su Yan, and Lin Qiangshuang were still standing in the afterglow of the Phoenix Awakening. The old headmaster's expression did not show surprise. It showed the calm irritation of a man who had expected to catch a problem before it became a story. A disciplinary hearing, Dao Ren said, was not sufficient for you. Qin Mo flexed his hand and wished he had better odds. Lin Shuang had already moved half a step in front of him, perhaps without meaning to. That alone told him more than any speech could have. She still did not trust him, but she trusted the academy less. The formation captain pointed at Qin Mo. "You are under arrest for spirit tampering and unlawful cultivation interference." Su Yan's laugh was cold. "You people really do love your labels." Tao Ren ignored her. His gaze slid to Lin Shuang. "And you will return to the main hall immediately." "No," she said. The reply landed like a dropped blade. Qin Mo watched the old headmaster's eyes narrow a fraction. He had spent enough time in the academy's hidden ledgers to know that Lin Shuang had more funding, more status, and more attention than Su Yan, but she was still a girl in a system that loved her talent so long as it remained manageable. Her family had ties to a mercantile house that supplied spirit materials to the academy. That made her useful enough to control and inconvenient enough to punish. Qin Mo's iris flickered. He saw something even uglier. The academy's resource records were being adjusted. Not just hidden spirits. Spirit stones, herb budgets, talismans, training hours. The distribution had a gender pattern sharp enough to be intentional. Female students were being starved of higher-grade materials before they ever reached the point where they might challenge the men around them. He took a step forward before common sense could stop him. "Headmaster," he said, "may I ask why the resource allotment for women in the upper groups is half what the ledger lists on paper?" Silence. That was the wrong question in the right room. Tao Ren's smile did not reach his eyes. "You are not in a position to examine academy finances. Then why do the records match the hidden storage we found under the West Hall?" Several instructors stiffened. That told Qin Mo enough. They had not expected him to know. Meaning he was right. He pushed harder. "The same pattern appears in the spirit stones, the medicinals, and the appraisal notes," he said. "Girls with stronger signs are assigned lower grade support, which keeps them from progressing fast enough to trigger the next phase of the formation." Lin Shuang's head turned sharply toward him. Su Yan's eyes widened a fraction. Tao Ren's calm finally cracked. "You know nothing of the academy's balance. I know enough to read theft." The formation captain took one step forward, rods humming. Tao Ren lifted a hand. The aura in the courtyard shifted. Qin Mo saw the suppression lattice in the stones flare to life, not around the whole yard but around the women standing in it. Lin Shuang's phoenix stirred. Su Yan's spear burned behind the hammer. Even the servants in the nearby side passage tensed as if some hidden pressure had just forced their shoulders downward. It was so much worse when seen clearly. The headmaster's voice went very smooth again. "You have overstepped." "Then prove me wrong," Qin Mo said. He did not know why he kept choosing that strategy. Perhaps because the IRS refused to let him retreat once he had seen the line. Perhaps because the world only changed when someone forced it to answer an accusation with structure instead of threat. Tao Ren did not answer. Instead he signaled the enforcers. The suppression rods lit. Su Yan moved first, hurling the broken hammerhead in a low arc that struck one rod-bearer's wrist and knocked the angle off before the seal completed. Lin Shuang followed with a frost sweep that glazed the stone at the enforcer's feet, buying only a heartbeat but a useful one. Qin Mo lunged for the nearest spirit support pillar and slammed his palm against the base where the iris had shown the hidden line paling. The line cracked. The suppression burst bent sideways. For one wild second the whole courtyard became a mess of shoved formations, startled clerks, and students sprinting for cover. Not a victory. Not yet. But the academy's neat control had fractured into noise. Tao Ren stared at the broken line and understood the threat. Not that Qin Mo was dangerous. That he had learned where to look. The headmaster's expression hardened into something far more serious than anger. Lock the academy. That was when Qin Mo knew they had crossed from embarrassment into war. The courtyard's ordinary noise, the scrape of boots, the murmur of gossip, the distant bell marking the afternoon, had all drained away, replaced by the flat quiet of a place where everyone was suddenly deciding who they were afraid of more. Some students backed toward the walls. Others stood frozen with the careful blankness of people who understood that choosing a side too early could cost them everything. Qin Mo saw through the iris that the suppression lattice in the floor stones had reacted to the broken line by spreading its reach, tightening around every woman still standing in the outer courtyard as if the system was trying to compensate for what it had just lost. The pressure was subtle. Most people would feel it only as the sudden instinct to be smaller. To take up less space. To let the men with the rods handle it. He hated how effective it was. Lin Shuang's jaw had gone rigid. She could feel the additional squeeze too. He could see it in the way her phoenix spirit compressed under the ice ribbon with a sound Iris described as controlled pain. "We need to get out of the open," she said quietly. She was right. Qin Mo could not break the lattice here without risking an uncontrolled surge through everyone nearby. And Tao Ren had seen enough to understand the threat. The next time he moved against them, there would be no warning. They had minutes. Possibly fewer. Chapter 15. By sunset the academy had become a cage built too quickly. The gates shut first. Then the side roads. Then the inner courtyards. Formation lamps lit in every corridor like 100 cold eyes opening at once. The city clerk who had come to record the duel was quietly escorted out through the southern gate with no explanation. Students were ordered back to their quarters. Servants were told to remain indoors. The official story, repeated in increasingly firm voices, was that a contaminating spirit incident required temporary order measures. Qin Mo knew what that meant. When a system no longer trusts its own appearance, it tries to control the stage. He, Su Yan, and Lin Qiangshuang were hidden in the eastern yard under the watch of Wen's old books and the partial confidence of the archivist himself, who had apparently decided that if the academy was going to become a prison, he would at least refuse to be one of its quiet inmates. The yard had never felt smaller. "They've sealed the travel routes," Su Yan said, peering through a crack in the wall. "And the upper court is pulling in families." Qin Mo looked at the moving shadows beyond the stones. Panic? Money. That was worse. Lin Qiangshuang sat on a broken post with both arms folded, her newly stirred phoenix current making the air around her cool enough to fog near her skin. She had not fully accepted what had happened, but she was no longer pretending it was a hallucination. "My family will hear before nightfall," she said. "They'll want to know whether the academy is collapsing or whether I embarrassed a noble branch in public." Su Yan made a rough sound of contempt. "Sounds like the same question with nicer clothing." Lin Qiangshuang did not argue. There was no argument that landed differently than Su Yan's summary. She looked at the wall gap where the rain still slipped through and said nothing for a moment, which Qin Mo had begun to recognize as her version of quietly being right. Outside, a patrol moved along the inner wall road. They could hear the formation lamps hissing against the moisture in the air. The sounds of the locked academy carried a different quality than normal, not the hum of discipline but the hum of strain. A structure holding something too large for its own architecture. Qin Mo pressed his back against the stone and let the iris scan the area once more without speaking. He was looking for the thread Wen had pointed out earlier, the pattern the old archivist called a node link. Every formal building on campus was connected by a series of formation anchors. The anchors were supposed to stabilize training areas. They also happened to suppress anything the academy had decided was unstable. Meaning women with full hidden spirits. Meaning almost everyone in this yard was walking around with their potential pinched into a narrower shape than they had ever been allowed to stand in. He exhaled through his nose and kept that thought inside for now. Qin Mo almost smiled. Then he remembered the hidden ledgers. He had been thinking about the resource theft all afternoon. Not because it was surprising, but because it confirmed a larger pattern. The academy wasn't merely suppressing spirits in women. It was extracting value from the difference between what they were and what it allowed them to be. Every lower grade allocation, every redirected support token, every delayed appraisal was part of a machine that kept women from ever reaching the point where they could challenge the system that fed on them. That meant the truth would not break it by itself. It would need to be exposed with evidence. "We need the records," Qin Mo said. Su Yan turned. "What records?" "The resource ledgers. The sealed appraisal notes. Any archive tied to the formation placement. If we can prove the academy has been adjusting women's support intentionally, people will stop calling this a mistake." Lin Qiangshuang's gaze sharpened. "And then what?" Qin Mo looked at the yard wall, where rainwater still dripped through a crack and ran along the stone like a silver thread. "Then we see who gets angry." Wen arrived with the records after dark, carrying them in a plain cloth satchel and looking faintly pleased that he had made the official version of events more complicated. "The academy is in a fine panic," the archivist said. "Exactly what it deserves." He spread the ledgers on a low table. Qin Mo opened them through the iris and immediately wanted to throw up. The numbers were worse than he had expected. Women in upper training groups received less spirit stone support than men with equivalent ratings. Girls with even mild instability were delayed, reassigned, or pressed into support roles where their advancement would never threaten the line above them. The notes did not say women must remain weak. They said things like maintain manageable balance and avoid destabilizing inheritance models. Every line sounded bureaucratic enough to protect the people writing it from shame. Lin Qiangshuang read over his shoulder and went very still. "This is intentional." Wen gave a short nod. "Of course it is." Su Yan picked up a second ledger and slammed it shut again after 3 pages. "They've been starving girls out of becoming dangerous." Qin Mo saw the chains in his memory again. This was the real shape of the system. Not one blow. Not one law. 1,000 small cuts that kept everyone too depleted to realize they were bleeding in the same direction. He looked up. Can we expose it? Wen folded his hands. We can. The question is whether exposure reaches anyone still willing to be honest once the old order starts threatening them. The answer came from outside. A bell. Not the Academy's internal warning. A city bell. Deep and urgent, ringing from the gate district with enough force to shake dust from the rafters. The clerk who had been sent out earlier came sprinting back into the yard, face white. The city is coming, he gasped. They say the Academy has fostered heresy. Guard units are at the East Road. Qin Mo felt the floor shift beneath him. This had just become bigger than the Academy. Much bigger. And he had not yet decided whether that was good news or the first step into a disaster they would not be able to outrun. Chapter 16 The duel crisis started in the most insulting possible way. Someone tried to drag Lin Qiangshuang home. Not physically at first. Politely. In the language of family envoys and formal requests. Her relatives arrived with a carriage, 2 spirit attendants, and a sealed letter from a noble aunt who claimed the Academy's recent unrest had made it unsafe for a young lady of standing to remain on the grounds. Qin Mo read that sentence through the iris and immediately saw the trap under it. Safe was a word people used when they wanted control to sound protective. Lin Qiangshuang had gone rigid when she saw the seal on the letter. No, she said. The family envoy, a man with a thin smile and expensive cuffs, pretended not to hear. Young miss, your father is concerned. The Academy's environment is unstable. We can discuss a transfer to a more suitable arrangement. I said no. The smile sharpened. You are becoming emotional. Su Yan muttered something unprintable under her breath. Qin Mo, standing half-hidden behind a post with Wen at his shoulder, felt the situation tilt from unpleasant to dangerous. The envoy's words had the smell of an arranged retrieval, which meant the family had likely already been warned by the Academy that Lin Qiangshuang was becoming politically inconvenient. If they got her onto the carriage, she would not return with the same freedom. The iris flashed. He saw the hidden chain around Lin Qiangshuang's phoenix pulse twist in response to the family's pressure. It had not fully opened yet. The seals were still there, but now they were straining under the combined force of her public refusal and the family's insistence that she behave correctly. Emotional pressure could trigger a controlled release or a catastrophic collapse. The envoy stepped closer. Young miss, do not embarrass the house. Lin Qiangshuang's expression froze into winter. That was the moment Qin Mo saw the duel coming. Not with the envoy? With the Academy. One of the attached spirit attendants, realizing the public scene was turning against the family's dignity, stepped into the ring and challenged the Academy's handling of its students. A second noble from the nearby branch took offense. Words escalated. Honor was invoked. A crowd gathered too quickly for anything good to happen. Then one of the Academy instructors, sensing an opportunity to redirect the unrest away from the ledgers, suggested a formal proving match. The envoy accepted at once. Qin Mo hated how smoothly catastrophe was often negotiated into respectability. Lin Qiangshuang was pushed into the ring before she could refuse. The family had likely assumed she would be put on display and lose. The Academy likely assumed the same. But the duel rules were enough to make the resulting humiliation look legitimate. Qin Mo saw the narrow line immediately. If Lin Qiangshuang fought without support, she would be forced to keep her hidden spirit compressed under public strain and could suffer backlash. If he interfered, the Academy would claim he had contaminated the exchange again. Su Yan glanced at him. You see something? Yes. Bad? Very. The enemy opponent stepped in with a spear spirit meant for precise pressure work. He was technically allowed. That made Qin Mo angry on principle. Lin Qiangshuang held her staff, her surface-ice ribbon coiling coolly around her wrist. The hidden phoenix flickered under the chain, restless. Qin Mo had a decision to make. He could let the duel proceed and hope she won on her own. Or he could force the chain open at the exact moment pressure peaked. The second option was riskier. Naturally it was also the one the iris kept showing him. He moved before the duel began. Wait, he said from the ring edge. The envoy frowned. What now? Qin Mo stepped into the open and pointed at the dueling limestones. The ring formation is misaligned. The crowd went still. The instructor in charge frowned. You again? Qin Mo ignored him. He had spent the previous night reading Wen's archive diagrams enough to understand the Academy's older ring patterns. The dual ring had a reinforced inner guide and a secondary support line beneath the south quadrant. It had been adjusted recently. Too recently. The adjustment looked like a safety upgrade, but the iris showed it was tuned to feedback force differently when a female student's aura spiked above the official range. In plain terms, it was built to punish Lin Qiangshuang if she grew too bright. He pointed to the stone seam near her left foot. That line is skewed. If the pressure peaks there, the echo will rebound into her shoulder channel. The instructor's face darkened. Dismiss him. The envoy, sensing the same danger, stepped in with cold impatience. Then perhaps we should use a standard test instead of a crippled academy ring. Too late. Lin Qiangshuang had heard. And once she understood there was a hidden trap, her expression changed from guarded dignity to sharp, terrible calm. Then test me properly, she said. The challenger attacked. Qin Mo saw the Frost Phoenix chain tension rise with the first clash. He stepped forward on instinct and caught the edge of the pressure wave with his iris, using the sight to match the rhythm of the hidden spirit's recoil. It was like guiding a storm through a narrow mountain pass. He had only one chance to keep the phoenix from exploding or collapsing. Su Yan swore and ran to his side. Can you open it? Not yet. Then when? Qin Mo gritted his teeth as the spear spirit slammed Lin Qiangshuang back toward the skewed line. Now would be excellent. Su Yan moved in a blur. She threw herself between the ring and the nearest pressure plate, striking the stone with the broken hammerhead hard enough to break the alignment by a finger's width. The misdirected force bought Qin Mo exactly one breath. He touched Lin Qiangshuang's wrist. The chain screamed through the spirit layer. Cold flooded his arm. The hidden phoenix answered like a blade being drawn from winter. Qin Mo held the balance pattern tight, feeding the pressure around the knot instead of into it. The challenger lunged again. This time Lin Qiangshuang no longer looked trapped. Her body moved a fraction faster, a fraction cleaner, because the phoenix had begun to answer her honestly instead of through the ribbon's compromise. The chain broke. Frost exploded across the ring. A phoenix wing of silver-blue fire opened over Lin Qiangshuang's shoulders so wide that the challenger stumbled backward, face white. The crowd gasped in one long breath. Qin Mo had to plant a hand on the ring stone to keep from dropping to one knee. Lin Qiangshuang's aura had changed. Not just stronger. More hers. The duel ended with her opponent frozen from the waist down and unable to continue without humiliation. The family envoy stared at the result as if someone had stolen a ledger from under his nose. Qin Mo looked at Lin Qiangshuang and saw her staring at her own hands again, the same stunned disbelief Su Yan had worn days earlier. He knew the exact moment the family realized they were losing control. And he also knew the academy would blame him first. Chapter 17 The academy finally locked the outer grounds that night. Not just the east yard. The whole campus. Formation lights burned along the walls. The city guard units stayed outside, but their presence was enough to remind everyone inside that the old order had shifted from quiet correction to open containment. Students were ordered to their quarters. Servants were told to remain off the upper paths. Several instructors had vanished into private meetings with Tao Ren and the noble envoys. Qin Mo, Su Yan, and Lin Qiangshuang were not allowed near the main halls. That did not stop them from hearing the doors being barred. They were hidden in the archive subroom with Wen and the ledgers spread out around them. The old archivist looked almost pleased at the scale of the mess, which Qin Mo found deeply suspicious. They are frightened, when observed. Good, Su Yan said. Useful, not sufficient. Qin Mo rubbed his temple. The eye still burned from the morning's chain breaks. He had seen enough today to understand the academy's fear had a reason behind it. The awakened girls were no longer isolated anomalies. They were a pattern. A spread. A proof. He thought of what that meant for the formation. Not just the academy's local suppression lattice, but the larger network Wen had described. Every awakening sent a tremor through the chain. A single crack might be ignorable. 3 or 4 in a row meant something had changed in the pressure distribution. The system, if it was truly continent-wide, would have to respond. He did not know yet what form that response would take. He suspected it would not be polite. He looked up when the first shout came from above. Then another. Then a third, distant and surprised. Wen smiled without mirth. Ah. They have begun trying to explain the impossible. Qin Mo went still. What now? The archivist reached under the table and drew out another scroll case, this one full of old field notes on spirit awakenings. Now they try to tell every frightened person that you are the source of corruption rather than the witness to it. The shout became a murmur, then a rush of running feet. Su Yan pressed close to the corridor opening and peered out. The female students are gathering. Qin Mo looked up sharply. He followed her line of sight through the iris and saw it. Not one or two. A cluster. Then another. Then a larger group moving in the opposite courtyard. Their surface spirits glowed ordinary in the dark, But under the iris the hidden ones were stirring in response to what had happened that day. Su Yan's spear. Lin Shuang's phoenix. Mei Lin's earthroot seed from the laundry cord. The ripple from each awakening was spreading through the academy's female ranks like a bell struck underwater. More girls were noticing themselves. Some were frightened. He could see that in the hunch of shoulders, the two quick movements, the way one girl near the outer corridor kept pressing her palm to her chest as if trying to hold something steady. But some were not frightened. Some looked the way a person looks when a door they had spent years pretending did not exist has just opened without permission. That should have felt hopeful. It mostly felt dangerous. Qin Mo's blue text flickered. Warning, systemic response detected, suppression array reversal risk rising. He saw a different ripple at once. This one did not come from the girls. It came from the sky. Through the roof gap above the archive passage, the heavenly iris caught a thin distortion in the clouds, as if something vast and distant had turned its attention toward the academy at the exact moment the hidden spirits began to stir. A pressure line ran high overhead, so far above the city he might have mistaken it for weather if the eye had not screamed at him to keep looking. The distortion was not weather. It had direction and weight. It felt like attention. The hairs on his arms rose. "When," he said quietly, "what is that?" The archivist's face lost its humor. So did the room. Wen set down the scroll case and was still for a long moment. "It means," Wen said finally, "that someone above our world has noticed the sound we are making." Lin Shuang looked up from the corner. "How far above?" Wen did not answer immediately. That silence was its own kind of answer. Qin Mo stared at the thin distortion line in the clouds and felt the particular cold of a person who has just learned that the problem is larger than the room they are standing in. The academy had been the immediate concern. The city had been the wider one. But if the formation ran continent-wide, and if something existed that watched the formation for disturbances, then every chain he had broken today had been a message sent in a language he had only just begun to understand. And someone had read it. He lowered his gaze to the room. Su Yan had gone very still. Lin Shuang's expression was sealed shut with the discipline of someone who had learned that showing fear in public was a vulnerability. Wen had opened a new scroll case and was reading with the calm of a man who had already accepted the size of the problem and was working through what came next. Qin Mo thought of the awakening ripple he had seen spreading through the female students. 8 girls and stirring. 3 more on the threshold. And that was just inside the academy walls. He had no idea how far the resonance was already traveling. He looked at the iris text still ghosting at the edge of his vision. Suppression array reversal risk rising. Rising. Not rising fast. Not spiking. Rising steadily, like a tide learning the shape of a new shore. Whatever was watching from above had not acted. It had only turned. Whether that meant there was still time, or whether it meant the thing watching was patient in the way predators were patient, he could not say. He could not afford to ask when in front of the others. The old archivist's calm was a resource, and Qin Mo had learned that useful resources were best protected from the people who needed them. "We should prepare to move before dawn," he said. No one argued. That alone told him how much the evening had changed the shape of their understanding. Chapter 18. Qin Mo did not sleep. Neither did the academy, if the noise beyond the archive corridor was any measure. He sat at the desk with the oldest of Wen's scrolls open before him and read until the characters blurred. Su Yan kept watch at the doorway. Lin Shuang sat farther back, polishing the edge of her ribbon spirit tool with a cloth she had not needed before today. The room smelled of dust, ink, and the faint medicinal sharpness of the bomb Qin Mo had smeared over his eye. Every so often he tried to focus on the ripple the heavenly iris had seen in the clouds. The line remained thin. High. Wrong. He could not tell if it was a spirit pressure from some hidden temple, a reaction from the formation network, or a direct notice from something ancient enough to regard the academy as a speck on a larger board. That uncertainty made the skin between his shoulders itch. The eye had not lied. Something had noticed. Wen poured tea from a chipped kettle and set one cup beside Qin Mo. "You have the look of a man deciding whether he wants to become history or run from it." Qin Mo gave him a flat stare. "I don't think I have the luxury of becoming either on purpose." Wen sat opposite him. "Good answer." Lin Shuang glanced up. "You say that as if it matters." "It does," Wen said. "History belongs to people who can describe what happened without lying to themselves." Qin Mo rubbed his brow with 2 fingers. "I would settle for lying to the right people." Su Yan snorted softly from the doorway. Then, because the room had gone quiet enough to make thoughts louder, Qin Mo returned to the scrolls. The old notes described awakening methods that were not centered on force. They used resonance, relationship, shared breath, mutual stabilization. In the oldest diagrams, a hidden spirit was not something to be dominated into usefulness. It was something a person grew into with the help of a compatible current. The woman with the seed was not lesser because the seed was quiet. She was waiting for the proper season. The Academy's method had been to clip the season and then call the lack of fruit natural. Qin Mo's eye throbbed at the thought. He closed his hand on the page. If the girls are seeing their hidden spirits now, he said, the ripple is going to spread. Wen nodded. Yes. How far? Faster than the people in power can organize a clean lie. Lin Qiangshuang looked up from her cloth. Then they will organize a dirty one. That was the most practical sentence anyone had spoken all night. Qin Mo breathed out. He looked at the ledgers again and suddenly understood why the Academy had delayed support. Why it had trimmed the women into manageable shapes. Why the public appraisal hall had been built over older suppression lines. Not because girls were weaker. Because if their full spirits woke in numbers, the whole structure had to answer for itself. He said as much, and Su Yan's expression went hard. Then it deserves to fall. Qin Mo nodded slowly. Yes, he said. But not on top of the wrong people. That was the challenge. Not simply toppling the lie, but doing it in a way that did not crush the ones already standing under the weight of it. The archive scrolls offered more clues than answers. There were references to controlled awakenings, to safe lines, to old rituals that required a witness and a guide, not a master. That meant there might be a way through this without turning it into a massacre. If they could survive long enough to learn it. Su Yan came back from the doorway and crouched across the table. There are girls outside the archive stair who know something happened today, she said. Not all of it. But enough to know the Academy lied about something real. 3 of them asked me if it was true that the spirit rankings had been falsified. Qin Mo looked up. What did you tell them? I told them to keep their heads down tonight and find me before morning. She met his eyes. Was that wrong? He considered. No, he said. But we need a way to make contact that does not get them identified. Wen stirred from his corner. The Academy laundry schedule has a half-hour before the first patrol. The back stair of the western dormitory is not on the formation watch grid. I have kept it that way for 15 years. Su Yan stared at him. You prepared this, she said. The archivist smiled thinly. I prepared many things. I simply waited for someone with the right eye to arrive. That comment settled into the room with the weight of deliberate patience. Qin Mo looked at the old man and understood, more clearly than he had before, that Wen was not simply a bystander who had stumbled into helping. He was a man who had spent decades waiting for exactly this crack in exactly this wall. Which meant the situation was both more hopeful and more dangerous than it looked. If Wen had seen it coming, so might others. The shout from above became a crash. Su Yan was at the doorway instantly. They're coming down here. Qin Mo looked up from the scroll and felt the tired weight of inevitability settle over him. The Academy had run out of ways to ignore what they had done. Now it would try force. Chapter 19 The city guard units entered the Academy at dawn. Not as a raid. Officially as a containment response. Qin Mo knew the difference because the men coming through the gate wore civic blue over their armor and carried sealed warrants citing demonic spirit contamination and illegal formation disturbance. The headmaster had managed to make the thing sound both dangerous and bureaucratic, which meant anyone not directly involved would be encouraged to obey first and ask questions after the bodies had been sorted. The guard captain stationed his units in the outer halls and announced a temporary suspension of student movement. Qin Mo watched from the archive stair with Wen and the 2 girls. Su Yan's knuckles were white around the broken hammerhead. Lin Qiangshuang's shoulders were rigid enough to crack. This is bad, Qin Mo muttered. Wen made a sound of agreement. You are only now noticing? I was hoping for a less enthusiastic answer. The captain's voice carried through the courtyard below. He was asking for the source of the contamination event. Tao Ren had clearly decided Qin Mo made a fine enough scapegoat to be sacrificed in public. A few students were already being separated and questioned. Female students mostly. Qin Mo saw the lines of fear in their bodies before the guards did. Some had hidden shifts in their auras. Some had not. But the pressure of the day was already enough to make the concealed spirits throb under the iris. Then one of the girls screamed. Not in panic. In pain. The sound cut through the hall and froze Qin Mo in place. Another girl cried out after her. Then another. The guards turned toward the noise as several women in the outer corridor began clutching their ribs or shoulders, each one reacting to some internal stirring Qin Mo could already see with the iris. The suppression lattice had been shocked too hard. The ripple was crossing the academy like a wave through brittle ice. Tao Ren shouted for the medics. The guard captain barked an order for more restraints. And then one of the girls, a laundry apprentice Qin Mo recognized from the yard, lifted her head and gasped as a pale green root pattern rose behind her surface spirit. She had a hidden inheritance. She was waking. The nearest guard stepped toward her with a suppression talisman. Qin Mo moved before thinking. Su Yan went with him. They burst down the archive stair and into the outer hall just as the captain's men reached for the girl. Qin Mo shoved his way in front of her and put his hand to the talisman line before it could touch her chest. The iris opened. The suppression thread was crude, designed for force, not subtlety. He saw the exact place it would bite into her newly opened channels. "Don't," he snapped. The captain rounded on him. "You're the contaminant. Then stop adding poison." The girl behind him was crying in terrified breaths, but the hidden root spirit was still there, struggling to widen. Su Yan shoved the guard's wrist away. "If you touch her again, I'll break your nose and apologize to the academy later." That, oddly enough, seemed to worry the man. More girls were reacting now. The hall filled with pain, fear, and the sound of hidden things trying to remember themselves. Qin Mo saw the suppression system flash through the stone lines as if trying to decide whether to clamp down harder or retreat. The academy had built the lattice to keep women contained quietly. It had not been prepared for multiple awakenings at once. One of the girls at the back bent forward sharply and coughed out a bright spray of spirit light. Qin Mo stared. The sky response had started. Not metaphorically. Through the open gate above the hall, the heavenly iris showed the clouds brightening with a line of descending pressure, a rippling thread like the world itself had inhaled too sharply. The guard captain saw it too. His face strained. "What is that?" No one answered. Because everyone could feel it now. The omen had come. And the academy, the city, and whatever watched from above all knew the same thing at once. The hidden women had started waking in earnest. Qin Mo did not wait for the captain to recover his voice. He reached back, pulled the girl with the root spirit by the wrist, and walked backward toward the corridor. Su Yan had already read his intent and was moving sideways, putting her shoulder between the crowd of reacting girls and the nearest formation rod. "These women are not contaminated," Qin Mo said, loud enough for the hall. "What you are seeing is what a real spirit looks like when the suppression is failing. If you seal them with force now, you will injure people the academy is supposed to protect." The captain stared. Two of the guards looked at each other. The sergeant who had hesitated earlier had not moved. Qin Mo used that hesitation. He kept walking backward through the hall, pulling the frightened girl with him, not running, not aggressive, just steady. The kind of movement that made force look reckless. The guards could stop him. The captain had the authority. But authority needed to feel justified to use itself cleanly, and the hall had just watched several women writhe under spirit pressure that the official story called impossible. Dao Ren's voice cut through from the far entrance. "Move on them." The moment ended. They ran. Chapter 20 Night did not arrive quietly. By evening the academy was burning in the way institutions burn before they admit they were always full of fuel. Not with fire. With panic. The city guard had tried to contain the awakenings. The academy had tried to isolate the witnesses. Neither effort worked once the first girls in the outer halls began showing true spirit flare under pressure. Word moved faster than the gates could close. Servants whispered to students. Students ran to families. Families ran to the city. Guards doubled their patrols. Tao Ren sent sealed orders that made him sound less like a headmaster and more like a man trying to keep the walls from noticing they were walls. Qin Mo, Su Yan, Lin Quangshuang, and Wen moved through the archive corridor with the band ledgers wrapped in cloth and stacked as high as Qin Mo could manage. Mei Lin was with them. She had awakened earlier in the chaos when the earth root seed under her water spirit reacted to the ripple. Not fully. Not yet. But enough to make the floor under her bare feet pulse in answer, enough to make the nearest suppression line weaken by a visible margin. She looked terrified of herself and furious at anyone who might decide that fear meant she should be hidden again. Qin Mo understood that feeling too well for comfort. "The south gate is locked," Wen said. "The east service route is open only if no one notices us." Su Yan snorted. "That's a large if." Qin Mo glanced through the iris at the route ahead. The lines were bad. More patrols than expected. 2 formation locks. 1 city guard checkpoint outside the academy wall. And, beyond that, wanted notices already being pasted to posts in the lower streets. His own face was crude but recognizable. Su Yan's was cleaner. Lin Quangshuang's had been sketched with enough accuracy to make the eyes angry. The academy had not wasted time. "We leave by the western runoff path," he said. Wen nodded. "That route was sealed years ago." "Then the seals are old." Su Yan gave him a look that was half admiration, half exhaustion. You really do think like a problem. I prefer solution. They moved. The runoff path lay beneath the outer wall in a narrow stone channel that smelled of rain and mold. Qin Mo nearly slipped twice and only avoided disaster because Su Yan had the practical kindness to seize the back of his collar and pull him upright without comment. Lin Qiangshuang carried the archive bag in one hand and a chill enough to keep the runoff from freezing to their boots. The path spat them out into the lower city just before midnight. The streets were crowded with lantern light and rumor. Wanted notices had already spread across 3 walls. Students and workers alike clustered around them. Qin Mo saw faces he recognized staring at the sketches with a stunned expression of people who had discovered the Academy's story did not match the one the city told itself. Some looked afraid. Some looked angry. Some looked hungry for an explanation that did not leave them helpless. He understood then that the Academy could not put the genie back in the bottle. Not now. Not after the first public crack. They ducked into an alley between a silk stall and a tea house just as a patrol crossed the main road. Qin Mo turned and looked back through the crowd at the notices, the guards, the academy walls beyond the roofline. This was only the beginning. He could feel it in the spirit lines around the women passing in the street, in the hidden threads shaking awake one by one under the city lights. The heavenly iris saw them. Not all, not yet, but enough. Enough to know the lie had started to collapse from the inside. A woman 2 stalls down was arguing the price of thread with a merchant, and under her tired voice the iris caught the faint gleam of something sealed below her shoulder blade. A girl no older than 14 carried a water bucket from a well, and the chain at her hip moved with her, invisible to everyone else, heavy enough to bend her stride without her knowing why she always felt slightly slower than she should. Qin Mo exhaled. Su Yan stood beside him, breathing hard from the run. What now? Qin Mo tightened his grip on the band archives. He thought of the named place in Wen's oldest scrolls. Moonvale. He thought of the root spirit in Mei Lin's body. He thought of the hidden phoenix in Lin Qiangshuang, the spear in Su Yan, the chain lattice threaded through every woman he had looked at since waking from the rubble. He thought of the thin line in the clouds and whatever ancient awareness had just turned its gaze toward the lower world. They had made noise. There was no undoing it. The only sensible response was to make it mean something. Lin Qiangshuang shifted the archive bag on her shoulder and spoke without warmth. If we stay in the open, they will find us before morning. Then we do not stay in the open. Where do we go? Wen, who had materialized from the alley's shadow at some point during the last 30 seconds in a way that suggested he had been planning this escape route longer than any of them, spoke without turning. The lower city has always had places that did not report to the academy, he said. Follow me. Su Yan looked at Qin Mo. He shrugged. She followed Wen. Qin Mo looked once more at the wanted notices on the wall, at the sketched version of his own face carrying his expression wrong, too angry, not tired enough. He reached up, tore the nearest notice down without ceremony, and folded it into his pocket. Evidence, maybe. Or just the need to take one small thing back. Then he looked up at the city darkening under the clouds and made the simplest promise he could honestly keep. Now, he said to himself, we find the girls who have been waiting for someone to tell them the cage is real. Chapter 21. The lower city did not look poor from a distance. From above the academy walls, the districts below the ridge had always seemed busy rather than desperate. Smoke from kitchens. Lanterns in the evening. Caravans threading through market lanes. The kind of place people in authority called lively when they wanted to avoid saying crowded and underfed. Up close, the cracks were harder to ignore. Qin Mo saw them first in the spirit lines. The women in the streets carried the same hidden chains he had seen in the academy, but the pressure here was worse because the suppression had room to spread without anyone checking on the damage. A fishmonger with a torn sleeve had a second spirit folded under her public one so tightly it looked like a bent reed. A seamstress in a corner workshop had a buried flame spirit that flickered only when she was angry enough to forget to look meek. A child carrying water had a hidden root pattern that made the stones beneath her feet pulse faintly in the iris. He stopped in the alley mouth and stared. Su Yan bumped his shoulder. You keep doing that. Doing what? Looking like the world insulted your ancestors. Qin Mo almost laughed, then let the sound die when he looked at the crowd moving through the lane. It did. The wanted notices had spread fast. Too fast to be natural, which meant the academy had leaned on city clerks and guard allies to make sure the story of the demonic contamination reached the lower districts before the truth had time to stand up straight. Qin Mo saw his own face on one wall, but the crowd's reaction was not hatred. It was confusion. A few men frowned at the drawing. Several women studied it too long. One washerwoman snorted as if the artist had been very optimistic about his jawline. Wen led them away from the main streets and into a cluster of narrow back lanes where the buildings pressed in like old teeth. "We need food first," he said. "Then somewhere no guard captain will think to search." "That's not very specific," Lin Qiangshuang observed. "It's the lower city," Wen replied. "Everything is either too obvious or forgotten. Both are useful if you know which one to be." They found the first shelter by accident. It was not marked. Not really. Just an old noodle shop with the front half open and the back curtain kept intentionally heavy to obscure the room behind it. The smell of broth hit Qin Mo in the doorway, and the sound of women speaking in low, tired voices reached him before the proprietor noticed their approach. The shop owner was a broad-shouldered woman with flower on her sleeves and a spirit thread around her wrist so faint it might have been dismissed as decorative lace by anyone without the iris. She looked at the four of them, then at Wen, then at Qin Mo's bandage and wanted posters and decided not to ask a single question until she knew whether answers would cost her rent. "If you're looking for the guard office," she said, "it's 2 streets east." Su Yan put her hands on her hips. "We are looking for dinner." That, at least, was a language the woman understood. She stepped aside and let them in. The back room had 6 tables, 2 boiling pots, and more women than the storefront had suggested. Laborers. A medic. 2 girls from the academy wearing borrowed coats. 1 older woman with a woodcutter's hands. All of them went still when Qin Mo entered because the wanted notices had already taught them caution. Qin Mo kept his movements slow. He could see the hidden spirits instantly now that he knew to look for the faint tension just beneath a body's surface. It was like seeing the outline of a second heartbeat in every woman in the room. Some were nearly invisible. Some were unmistakable if he let the iris linger. But all of them had one thing in common. They looked tired of being told the shape of themselves. The shop owner set bowls down in front of them without ceremony. "Eat first," she said. "If you're here to recruit, I don't work with empty stomachs." Wen gave Qin Mo a look that suggested he ought to remember this woman as someone who understood logistics better than most generals. He ate. The broth was simple and too salty by half. It tasted like it had been made by someone who knew how to turn scraps into something that could convince the body to keep going. Qin Mo found himself swallowing too quickly and had to slow down because his leg reminded him he was still not as recovered as he liked to imagine. The women in the room kept glancing at him. One of the academy girls, a short trainee with a split lip, finally asked, "Are you the one from the notices?" Qin Mo set his bowl down. "Probably." The room tilted with a few nervous laughs. The shop owner folded her arms. "If you've come to bring trouble, we already have enough. We're not here to add to it," Su Yan said. "We're here because your city has been lying about women for a very long time." The owner looked skeptical. "That should get you killed." "We're trying to avoid that," Qin Mo replied. That earned a dry snort. Wen, who had clearly decided the proper method was to cut straight through fear before it hardens, took out one of the archive scrolls and set it on the table. "There are old records of a place called Moonvale," he said. "Also records of how the suppression lattice was spread through the continent. If the Academy has reached the point of sealing girls as if there were a disorder, we will need allies who can keep each other alive longer than the lies can survive." The room became very quiet. One woman at the back, a seamstress with a hidden ember spirit Qin Mo could see flickering under her public needlework form, stared at him with a tired suspicion that was almost respect. "Can you really see it?" she asked. Qin Mo looked at her and nodded. "Then look at me," she said. He did. The iris revealed the second spirit under her sewing current, small but real, a flame that had been pinned down by years of working until her hands shook. She watched his face change and let out a breath as if she had been holding it for years. "I knew I wasn't only useful for thread." Qin Mo's throat tightened. The room was not full of rebels yet. It was full of women still deciding whether hope was a trap. But that was enough to begin with. Before he left, the owner of the noodle shop gave him a second bowl wrapped in cloth and said, as if it cost her nothing at all, "If you make people disappear, bring them through the back lane." Qin Mo accepted it because some offers were too honest to refuse. Outside, the lower city waited with its lanterns and its fear. He looked at the women moving through it and understood that the Academy's lie had not merely cracked. It had found a voice. Chapter 22 Su Yan started the shelter network by stealing chairs. That was the sort of sentence that sounded absurd until one understood what it meant in a city built to make the poor move through space one rented room at a time. The first chairs came from the noodle shop's back room, then from an abandoned dye house, then from a broken warehouse the shop owner knew about because her brother had once lost money in it and never recovered enough pride to rent the place again. Su Yan did not ask permission from the city to create a safe place. She simply started carrying useful objects into useful buildings and finding women who could do the same. Qin Mo watched her work with something very close to amazement. He had expected anger. He had not expected efficiency. In 3 days she had found blacksmiths whose daughters were tired of being told to stand behind the forge. Laborers who knew where the city's grain moved at night. 2 dismissed academy students with bruised egos and enough organizational skill to keep the shelter locations rotating. A seamstress network that could hide a person faster than a patrol could record a name. Every woman she met who looked like she had spent years swallowing her own voice got asked one simple question. Do you want to help? Most of them did. Not all at once. Some needed to hear the question twice. Some needed tea. Some needed a place to sit without being expected to justify their fear. But once the shelter began to exist, it attracted the people it had been made for. Qin Mo used the iris to help where he could. He discovered that not every hidden spirit needed immediate awakening. Some only needed confirmation. Others needed the pressure of being seen by someone who would not flinch. One mother had spent her whole life thinking the strange heat in her palms meant illness. When Qin Mo showed her the second spirit under the surface, she sat down so suddenly the bench cracked. I thought I was just bad at the work, she whispered. No, Qin Mo said, and the word came out rougher than he intended. They were bad at telling the truth. By the time the first hidden shelter was stable, it had become obvious that ordinary city life had been carrying these women like worn-out tools for too long. Su Yan found that blacksmith wives knew the safest routes through every market district. Laborers knew which guard shifts drank too much and which ones took bribes. The dismissed academy girls had learned enough about written records to move names and supplies between ledgers without drawing notice. The network grew because every woman brought one thing she had learned while being ignored. Qin Mo helped by seeing what had been hidden in the people who came through the doors. He awakened no one on the first day of the shelter's real work. That was deliberate. The iris was not a hammer. He remembered Wen's warning about the backlash and the importance of controlled methods. So instead he sat with people long enough to identify the strain in their spirit lines and the shape of the second thing beneath. Some were small enough that the women themselves did not believe him at first. Some were so bright he had to ask for privacy before saying what he saw. One old woman with a broken back and a sweeping spirit woke staring at her own hands and then started laughing and crying at the same time because for 40 years she had believed the ache in her joints was weakness instead of overstraining a suppressed earth-root body. Su Yan watched all of it with a tight expression that Qin Mo could not fully read. What's wrong? He asked at one point. Nothing. He gave her a look. She sighed and leaned against a pillar. It's just. She folded her arms. We keep finding the same pattern. Every woman who gets called useless has something under the surface. Every man who says the world is balanced seems to be standing somewhere with better floorboards. Qin Mo almost smiled. Then he heard Lin Qiangshuang in the back room behind the curtain, speaking in a low tone to one of the academy girls who had joined them. She was teaching. Not the basic formalities the academy had forced on her. Not the controlled, narrow movements of the ice ribbon spirit. She was teaching how to listen to qi without treating it like a punishment, how to let winter flow without cutting off the breath, how to notice when a spirit is being pushed into looking smaller than it is. Qin Mo went still in the doorway. Lin Qiangshuang noticed him and lifted one brow. What? Nothing. Don't start copying my answer. He stepped in and saw that she had already arranged the girls in a loose circle. One of them was a laundress with a small hidden water root. Another was a market runner with a smoke spirit that looked too unstable to be useful until one considered how often a person in the lower city needed to disappear in a hurry. Lin Qiangshuang had understood something Qin Mo was only beginning to accept. If they wanted the hidden spirits to stay awake, they could not depend on him alone. He told her as much. She didn't deny it. Good. Good? If everyone has to wait for you, then the whole thing collapses when you sleep. That was both rude and correct. Qin Mo watched the girls copy her movements and felt the shape of the future shift a little. Not a grand shift. Not yet. But a real one. The shelter network was becoming something larger than hiding. It was becoming instruction. And instruction, he was beginning to suspect, was the opposite of the cage. Chapter 23 Lin Qiangshuang liked dawn because the city was less judgmental before breakfast. At least that was what she told Qin Mo when he found her in the shelter courtyard one pale morning, standing barefoot on a strip of frost she had laid across the stone to test how much of her hidden spirit she could call without causing a public flare. The answer, based on the air pressure and the way the nearby water basin had frozen at the rim, was more than she had expected and less than she wanted. She looked at the ice with a grim expression. Your face says you want to fight the sky, Qin Mo said. My face says I am tired of being told I am limited. He had to admit that was fair. The academy had given her the ribbon shape because it was narrow enough for control and elegant enough for praise. The frost phoenix under it was another matter entirely. It did not want to be narrow. It wanted space, altitude, and weather. Lin Shuang had spent most of her life thinking the tension in her spirit came from her own lack of discipline. Now she was beginning to suspect that the discipline was part of the lock. Qin Mo crouched beside the basin and opened the iris. The hidden phoenix stirred at once. Not violently. Elegantly, if one could call a bird trapped in frost chains elegant. It had grown since the first crack in the courtyard. Not in raw size, exactly, but in clarity. The line of the wings had become sharper. The flame feathers beneath the ice ribbon were more distinct. The chain knots were still there, yet each time Lin Shuang pushed the spirit through safe practice, one thread loosened and the body beneath found more room. "You're still afraid of pushing too hard," Qin Mo said. Lin Shuang glanced at him. "And you're not?" "I am terrified." "Then act better," he laughed, which annoyed her enough to be satisfying. The truth was that he had brought the iris with him because Lin Shuang had asked for more direct advice than the academy ever gave its best students. The hidden phoenix was stronger than the ribbon, but the act of moving toward it triggered old habits of restraint. She stopped before the spirit could fully open because she had learned, for years, that bigger power invited bigger punishment. He helped her through that by asking the question she had not expected. "What does it feel like when you stop trying to make it acceptable?" Lin Shuang was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "Like I'm about to be blamed." He nodded. "Again?" "Always." That was the answer, wasn't it? Not one injury but a habit of being prepared to apologize for the space one's talent took up. Qin Mo felt anger start to gather in him, then set it aside because rage alone did not open chains. "Try this," he said. "Don't think of the phoenix as a weapon you have to justify. Think of it as a direction." "A direction?" "Up. Out. Widening. Whatever makes the ribbon stop pretending it's the whole sky." Lin Shuang stared at him as if he had just insulted the academy in a language only she understood. Then she closed her eyes and tried again. The frost phoenix shifted. Not enough for a public flare. Just enough for the air around her to cool and sharpen in a way that made Qin Mo's own skin prickle. The spirit lines on her shoulder opened another fraction. A hidden heat ran under the cold this time, not explosive but steady. She opened her eyes. The expression there was almost dangerous. "I can feel more than before," she said quietly. "Good. It's not just strength. No. It's..." She looked down at her own hands, and the next words came slower than she probably intended them to. "It's like the academy taught me my spirit had to be made narrow enough for other people to tolerate. But the more I let it move, the more I realized the ribbon was never the whole thing." Qin Mo held very still. He had seen this coming in different forms in nearly every woman he had helped so far. Not merely a reclaiming of power. A reclamation of scale. A change in how the self imagined itself. Lin Shuang kept speaking, almost as if the words had to leave her mouth before she lost the nerve. "If I had been allowed to grow this way from the beginning, you would have been less convenient," Qin Mo said. That made her laugh, short and surprised. She looked at him with renewed suspicion. "You sound amused." "I am, a little." "Why?" "Because the world put you in a cage and still expected you to thank it for the decoration." Lin Shuang did not answer immediately. Then she looked off toward the shelter house where Su Yan was arguing with the merchant over grain prices, and the academy girls were trying to coax one another into correctly sensing spirit flow. "If the phoenix keeps opening," she said, "Tao Ren will know. He already knows. Then someone worse will know next." Qin Mo's eye ached at the thought. He looked up at the pale dawn and realized with a chill that the omen from the sky had not been the end of noticing. It had been the first notice. Chapter 24. The lower slum children laughed at Qin Mo until the iris opened. That was not as cruel as it sounded. Children laughed because adults had taught them what disbelief looked like, and in the lower city a man talking about hidden spirits sounded very much like another person trying to sell hope by the cup. Qin Mo understood the skepticism. He had arranged for the shelter network to gather a handful of children from different districts under the pretense of simple health checks. Su Yan had grumbled that it felt like starting a sermon with soup, but she had still provided the soup. Wen had warned against making too much noise. Lin Shuang had said he was overdue for being suspicious in public. The children crowded around the low table in the back room of the noodle shop, staring at him with a sort of open curiosity only the very young and the very tired can afford. "Sit still," Qin Mo told the first one. The boy in question, a thin child with bruised knees and a scraped palm, rolled his eyes. "You're the one with the weird eye." That made the room snicker. Qin Mo grinned despite himself. "Fair enough." He placed 2 fingers near the boy's wrist and let the heavenly iris open. The child's public spirit was a simple candle flame. The sort of tiny thing city clerks would write down with a shrug and move on from. Underneath it, Qin Mo saw a woven stone pattern, a miniature earth core spirit that had been compressed so thoroughly it looked more like a lump than a seed. The chains around it were not thick but they were old, making the hidden inheritance feel half forgotten rather than fully denied. He frowned. The next child, a girl with a basket of discarded cloth, had a weak thread spirit publicly and a second form like a silver thorn beneath it. The third, a street runner who had been called clumsy since infancy, had a fast wind current hidden so deep it only showed itself when he asked her to stand still and breathe. Qin Mo looked up slowly. Su Yan, who had been watching from the doorway, met his expression and immediately knew something had changed. Well? He stood and motioned the children into a cluster. Your spirits are not just hidden, he said. They're being trained out of shape before they can settle. The children exchanged confused looks. The boy with the bruised knees raised a hand. Is that bad? Qin Mo glanced at the earth core seed under the candle flame and considered the full weight of the answer. It means, he said carefully, that the world has been telling you less about yourself than it should. The room went quiet. He took the first child again and did not try to fully awaken anything. Instead he guided the flow just enough for the hidden stone root to shift and show itself in the iris. The boy gasped and nearly fell backward, then looked down at his own hand as if he expected it to become someone else's. What did you do? I asked it where it wanted to go. Spirits can do that? Apparently. The girl with the cloth basket leaned in. What about mine? He hesitated, then checked. Her thorn spirit was not a weapon exactly. It was a pattern for cutting through obstruction. A useful thing in a city full of people who like to place barriers around the poor. The hidden form was small but quick, and if awakened cleanly it could become a frighteningly precise supportability. Yours, he told her, is very good at getting where it needs to be. She beamed so hard it startled him. By the time he had looked through all the children, the conclusion had become obvious enough to feel insulting. It was not class that determined who had hidden potential. Nor family. Nor age. The suppression lattice had spread far enough that its effect could be felt in the bodies of poor and rich alike. Some children had stronger hidden spirits because their bloodlines were old. Some had smaller ones because their conditions were worse. But the pattern was everywhere. The machine had not chosen the academy as a special target. The academy had merely been one place where the damage was easy to see. Qin Mo stepped back and rubbed his eye. The iris had shown enough. The suppression was continent-wide. The children stared at him expectantly. He had no comforting lie prepared for what that meant. So he told them the smallest honest version. Your family is not the only place where this happens. That caused a stir. One child looked frightened. Another looked angry in a very focused way. The girl with the cloth basket looked away first and then back as if trying to decide whether the world was large enough to contain the truth. Su Yan came to stand beside him. What does that do? She asked quietly. Qin Mo looked across the room at the children and then past them to the city outside, to the guards, the patrol routes, the shelves of ordinary lives stacked under carefully managed lies. It means, he said, we're not treating a symptom. We're pushing against the whole hand. That answered no one and everyone at once. The boy with the earth root seed looked up and said, very directly, can you fix it? Qin Mo did not lie. I can help. The boy thought about that for a second, then nodded as if that was enough. It was, Qin Mo decided, more than enough for today. Chapter 25 Gu Feixiu entered Qin Mo's line of sight 3 seconds before the knife reached his throat. That was a humiliatingly narrow margin. He had been crossing the back lane between the noodle shop and the dye house when the iris caught a flicker of movement in the upper wall shadow. Not a guard. Not a common thief. The spirit lines of the figure were too disciplined for that, too quiet, and bent around the body in a pattern that screamed train killer to anyone who had spent enough time being nearly dead. Qin Mo pivoted on instinct. The blade cut empty air where his neck had been. Su Yan, walking 3 paces behind him with a sack of grain on her shoulder, swore and dumped the sack into the dirt as she moved to intercept. The assassin was already gone from the place he had been, sliding along the wall with a masked face and dark sleeves cut close for speed. The second strike came from below. Qin Mo ducked and felt the pressure of the knife pass over his hair. There was a heartbeat of chaos, then the alley snapped into stillness as the assassin landed on the far side of the lane and watched him with unreadable eyes behind a thin iron mask. Not a city cutthroat. Not random. This was a professional. Su Yan stepped in front of Qin Mo with the broken hammer held low. Who sent you? The assassin said nothing. Qin Mo opened the heavenly iris fully and almost staggered from the sight. The body shape was feminine. Young, but not childlike. Lean, efficient, every movement built around no wasted motion. The surface spirit was masked too, Not by cloth but by a deliberate suppression layer designed to keep the public reading dull. Underneath it, though, the second spirit blazed. A white bone mantis. Elegant. Deadly. Frightening in the way a precise blade is frightening when one realizes it has been pointed at the throat all along. The hidden mantis spirit was not locked as tightly as the academy girls were. It had been trained into restraint rather than raw suppression. That told Qin Mo the assassin came from somewhere that accepted killing as a profession and control as doctrine. Noble house. Cult sect. Some blend of both. He looked at the masked woman and spoke before she could strike again. Your hidden spirit has been forced into a false breathing pattern. That stopped her. Not enough to lower the knife. Enough to reveal surprise in the angle of her shoulders. Qin Mo took one careful step forward. The mandibles are set too narrow. You compensate by overusing the hips, which is why your right side burns after prolonged movement. Su Yan stared at him like he had lost his mind. The assassin's knife did not lower. But the pause had become real. Qin Mo kept going. You were sent to kill me because someone thinks I'm the source of the disturbance. They also think you can do it quietly. If I'm wrong, you can still stab me. But if I'm right, then you are wasting a body that still has use. The assassin's eyes narrowed. Qin Mo could feel the white bone mantis in her spirit lines twitch at being recognized. A hidden thing seen too clearly often reacted like prey and predator at the same time. Who are you? The woman asked at last. Her voice was low and carefully flattened. Qin Mo almost answered with his name. Then he saw the tiny shift in the alley roofline and understood there was another observer above them. Not just an assassin. A watcher making sure she finished the job. He answered anyway. Someone who can see what they tried to bury. The assassin's body tightened. That is not an answer. It's the only one you need right now. She lunged again. Su Yan swung the hammerhead upward and knocked the knife offline. The force should have broken fingers. It did not. The assassin moved with terrifying grace, twisting around the impact and landing in a crouch so tight it looked like the opening shape of a spider. Qin Mo saw the white bone mantis flash in the iris. And he knew, suddenly and with a cold certainty, that this woman was not merely trying to kill him. She had been sent to measure whether he was a threat worth removing. A test before a larger move. The hidden spirit itself had been kept sharp enough to serve a house that valued precision over mercy. He did the most dangerous thing available. He spoke to her as if she were a person and not a weapon. If you go back with a failure, he said, they'll punish you for hesitation. Her knife trembled. Don't pretend to know my employers. I don't need to know their names to recognize the shape of the leash. That landed. Not visibly. But enough. The watcher on the roof shifted, and Qin Mo sensed the pressure of a second strike waiting to be ordered if the first one did not conclude. He turned the iris on the assassin's spirit and laid the hidden mantis bare. You have a second spirit, he said. A real one. They sealed it into a killing frame so you could be made useful. If you keep letting them call that loyalty, you will die believing obedience is the same as belonging. The assassin froze. Su Yan, somehow sensing the importance of the moment, did not move. Qin Mo held his breath. The white bone mantis spirit beneath the surface had started to shift in anger, or maybe relief, or maybe the shock of being seen by someone who was not buying the lie. Its chain pattern was different from the others Qin Mo had awakened. Less direct suppression. More shaping. The hidden talent had been trained into a narrow, ruthless line because that was what the house needed. He lowered his voice. I can show you what's been done to you. The assassin's eyes widened by the smallest fraction. Then the roof watcher moved. Qin Mo felt the incoming pressure before he saw the weapon. Chapter 26 The second killer never made it down to the alley floor. Su Yan's broken hammer struck the wall support exactly as the unseen watcher launched, and the impact forced a shower of tiles and old timber down through the line of attack. The hidden figure cursed in a voice Qin Mo barely caught, then retreated to avoid being buried under the collapse. The brief interference was enough for the masked woman in the alley to hesitate. That hesitation saved her life. It also nearly got Qin Mo killed by the original plan. She moved again with renewed speed, this time not to land a clean stab but to create distance. Qin Mo could see from the posture that she intended to retreat and report failure, maybe with the additional note that he had recognized her spirit. He had maybe 3 heartbeats to do something useful before she vanished into the lower city maze and took the truth with her. He held out his empty hand. Go back, Su Yan snapped at him. Not yet. Qin Mo. I said not yet. The assassin's knife hovered near his wrist. He met her gaze through the mask. You were sent to kill me, he said. Which means someone already believes what I can do is dangerous. That means they are afraid of the result if I keep living. The woman did not answer. He looked past her to the roofline and back again. If you leave now, you go home to punishment and another order. If you stay long enough to hear one thing, you might leave with a way out. That was enough to make the hidden mantis spirit pulse once, sharp and uncertain. Why would you help me? She asked. The question was so quiet that Su Yan stopped breathing for a second. Qin Mo did not answer quickly. He needed the truth to sound less foolish than it felt. Because you have been trained to be useful in a way that leaves you smaller, he said. I've seen it before. The assassin's shoulders went rigid. He saw the confirmation in the iris before she had a chance to hide it. Family. House. Sect. Something there had clipped the hidden spirit into a killing frame and called it merit. The woman before him was not acting for herself in the way a free person would. She had been made into a blade and then blamed for cutting. That angered him more than he expected. He reached into the torn satchel at his side and pulled out one of Wen's copied diagrams, folded small enough to hide in a sleeve. Look. Su Yan stared at him like he had lost the argument with common sense. The masked woman did not lower the knife. Qin Mo unfolded the page anyway and held it out just beyond the blade's reach. The suppression layer on your spirit is wrong, he said. The breathing loop tightens the mantis frame into a false patience. It makes you efficient, but it also makes your hidden spirit harder to awaken cleanly. If I were trying to kill you, I'd say nothing. If I were trying to recruit you, I'd flatter you. I am trying to show you that what they called training has also been a cage. The assassin stared. The small roof watcher shifted again, but this time not to attack. To listen. Qin Mo suspected that was already a failure from their point of view. Who taught you that? The woman asked, and something in her voice had changed. Less flat. More dangerous in a different way. An archivist with a better memory than the Academy deserves. And you believe this? Qin Mo met her eyes. I saw your hidden spirit before you drew the knife. That hit harder than any speech could have. The assassin's posture altered just enough for him to know she had felt the line. He stepped half a pace closer. You don't have to keep being whatever they made you into. For the first time, the knife dipped a fraction. Su Yan's breathing changed, careful and tense. The masked woman looked down at the paper in Qin Mo's hand and then back at him, as if trying to decide whether this was a trick too simple to be sincere or a truth so costly it might be worth more than obedience. If I fail, she said quietly, they'll send someone worse. Then don't fail alone. That was the last thing he said before the watcher on the roof made their choice. The hidden pressure flashed. Qin Mo felt it turn, not against him, but toward the assassin. She reacted with the speed of a creature that had survived long enough to know betrayal when it passed overhead. The knife shot up as the first attack came from above, and Su Yan moved to intercept the second. The alley became a blur of broken tiles, shouted curses, and two enemies trying to finish the job from opposite directions. Qin Mo grabbed the assassin's sleeve and yanked her down behind a stack of water jars. Stay low, he snapped. The masked woman had not yet decided whether to kill him or trust him, which was apparently enough to make her obey. The roof support gave way with a crack. The hidden watcher fled. A second later, Qin Mo realized the assassin in front of him had gone rigid for an entirely different reason. The white bone mantis spirit under her suppression layer had reacted to the sudden stress, and the chain around it had come into sharp enough focus in the iris that he could see the places where it had been forced into the body instead of grown with it. He looked at her and said the only rational thing left. If you want, I can try to open it. The woman stared at him. Then, to his shock, she backed away. Not running. Retreating. Guarded. Shaken. And when she finally spoke, her voice was rougher than before. If I come back, she said, and you are lying, I will cut out your eye first. Qin Mo almost smiled despite the blood still warming his sleeve. Noted. She vanished into the alley shadows before he could answer again. Su Yan dropped the broken hammer to her side and rounded on him at once. You are insane. That is becoming a theme. You talked an assassin out of killing you. I did not talk her out of it. Then what did you do? Qin Mo looked at the alley where the masked woman had gone and at the direction the hidden watcher had fled. Then he looked at the torn paper in his hand, the one that showed the first part of the white bone mantis breathing pattern. I showed her there was another way to be strong. Su Yan closed her eyes for a long second. I hate how often that seems to work for you. Chapter 27 Old archivist Wen claimed the ruined shrine had once been a place of flowers. Qin Mo suspected the old man was being poetic in the way only the very elderly and the very stubborn can be when they are certain a thing has been forgotten unjustly. The shrine sat outside the lower city wall in a district of cracked stairways and overgrown stone, half buried under a tangle of roots and ivy that had taken over the plaster roof. No one used it now. Children threw pebbles at the outer steps when they were bored. Adults crossed the street without looking at it. Wen stood at the threshold and touched the doorframe with his cane. "This was once a reception hall," he said. "For women who came to ask whether they had a path." Su Yan glanced at Qin Mo. "He always talks like this?" "Only when he's trying not to say something more depressing." The archivist made a pleased sound. "Excellent. The boy learns." The shrine interior smelled of dust and damp stone, but beneath that lay a faint trace of old incense and wax, not enough to catch the nose unless one knew to search for it. Qin Mo's iris dug immediately toward the rear wall, where the spirit lines were wrung in a way that told him the structure had been altered and then concealed. He looked back at Wen. "You've been here before?" "Yes. Why now?" The old man did not answer immediately. Instead he walked to the altar room and pressed 2 fingers against a seam in the floor. A narrow panel slid back, revealing a hollow cavity packed with scrolls, damaged tablets, and old offering ledgers wrapped in wax cloth. Qin Mo stared. Su Yan let out a low whistle. "You hid the whole shrine under the shrine." Wen's mouth twitched. The young think in terms of hiding. The old think in terms of forgetting. He gestured them closer. Inside the cavity were records of a prior era. Not all intact. Many had been partially eaten by moisture or deliberately scraped. But enough remained for Qin Mo to recognize the shape of the old place. Women came here for awakenings. For residence confirmation. For alignment rituals no longer legal under the modern appraisal system. This had been a site where hidden spirits were once handled as a normal part of life rather than an emergency to be contained. Su Yan picked up one tablet and read the faded characters aloud. Moon Breath 8 Hall. Wen nodded. Among other names, Qin Mo crouched beside a stack of scrolls. The iris showed that the cavity wall had been sealed by multiple generations. Some seals were newer, meant to obscure the cavity from prying hands. Some were much older, built into the original shrine construction. That meant the place had first been a legitimate receiving site for awakenings, then a hidden archive, then a forgotten ruin. The suppression had not only stolen power. It had erased places where women had once been allowed to become more than one story at a time. He found a stack of ritual diagrams and spread them on the floor. The lines made his stomach tighten. These were not just old awakening methods. They were control maps. The suppression lattice had been overlaid on top of older civic formation lines. A mortal empire had first standardized public appraisal and marriage oath structures, then temple authorities had sanctified those systems, then later rulers had rebranded them as divine balance. What started as policy had become doctrine because enough generations had mistaken repetition for heaven. Qin Mo looked up sharply. The formation was built by people. Wen nodded once. Of course it was. Then the gods. What gods? Wen asked dryly. People who benefit from the shape of a system usually claim it belongs to the sky. That does not make it so. Su Yan stared at the diagrams. So this all began with mortal empires controlling women? And continued because the people who inherited the system found it useful. Qin Mo felt cold spread through him. The iris made the lines on the diagrams throb in layered levels. Formation. Law. Ritual. Bloodline. They had not been stacking by accident. Someone had built a structure that could be adapted across regions and generations by different authorities, all of them benefiting from the same result, women becoming narrower than what they could have been. The old shrine felt suddenly smaller. He turned another page and found a note written in a hand older than the rest. Awakening requires witness. Witness requires trust. Trust requires proof that the path is still theirs. Qin Mo read it twice. Then he looked at Wen. This means the old method wasn't about brute force. No. It was about helping the spirit accept its own shape. Yes. Su Yan leaned over his shoulder. Can you do it? Qin Mo stared at the note and then at the diagram beneath it. The answer was no longer theoretical. He had already cracked 2 hidden spirits. He had already seen how the opening could hurt or heal depending on pressure and timing. What he had not yet done was awaken one safely through a complete path with witnesses and no emergency collapse. That could be learned. It had to be. He folded the note carefully. Maybe, he said. Wen's expression did not change, but his voice softened by a fraction. Then we have finally arrived at the useful part of the story. Chapter 28. The ritual diagrams led them to a discovery Qin Mo would have preferred to make in a room with more cushions. They were not looking at a local shrine manual. They were looking at a continent-scale schema. The cavity under the ruined shrine held a cluster of maps, each one showing a different region's awakening hall lines, marriage oath nodes, and public spirit appraisal circuits. The same shape repeated across them all, adjusted for local customs but never fundamentally changing. It was a machine made of policy and belief. Qin Mo stared at the diagram until his eye burned. "This isn't just the academy," he said. Wen sat on a low stool, hands folded over his cane. "I know. Then every city. Not every street. Every system." Su Yan leaned in closer, her face tightening as the implications sharpened. "They built the suppression into the way people think about gifts, marriages, inheritance, and who is allowed to stand in front of a crowd." Qin Mo nodded slowly. The older notes described the process in dry language that only made it uglier. Public appraisals were used to simplify public acceptance of talent. Talent was then framed in legal records. Legal records were used to justify training access. Training access determined marriage options. Marriage options were used to redirect bloodlines. Bloodlines were then folded into religion, and religion was used to declare the result natural. It was elegant in the way poison could be elegant. Wen pulled a second stack of tablets from the cavity. These were family line records from older awakeners. Qin Mo saw names repeated with symbols denoting hidden inheritance types. Spear. Root. Flame. Phoenix. Thorn. Crown. What had once been a normal spread of talents across women had been rationalized out of history by people who needed the continent to believe men were the only true custodians of destiny. Su Yan shook her head. "And they just kept adding layers." "Yes," Wen said. "Because every layer made the last one look more reasonable." Qin Mo looked at the records and had the sickening sensation of seeing the outline of the world as a bureaucratic lie. He found one page that mapped the ritual sites by city district. The academy. Temples. Noble halls. Marriage registries. River checkpoints. Grain ledgers. The suppression had been a whole civilization project disguised as cultural stability. He sat back slowly. "If we can break one site, people will start asking why the same pattern exists everywhere." Wen's mouth curved. "You are learning how revolutions actually begin." Su Yan folded her arms. "By paperwork? By proof?" Qin Mo thought of the lower city women who had already started gathering in shelter rooms. He thought of Mei Lin and Lin Qiangshuang and the seamstress and the academy girls. Proof was not enough by itself. People also needed permission to believe what they had suspected all along. But proof made permission unnecessary. He looked back at the maps. "These diagrams are old enough that the current rulers probably don't know they still exist." "Some do," Wen said. "Not all. The ones who inherited the structure from their elders tend to know more than they admit. The ones at the bottom mostly call it tradition and avoid asking questions that would cost them dinners." Su Yan made a disgusted sound. Then she reached for a tablet and paused. "What about the old awakeners?" Wen looked at her. "Erased, mostly. Scattered, some. A few families preserved fragments." Qin Mo traced one of the names with his eyes. The hidden line beneath the public spirit record was different here. More natural. Less compressive. It was as if the spirit itself had once been allowed to bloom properly before later generations cut it down and called the smaller shape standard. He made a decision. The room watched him realize it. "We can use this," he said. "To do what?" Su Yan asked. Qin Mo looked at the records, then at the diagram of a city network, then at the old shrine where women used to come hoping to hear that they had a path worth walking. "To stop pretending each awakening is a miracle no one else can share." Wen's expression tightened with approval. The archive room felt warmer. It was a dangerous kind of warmth. One that meant the next step would be harder than the last, because now they knew the scope of the machine they were pushing against. But it also meant they were no longer guessing. Qin Mo picked up one of the older tablets and held it under the lamp. The inheritance symbols were familiar now, the same basic shapes he had seen in the iris. Spear. Phoenix. Root. Crown. They were listed without judgment, the way a herbalist lists useful plants. But later annotations in darker ink had added glosses beside each one. Unstable in household context. Requires management. Recommend early redirection to supportive role. Someone had gone through these records and translated gifts into problems. He set the tablet down. "We need more than this," he said. Wen looked up. "More than the continent's entire suppression schema? We need names of women who still carry the hidden spirits today. Not historical. Current." Su Yan stood up from her stoolie. "The registry office." Qin Mo nodded. "The inspection lists," she continued, her voice going tight, "are still being updated." That was correct. The spirit purity inspections Tao Ren had started were now being run by city officials. Every household with a woman of cultivation age was being catalogued. Which meant somewhere in the district, there was a master list of exactly the women they needed to find before the officials did. Lin Qiangshuang spoke from across the room. "Then we need to reach it first." Qin Mo looked at the shrine maps again. The registry office sat over the old lower court district, 2 streets from the hidden school shelter. Not convenient. Not impossible. When? Su Yan asked. He thought of Mei Lin's roots feeling the ground. Of Yiru's bud connected to the land veins. Of the pressure line in the sky that had followed every awakening. Time was not a luxury they were accumulating. Soon, he said. Wen's cane tapped twice against the stone. Then prepare properly, the archivist said. History favors the people who arrived knowing what they were looking for. Chapter 29. The first 3 awakenings happened in a laundry room. Qin Mo had not planned it that way. He would have preferred a more orderly site, perhaps with fewer steaming tubs and less risk of slipping on wet stone. But the women who came to the hidden school had day jobs, children, debts, and lives that refused to pause for revolutionary convenience. So the laundry room it was. The 3 girls were all ordinary by city standards. One worked in the noodle shop and spent half her life carrying hot water. One helped stitch uniforms for the lower market traders. One was a dock runner who had been told since childhood that her spirit was too weak to matter and her body too small to argue. Qin Mo looked at their public forms and saw, through the iris, the hidden structures underneath. Root, thorn, spark. Not glamorous. Very real. Su Yan had set the room up with blankets around the floor to absorb spills and bruises. Lin Qiangshuang stood by the doorway, prepared to stabilize if anything flared too sharply. Wen waited with the notes. Mei Lin had insisted on helping by keeping the water warm enough that the room would not shock anyone too hard when the qi moved. Qin Mo stood in the center and rubbed his hands together. Remember, he said, nothing here is a test. If you get scared, say so. If you feel pressure in your channels, say so. If you want me to stop, say so. The noodle shop girl looked at him suspiciously. You say that like people usually listen. Su Yan barked a laugh. Qin Mo winced theatrically. It's a personal growth plan. The room shifted. Not fully relaxed. But enough. He started with the easiest one, the runner. The girl's public spirit was a quick gray current, almost nothing under ordinary readings. The hidden thorn spirit beneath it was stronger than she expected but badly compressed by years of being told that speed was only useful if it made other people richer. Qin Mo took her wrist and guided the iris open just enough for the hidden lines to breathe. One thread loosened. The runner gasped and stepped back, clutching her chest. Qin Mo kept his voice calm. Good. That's good. Stay with it. The spirit responded. Not with an explosion, but with a sharp clean opening, like a thorn drawn from a wound that had forgotten how to heal. The girl blinked hard. Then she looked down at her hands with absolute shock. I can feel my feet, she whispered. The laundry room went very quiet. The second girl, the stitcher, had a root thread spirit so small Qin Mo almost missed it if not for the extra strain in her shoulder blades. The opening required him to lean in close enough to count her breath rhythm. He guided her through the balance pattern with more care this time, and when the root spirit stirred it did so like a plant breaking through packed soil after months underground. The third girl was the hardest. Her spark spirit was unstable. The chains around it had been tightened by repeated exhaustion until the flow around her heart was frayed. Qin Mo felt the danger immediately. One wrong push and the current could backlash into a fever. He looked at Wen. I need the room quiet. Wen nodded and said nothing. Qin Mo turned to the girl. Do you trust me? She hesitated only a moment, then gave the smallest nod. That was enough. The iris opened. This time Qin Mo did not force the current. He watched the spark spirit flicker under the compression, listened to the shape of her breathing, and waited for the point where her own body wanted the shift. Then he helped the hidden current widen a fraction at the right instant. The effect was immediate. The spark spread, not outward, but upward through the hidden lines behind the public spirit, brightening into a cleaner, hotter form that made the girl inhale sharply and nearly laugh from relief. 3 awakenings. Not one grand miracle. 3 ordinary lives carrying too much of the same lie and finally, for a moment, being allowed to show the shape underneath. Qin Mo sat back on his heels and stared at them. Then he looked at Su Yan. This is the thing, he said quietly. Not me. Not the eye. This. She understood immediately. The girls were talking now, each one feeling her spirit shift in a way that made the others lean in and ask questions. The room had become its own proof. If 3 could awaken, then the process could be repeated. If it could be repeated, then it could be taught. If it could be taught, then the city had a problem no amount of wanting could erase. Wen smiled faintly. You have discovered organization, he said. Qin Mo let out a breath. That, more than anything else so far, felt like the shape of a revolution. The runner lingered after the other 2 girls had been shown to the sleeping room. She stood near the laundry tub with her hands hanging at her sides, looking at the faint trace of light still visible around her wrist where the thorn spirit had stirred. "Does it stay?" she asked. "What?" Qin Mo said. "That feeling. Does it stay, or does it go away when I stop thinking about it?" He thought about how to answer honestly. "It changes," he said. "When the chain was whole, you could not feel it at all. Now that it has cracked, you will always feel the difference. Whether the spirit grows depends on whether you let yourself believe it has room." She looked at her wrist. "I've been told my whole life I run fast because I'm small and nervous," she said. "Not because I'm gifted." Qin Mo said nothing. She looked up. "What does the spear spirit look like? The one that girl has? Like something that was born wanting to move forward and never got to." She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded once, as if she had just made a decision she had been approaching for years. "I'll bring 3 more tomorrow," she said. He watched her go. Behind him, the laundry room smelled of steam and the faint green scent that had begun clinging to the space since Mei Lin started practicing her root spirit in the lower floors. He thought it smelled like something beginning. Chapter 30 The city governor chose the worst possible time to sound authoritative. He announced the spirit purity inspections 2 days after the 3 laundry room awakenings and 1 day after the lower market began gossiping that girls were waking hidden paths in back rooms and laundry houses. The proclamation was posted on every main wall in bright red ink with the sort of legal phrasing that only exists to make violence seem official. Mandatory verification of female spirit stability. Randomized household review. Possible detention for unregistered hidden cultivation. Qin Mo read the notice through the iris and immediately saw the intent behind the wording. The line did not aim to check spirits. It aimed to identify the ones beginning to wake. Su Yan, standing beside him, read the notice with a face going steadily colder. "They're calling it purity," she said. "They always do." Wen leaned on his cane and made a soft, disgusted noise. "The nice thing about a euphemism is that it tells you the speaker knows what they are doing would sound ugly if said aloud." Lin Shuang, already more practiced at controlling her new hidden power in public, folded the announcement paper with such force the crease nearly tore. "So they know the awakenings are spreading." Qin Mo nodded. He had expected a response. The speed of it suggested the governor had received pressure from the academy and the city guard alike. That meant the lower city's rumor network had already become a threat. The city was moving from ignoring women to checking them. Which was, in practice, just a slower version of the same violence. "We need the registry office," Su Yan said. Qin Mo blinked. "Need?" Her smile was thin and unpleasant. "They'll be keeping names." That was all she had to say. The inspection notices turned the lower city into a skittish animal. Women began avoiding the main streets. Men started asking questions in tones that sounded too much like moral concern to be sincere. The shelf life of secrecy had shortened overnight. The shelter network reacted fast. Women moved children inside. Messengers spread word through seamstress lines and market stalls. Wen's archived notes were copied twice and hidden in 3 more places. Su Yan began planning routes. Qin Mo stared at the registry office from an alley opposite the district hall. The building was ugly in the specific way offices are ugly when they know they will never be judged by beauty. Thick brick walls. 2 guard posts. 1 side entrance for clerks. He could see the formation lines under the steps through the iris, and they were not just defensive. They were designed to detect surges in spirit activity among those entering the records room. Which meant the office was already quietly linked to the suppression lattice. He felt a headache starting. Su Yan crouched beside him. "How bad?" "Bad enough to need a broom, a riot, and a very forgiving accountant. We have you and Wen." "Close enough." He gave her a withering look. She ignored him. The plan formed in pieces over the next hour. The registry office held the names of women already flagged by inspectors. It likely also held household routes, family line cross-references, and hidden notes on who was to be watched before any visible flare. If they could get those records out, the city's next move would be exposed before it could happen. That required a distraction. Su Yan offered one without hesitation. Qin Mo stared at her. "You're smiling like that because?" "Because if you say no, I'm still doing it." "That is not a reason. It's also not a question." Wen cleared his throat. "The inspection office keeps all movement ledgers in the east annex. If the guards are pulled toward the north gate, the side stairs should go quiet for 4 to 6 minutes. Qin Mo looked at him. "How do you know that?" "I have spent decades learning which people underestimate books." That, unfortunately, was not an answer he could improve on. The raid began at dusk. Su Yan led it with the kind of blunt certainty that made it look less like an attack and more like the city had suddenly remembered it could be hit back. 3 blacksmiths. 2 laborers. One academy girl with a hidden wind current. A seamstress who could move through side lanes faster than a guard could reload a talisman. They hit the front steps with enough noise to drag every eye toward the main hall. Qin Mo watched from the side lane as one guard unit moved to intercept, then another. He slipped in through the east stair with Wen and Lin Qiangshuang at his back. The registry room smelled like paper and dust and fear. He saw the ledgers first. Rows of names. Marked households. Spirit behavior notes. Suspected anomalies. Potential containment priorities. The side margin annotations were the worst part. Not because they were cruel, though they were, but because they were casual. A clerk had written "seems compliant" on one line next to a girl whose hidden root spirit Qin Mo could still see pulsing from across the room. He felt cold all the way through. Wen went straight to the shelves. "We have less time than you think," the archivist murmured. Qin Mo used the iris to locate the master ledgers and the sealed transfer rolls. Suyan's diversion at the front had already pulled 2 guard teams away, but the office still had clerks and 1 suppression captain on duty. Not enough to stop them if things went right. Enough to make things ugly if they went wrong. Then a voice from the door said, "I thought you'd come here." Qin Mo turned. The suppression captain stood in the threshold with 3 talisman rods and a face set into the cold shape of a man who had decided duty was the same as virtue. Wen muttered something under his breath that might have been a curse or a footnote. Qin Mo almost sighed. Of course the registry office had a captain. He had just enough time to think that before the first talisman lit. Chapter 31 Su Yan's raid had not been meant to last. That was the entire point. Not annihilation. Distraction. The front of the district hall sounded as if several bad ideas have collided at once and discovered they could break windows. The guard captain sent to the registry office had likely assumed the attack would splinter once enough bodies showed up. Instead he found himself facing a corridor full of women who had spent their whole lives being told they were useful only when quiet. That was a mistake. Qin Mo felt the suppression captain's talisman burst across the registry room floor in a white wave and ducked behind the nearest shelf. The blast rattled loose papers from the high ledges. Lin Qiangshuang threw a sheet of cold across the stone just enough to slow the next charge. Wen snatched the master ledger, tucked it into his sleeve, and somehow made the whole maneuver look old and disdainful. The captain shouted, "Detain them." Qin Mo saw the man's public spirit clearly now, a steel seal, thick and blunt. Under it, a secondary current flickered like an iron gate half rusted open. Not hidden in the same way as the girl's. More like a spirit reinforced through years of relying on force to cover doubt. He did not have time to fully think through the irony. Su Yan arrived in the room a moment later with blood on one sleeve and fury on both cheeks. "You took your time," Qin Mo said. "I was busy making your exit less boring." The captain launched. Qin Mo ducked the first talisman and grabbed the shelf edge, yanking it sideways so the falling ledgers blocked the man's line of sight. The iris flashed. He saw the sealed archive routes under the floor, the weak point in the support beam, and a thin spirit thread tied to the registry wall that tracked women's names into the suppression lattice somewhere beyond the district. There. The names were not just records. They were hooks. He shouted, "The shelf on your left." Su Yan hit it with the hammerhead. The wood split. Papers exploded through the air. The captain cursed and tried to refocus, but Qin Mo had already moved into the gap the broken shelf created. His fingers found the hidden line in the wall panel and pulled. The registry seal gave way. Behind it, bundles of copied name scrolls slumped from a cramped side alcove. Hundreds of them. Qin Mo stared. Each one marked with inspection annotations. Each one a woman or girl flagged for review, household transfer, or stability re-education. The sight hit him in the ribs. Wen came up beside him, face unreadable. "Take them," he said. Qin Mo did not answer. He was already shoving the scroll bundles into the satchel Lin Qiangshuang had brought. Su Yan had the captain engaged in a very personal argument with the laws of physics near the doorway. The man had clearly not expected blacksmith daughters to treat tactical retreats as an insult. The captain recovered enough to shout for reinforcements. Then Mei Lin's root pulse, faint but real, pushed through the room from the alley outside. Qin Mo looked up. The hidden schoolgirls were arriving. Not to fight directly. To block. To pass bundles. To move papers from window to window. To keep the office clerks so busy scrambling for their own ledgers that they could not immediately re-establish order. The shelter network had turned into a distributed operation without anyone needing to call it that. Su Yan noticed too. She grinned. It was not a kind expression. There they are. The captain saw his mistake too late. The registry room became a mess of shouting, thrown records, and women moving through the corridor with the kind of coordinated speed born from being ignored for too long and then finally given a reason to act. Qin Mo used the iris one last time to locate the master schedule tucked inside a hidden side case. He found it. He took it. And then the whole office jolted as the front wall outside was hit hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling beams. The raid was spreading. Not merely successful. Escalating. Su Yan looked at Qin Mo with the grim satisfaction of a person who has just seen proof that a risky plan was, in fact, a plan. "We got the names?" He nodded once. She bared her teeth in something like a smile. "Then run." They ran. Through the outer corridor, past two startled clerks, out the side door that Gu Feixiu had unlocked from the outside 12 minutes before the raid started. The street hit them with cold air and the smell of river mud and distant cooking smoke. Lin Qiangshuang fell into step with the archive bag and a frost shield still cooling her wrist. Wen materialized from behind a market awning, cane already moving. Qin Mo felt the satchel of name scrolls against his ribs with every step. The weight was not nothing. He thought of the annotations. Flagged for review. Marked for transfer. Household stability concern. Each phrase had been written by someone who would never see the faces behind the marks. Someone who had learned to call human beings bureaucratic uncertainties and sleep well after. The scrolls were proof that the system had already sorted these women into categories without asking them. They were also leverage. Not the exploding kind. The slow kind. The kind that made officials nervous once they understood what could be demonstrated publicly. Behind them, the registry office was still in chaos. He could hear it even half a block away. "Good raid," he said between breaths. Su Yan looked insufferably pleased. "I have had practice," she said. Lin Qiangshuang, running beside them, looked at them both with the expression of someone revising an opinion. "You are both disturbing," she said. "Thank you," they answered. Wen sighed. The night opened around them. Chapter 32 Gu Feixiu came back at dusk carrying a broken arm and enough blood on her sleeve to make the alley wall look modest. Qin Mo saw her before she fully stepped out of the shadows. The white bone mantis spirit beneath her suppression layer was flaring erratically now, not because it had changed shape but because she had been wounded badly enough that the mask had started to crack. One shoulder was wrapped in a makeshift bandage. The side of her mask had been chipped. Her breathing came slow and controlled, but the iris showed the strain. Su Yan drew up first with the broken hammer in hand. "You again." Gu Feixiu did not answer immediately. Her gaze was fixed on Qin Mo with the kind of wary anger that comes after a person has spent too long deciding whether a terrible choice was also the only one left. "I wasn't followed," she said. Wen, standing beside the noodle shop's back door, gave her a flat look. That sentence is rarely useful without evidence. Gu Feixiu ignored him. Qin Mo studied the wound at her shoulder. Not from a city street brawl. The cut was too clean. The bruise patterns around it suggested spirit force punishment, not incidental injury. "They hurt you," he said. Her eyes sharpened. "You don't know who they are." "No," he said. "But I know what it looks like when someone is being corrected for not finishing a job." That landed. Not enough to comfort her. Enough to prove he was not guessing. Gu Feixiu stepped forward just far enough for the alley lantern to catch the edge of her mask. "I failed the assignment," she said. "They marked me for disposal." Su Yan's expression turned hard. Qin Mo, feeling the shape of the next choice before it arrived, said carefully, "You came here anyway. Because if I'm going to be discarded, I want something in return." "What?" Her gaze flicked to the hidden schoolgirls moving through the back lane with bundles from the registry raid. "Awakening," she said. The alley went still. Qin Mo had expected an ask for money or shelter or a place to stay. Awakening was riskier. It would mean trusting him with the hidden spirit the house had kept trained for killing. It would also mean she had already decided the world she came from had not earned her loyalty. He held her gaze. "Why now?" Her voice remained flat, but the strain beneath it was obvious. "Because they sent me after you twice. The first time I hesitated. The second time they punished me for it. My spirit is still theirs on the leash if I let it be. I am tired of being punished for noticing things." That was as close to a plea as pride would allow. Qin Mo stepped closer. The white bone mantis was ugly and beautiful under the iris. A spirit made for precision, speed, and silent judgment. The chains around it had been shaped into discipline rather than pure suppression, which meant Gu Feixiu had likely been raised in a house that praised obedience as elegance. He thought of the note Wen had shown him in the old shrine. Witness requires trust. This was a witness moment, then. A dangerous one. "If I do this," he said, "I need your permission. Fully. Not because it sounds nice. Because I can't risk a half-open path with a spirit this sharp. Gu Feixiu's eyes narrowed. Then, slowly, she extended her injured hand. If you lie, I'll gut you. That's a very old-fashioned way to ask for help. She did not smile. Qin Mo set his fingers around her wrist and opened the iris. The mantis spirit snapped into focus so sharply it made his eye water. The suppression on it had not only narrowed the shape. It had trained the hidden current to attack whatever looked like weakness. That meant the awakening would need to reroute the spirit's own instincts. He spoke low and steady as he guided the balance pattern around the wound. The spirit wants to strike, he murmured. That isn't wrong. It just isn't the whole shape. Gu Feixiu's breathing changed. The chain reacted. Qin Mo felt the hidden pressure shift, and for a moment he thought the spirit might reject him outright because the combat frame was so well tailored to her body. But then the wounded shoulder tensed and the unsealed current answered the pain with a clean, terrifying precision. That's it, he said. Don't fight the pressure. Let it find the line. The white bone mantis spirit flared once through the iris, mandibles and blade limbs rising from beneath the surface in a shape so sudden that Su Yan took an instinctive step back. Gu Feixiu gasped. Her knees nearly buckled. Qin Mo held the line just long enough for the spirit to settle into its true shape rather than collapsing back into the leash. The chain broke with a sharp snap he felt in his teeth. The alley temperature did not rise. It sharpened. The mantis spirit unfolded under her surface with frightening grace, no longer hidden in a killing posture but alive in a way that made her whole body seem to become more exact. Her eyes widened in shock. The blood on her sleeve seemed almost irrelevant to the power standing up inside her. She stared at her own hand. Then at Qin Mo. Then, for the first time, she looked less like a blade and more like a woman trying to decide what sort of life was possible now. What did you do? She whispered. Qin Mo, still catching his breath, answered honestly. I gave it room. That answer seemed to shake her more than the awakening did. She took a slow step back, as if the possibility of space itself might be dangerous. Then she said, very quietly, I didn't think that was allowed. Chapter 33. By the time the city realized Gu Feixiu had changed sides, it was already too late to stop the rumor from becoming a story. That was a useful pattern Qin Mo was beginning to understand. People trusted what escaped before the officials could name it. They trusted the bruise, the open wound, the girl with a new spirit flare more than they trusted the paperwork that declared her stable and obedient. Gu Feixiu did not announce her defection. She simply appeared where she was not expected and killed the people who thought they still owned her schedule. The first public sign came at the grain exchange, where a city clerk passed out while trying to fill out a report on spirit purity household compliance. The next appeared on a rooftop when a guard captain swore the masked woman from the lower district was supposed to be dead and then discovered the white bone mantis spirit on her back was looking at him with enough precision to make him sweat. Qin Mo heard the story before he saw her. When she finally arrived at the shelter network, her movements were different. Not softer. Never that. But less constrained by the old killing frame. The white bone mantis was no longer trying to fit the shape the house had drawn around it. It moved with a new kind of terrifying confidence, as if the spirit had been waiting years to be allowed to decide where the line was. Su Yan, leaning on a table while checking grain stores, watched Gu Feixiu enter and let out a low, considering hum. I don't like how much I trust her already, she said. Gu Feixiu, standing in the doorway with her mask repaired but not fully hidden, replied without looking at her, that's because I am efficient. Su Yan snorted. That's not what I said. Qin Mo had to keep a straight face. Gu Feixiu came to him first. Not because she trusted him. Because he had become the one person in the city who had seen the hidden thing under her surface and not flinched away from it. The house is furious, she said. That doesn't narrow it down. They know I failed. They know why. They also know what you can do now. When, seated at the far end of the room with copied ledgers spread out before him, looked up. The public story? Gu Feixiu's eyes flicked to him. Hunt orders. Inspection reports. A private note from Marquis Ji Hang's people asking whether the academy boy is being watched. The room went still. Qin Mo exhaled slowly. That name again. Ji Hang had not appeared in person yet, but the influence of his house had already touched the academy, the registry office, and now the hidden assassin network. That made him more dangerous than a local official. It made him a connector. Gu Feixiu continued, the reason I came is simple. They think I am still theirs if they let me live long enough to regret the defection. Su Yan folded her arms. And are you? Gu Feixiu turned her masked face toward her. Try to take me if you think so. That answer had just enough steel in it to make Su Yan grin slightly. Qin Mo looked between them and nearly sighed in relief. The shelter network was no longer only a place of victims and helpers. It was beginning to accumulate specialists. People with useful shapes. People with dangerous pasts. People who had decided that the old order's attempt to isolate them had failed because they could, in fact, learn to stand near one another. Gu Feixiu placed a wrapped bundle on the table. "Proof," she said. Qin Mo unfolded it. Inside were three things: a house seal, a list of hidden spirit candidates slated for transfer, and a note about private arbitration between noble families and the Academy regarding female inheritance cases. He looked up. "They aren't just suppressing spirits," he said quietly. "No," Wen replied. "They're monetizing the silence." The phrase landed with unpleasant clarity. The house seal was proof enough of a larger system. Girls with hidden potential were being identified, then redirected into political marriages, labor service, or spirit laboratory transfers under the guise of settlement. They were not merely being held down. They were being traded. Qin Mo closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, Gu Feixiu was watching him with the same guarded focus as before. "If you leave me in the dark," she said, "I will start making my own conclusions again." He almost smiled. "That sounds expensive." "For who?" "Both of us, probably." She considered that and nodded once. The room, for the first time since her arrival, felt like it had a new chair that belonged there whether anyone liked it or not. Qin Mo looked at the bundle of evidence on the table. The house seal was older than he expected. The kind used before the current registry system had been reformed 3 generations ago. That meant Ji Heng's family had been involved in this particular arrangement long before the current Marquis had inherited the title. It was not recent opportunism. It was continuity. An old investment in the machinery of suppression maintained by each new generation as if it were property. He thought of the spirit labs Gu Feixiu had mentioned. Girls dissected. Families paid silence money. A system that ran quietly because everyone along the chain received something for staying in line. "What do we do with this?" he asked. Gu Feixiu answered without hesitation. "Use it before it disappears." "Use it how?" She looked at him with the patience of someone explaining something to a person who has not yet learned to think in terms of weapons. "The name on that seal matches 3 marriage contract witnesses in the registry. If those contracts can be compared to the inspection list we recovered, you have a chain of evidence from noble house to city official to female spirit candidate. That is not a rumor. That is an audit." Wen stirred. "She is correct." Su Yan was already moving toward the copied ledgers. Qin Mo sat back and thought about how a movement built on awakening hidden spirits had just also become something else. An investigation. He was not sure whether that was better or worse. He was fairly sure it was both. Chapter 34 Lin Qiangshuang's noble family arrived with a carriage, 6 escorts, and the kind of faces that assumed compliance was the only respectable form of surprise. Qin Mo saw them from half a street away and immediately knew trouble had put on formal robes. The carriage stopped outside the shelter network's front alley, where the noodle shop owner had been kind enough to pretend not to know exactly how many women had been filtering through the back room lately. The front passenger stepped down first, a man in sapphire trim with a family crest on his shoulder and the expression of someone doing a favor by accepting the possibility of a conversation. He announced himself as Lin family envoy. His eyes found Lin Qiangshuang standing in the alley doorway and sharpened with relieved certainty. "Young miss," he said. "Your mother is worried." Qin Mo had to resist the urge to make a face. Lin Qiangshuang's expression did not change. That in itself was a warning. "I am aware," she said. "The family has received reports of academy unrest and improper contact with a fugitive from the lower city. That is also not surprising." The envoy smiled with the brittle patience of a man who thought he was above irritation. "Then you understand why we need you to return home at once. There will be a formal engagement review within the week. This matter is becoming delicate." Qin Mo saw the line before Lin Qiangshuang did. Or perhaps she saw it and simply had better control over her face. The family had not come to retrieve their daughter out of affection. They had come because her transformed hidden spirit had made her politically harder to place. A politically inconvenient daughter became a politically urgent one when other noble houses began asking what hidden talent the Lin family had been keeping hidden. Lin Qiangshuang's voice cooled by several degrees. "No." The envoy's smile tightened. "Young miss, this is not a request." That was the moment Qin Mo stepped out of the alley shadow and into the line between them. He saw several things at once. The envoy's surface spirit was a documented ice seal with a support focus. His hidden current had been strengthened by marriage alliance rituals. The family escorts had suppression talismans hidden in the inner sleeves. More tellingly, the carriage itself carried a formation box tuned for containment and transport, not comfort. They had come prepared to take her by force if the polite method failed. Su Yan arrived on Qin Mo's left with the broken hammer at the ready. Gu Feixiu moved to the opposite wall, silent as a stain. Wen, coming up behind them with the kind of calm that frightened people more than shouting, said, "You seem to have brought too much hardware for a family visit." The envoy glanced at him and then back at Lin Qiangshuang. "Step aside, old man." "No." That startled Qin Mo enough that he nearly turned to look at Wen. The envoy's face darkened. "The Lin family requests its daughter." Lin Qiangshuang stared at the carriage. Qin Mo felt her hidden phoenix stir, cold and bright under the surface. The family had been trying to pull her back before the transformed spirit could embarrass the house in public. That meant they knew. Or at least enough to fear what would happen if the spirit woke fully under the wrong eyes. He turned to Lin Qiangshuang. "Your choice," he said softly. The envoy snapped, "There is no choice." Lin Qiangshuang looked at him the way winter looks at a roof with a crack in it. "There is," she said. Then she stepped back into the alley. The escort men moved at once. Su Yan slammed the hammer into the nearest spear shaft and drove it aside. Gu Feixiu was a blur at the edge of the carriage wheel, cutting a suppression line before the talisman could trigger. Qin Mo saw the family formation box glow and reacted instinctively, pushing the iris toward the carriage seam. The box contained a transfer array. Not just to move Lin Qiangshuang. To seal her if needed. That made his blood go cold. "They're trying to bind her," he said. Lin Qiangshuang heard him and stopped mid-step. The family envoy's expression flickered. So that was the truth. Not just retrieval. Containment. Qin Mo looked at the man and felt a rare, clean fury rise in him. "You came here with a cage," he said. The envoy recovered enough to sneer. "You have no standing, we have enough." The reply came from the doorway behind them. Meilin. The seamstress. The laundry apprentice. 2 academy girls. And behind them, several more women from the shelter network, each carrying enough confidence to make the alley feel wider. Lin Qiangshuang stared as the women began placing themselves between the carriage and the shelter door. One of them said, "She said no." Another, "That should have ended it." The envoy looked around at the gathering crowd and realized the alley had stopped belonging to his assumption of private family authority. Qin Mo could see the hidden phoenix blazing under Lin Qiangshuang's surface now, not because it was angry, but because public pressure and private refusal had aligned enough to loosen the next chain. He leaned toward her and spoke quietly. "If you want to stop them here, I can help." Lin Qiangshuang's eyes were ice. "I do." So they did. Chapter 35. When Qin Mo walked into the family confrontation with the Lin house, he did not expect the day to end with the phrase "preserve inheritance scheme" spoken loudly in the middle of a street. That was, admittedly, on him. The envoy's attempted retrieval had turned into a public scene because the shelter women had gathered faster than the carriage could leave. Then the carriage's transfer array had been exposed. Then the hidden phoenix in Lin Qiangshuang had flared under pressure in a way that made it impossible for the family to pretend there was no reason to fear her staying free. Now the alley had expanded into a full street confrontation. The Lin family escorts held position near the carriage. Su Yan stood at the front of the shelter line with the hammerhead in one hand and a very bad temper in the other. Gu Feixiu watched from the side roof with the calm of someone prepared to cut the first talisman that moved wrong. Wen, despite his age, had taken the family seal papers from the carriage's side pouch and was reading them with growing disgust. Qin Mo saw the problem at once. The family's excuse would not hold once the pressure was public. They had come with a binding array because they did not merely want Lin Qiangshuang home. They wanted to move her back into a formal marriage alignment before the transformed spirit could threaten the arrangement. A noble daughter with the phoenix hidden under the ribbon form would improve the family if controlled and embarrass it if independent. The envoy tried once more to speak over the crowd. "Our family is acting for her safety." "No, you're not," Qin Mo said. The man turned on him. "A lower city fugitive has no say in noble affairs." Qin Mo met his eyes. "Then why are you sweating?" The crowd around them had grown. Not just shelter women. Market laborers. A pair of clerks. 2 academy boys who had clearly followed the rumor trail to see what happened when a noble house tried to take back a girl the city had begun to notice. Qin Mo raised the family seal paper he had taken from the carriage side pocket. The iris showed him the hidden annotations in the margins. Marriage stability pressure. Spiritual compatibility override. Containment protocol if emotional deviation exceeds acceptable range. He handed the page to Lin Qiangshuang. She read one line and went very still. "What is this?" she asked. The envoy answered too quickly. "Administrative language." Su Yan laughed once, sharp and joyless. That's a charming way to say you plan to break her spirit if she became inconvenient. The envoy turned pale. Qin Mo looked at the page again and saw, with painful clarity, how the family had likely handled daughters with powerful talent before. Not every noble family used the same method. Some cloaked their control in affection. Some in duty. Some in carefully arranged marriages that let them keep a hidden spirit in the family line while stripping the girl's right to decide what happened to her body or cultivation path. It was a private version of the same system. He turned to the crowd. "This is how they preserve inheritance," he said. The envoy barked, "Don't listen." Qin Mo lifted the page higher. "They bind the women who can grow the family standing, then call the binding protection when it is really just ownership with finer ink." The street went still. Lin Qiangshuang's face had gone white with anger. Wen, who had read enough to know the family seal line was not the only incriminating document, held up another note from the carriage pouch. Also, he said dryly, they were planning to present her as having a temporary instability issue if she resisted. That was enough. The crowd's reaction changed. Not to outrage exactly. To a colder, more concentrated kind of understanding. Women in the shelter line looked at one another. Men who had brought sisters or daughters to observe took an involuntary step back. Even the city boys who had come to spectate had the expression of people discovering the respectable families they were told to emulate were not, in fact, especially respectable. Qin Mo saw Lin Qiangshuang's hidden spirit respond to the exposure. The chain around the phoenix did not shatter, not yet, but it loosened in the iris enough to reveal the next layer. The family had not only been planning to contain her. They had been using the ribbon form as leverage in negotiations with another house. A marriage contract, a spirit transfer arrangement, and a whispered promise that the daughter would be managed discreetly if she did not embarrass them. He said the last part aloud. The envoy launched. Su Yan intercepted, and Lin Qiangshuang, who had been too quiet for too long, stepped forward with such cold fury that the air around her hands fogged. "You were going to trade me," she said. "Young miss, you were going to trade me." The phoenix current under her surface roared. Qin Mo had to move fast. He caught her wrist just before the chain around the hidden spirit overcorrected from the anger spike. The iris showed the recoil line cleanly. If it locked down now, she'd suffer backlash. If it opened under the wrong emotion, she'd flare publicly in front of every witness in the street. He spoke quickly, low enough for her alone. "Breathe," he said. "Not for them. For you." Lin Qiangshuang's eyes flicked to his. The hidden phoenix answered the tiny change in intention. Not with a full eruption. With a controlled burst of winter flame that lanced through the ribbon form and shot a line of frost across the carriage wheel, freezing the binding array box in place. The crowd gasped. The envoy stumbled back. Qin Mo looked up just in time to see the family escorts backing away from a daughter they no longer had the confidence to claim openly. It was ugly. It was public. And it had worked. Chapter 36 Ordinary women began seeking Qin Mo in secret because the first ones had returned with a new way of walking. That was the simplest explanation for why the shelter network doubled in size over the next week. There was no sudden proclamation. No city decree. Just women arriving with questions asked very quietly, or not at all, and leaving with the look of someone who had finally been told their body was not a mistake. Some came from the lower city. Some from academy families too poor or too cautious to protest openly. Some came with visible injuries from labor, marriage, or training. Others came because the rumor had reached them that a boy with a strange eye could see the thing under the thing. Qin Mo spent long days and longer nights. The iris strained under the constant use. He could feel the sight realm improving in small increments, but every improvement came with fatigue. He learned to rest between awakenings. He learned to ask questions before touching a wrist. He learned that some women needed time more than they needed power. Some needed proof. Some needed the safety of knowing they could leave if the process felt wrong. That last part mattered. It changed the work from miracle to practice. Su Yan, who had taken to organizing food, beds, and watch rotations with the grim enthusiasm of someone who had found a battlefield she could improve, called him out on it one evening while counting grain sacks. "You're slowing down because you keep waiting for permission," she said. Qin Mo frowned. "That's rich coming from the woman who asked permission to rearrange the tables. I didn't ask permission. I announced intent and waited for someone to be stupid enough to complain." He had to laugh. Then she pointed at the shelter room beyond the curtain where women sat teaching one another to identify spirits strained by pulse and breath. "That's the real difference," she said. "They aren't waiting for you anymore. They are waiting with you." He looked through the curtain and saw it. The hidden school was no longer a vague idea. It had become rooms, schedules, watch shifts, quiet lessons, emergency herbs, food rotations, and a map of who could shelter whom if the guards came early. The girls from the academy taught the market women. The seamstresses taught the laborers how to keep records hidden in cloth hems. Mei Lin taught children how to feel spirit flow through their feet while standing on stone. Lin Qiangshuang corrected posture. Su Yan corrected everything else. It was messy. It was alive. And it was multiplying because each woman who walked in and found herself seen could decide to bring another. 3 days earlier a seamstress had arrived carrying a younger sister who could barely speak from a spirit suppression backlash. 2 days after that, the seamstress had stayed to teach the breathing method to 4 others, because she had learned it from the dock runner, who had learned it from Qin Mo, who had learned it from Wen's ancient diagrams. The knowledge moved the way water moved. Not ordered. Not controlled. Following the path of least shame. An older woman from the lower market district had begun teaching hand-sign communication to the children in case they needed to pass information without speaking. Someone had started maintaining a locked chest of dried herbs near the entrance. A girl who had been too frightened to look anyone in the eye 3 weeks ago was now drawing diagrams of spirit channel locations from memory and explaining them to newcomers. That was when Qin Mo realized something uncomfortable. The shelter network was becoming more stable than any single person in it. Including him. The thought should have frightened him. Instead it felt like relief. Wen found him sitting alone on the back stairs after midnight and handed him a cup of tea. "You look like a man staring at the edge of his own usefulness," the archivist said. Qin Mo accepted the cup. "That's an unpleasantly accurate sentence. I've had years to practice." He watched the courtyard below where 2 new arrivals were being shown to the sleeping rooms. One carried a basket of mended socks. The other had come with a cracked scarf and a face too bruised to hide why she needed help. Both were being welcomed by women who had once arrived in the same state. Qin Mo felt something loosen in his chest. "I thought if I was the only one who could see it," he said quietly, "I might also be the only one who could carry it." Wen gave him a long look. "And now?" Qin Mo looked at the school below. "Now I think the point was never to make me the only one." Wen nodded once, pleased. Then he said, "Good. Because one of the new girls has a spirit tied to the city's land veins, and if I am correct, you will not like what that implies." Qin Mo turned sharply. "What girl?" Wen's expression turned thoughtful. "Yi Ru," he said the name the way he said things he had been holding carefully for a long time. Qin Mo waited. "She came 3 days ago," Wen said. "Healer. Quiet. A public leaf spirit the academy would rate 2nd rank at most. But the hidden form below it is connected to the land itself, and she has already, without being told, started easing the spirit strain in people who sleep in the same room she tends." Qin Mo's eye pulsed once. He looked toward the inner room where the sound of soft movement meant someone was still awake, still working. Still tending. "She does not know," he said. "She suspects," Wen replied. "She has always suspected something was different about her. She just did not have the language for it." Outside the shelter window, the city was dark. The distant lights of the district hall were the only visible brightness. The spirit lines that ran through the neighborhood had been quieter since the last awakening, not because the suppression had loosened, but because something in the land itself had shifted in response to Yi Ru's presence. The iris had noted it twice without him asking. He stood up. "I should speak with her." "In the morning," Wen said firmly. "Let her sleep. The land will still be there." Qin Mo sat back down. "You are becoming domestic in your old age," he said. The archivist ignored him with the dignity of long practice. Chapter 37 The hidden school had to grow before it could survive the attention it was attracting. That was Wen's argument, and for once the old archivist was not being poetic. He meant walls. Beds. A proper lesson schedule. A way to keep the girls from learning secrets so quickly that the pressure broke them before they could stabilize. The more women awakened, the more the shelter needed structure. Structure, in this case, meant less chance of guards finding them all asleep in one place and more chance of surviving the next crackdown. Qin Mo agreed, though reluctantly. He had never thought of himself as the sort of man who would end up building a school out of stolen chairs and hidden spirit notes, but there was no escaping the fact that the school now existed whether he was prepared for the responsibility or not. The girls taught each other faster than any formal academy, exactly as Lin Qiangshuang had predicted. One would discover how to ground a hidden spirit through the feet rather than the shoulders. Another learned to open the hidden current only on exhale, preventing backlash. Mei Lin had become so good at sensing earth-root ripples that she could tell when a new student was about to seize up before their own body noticed. Su Yan taught practical self-defense and how to hit a guard first when someone chose violence as a form of administration. The result was chaos. The useful kind. Qin Mo spent the morning checking channels and the afternoon copying Wen's archive notes into smaller scrolls for the students. By night he found himself pulled into questions from women he had not met yet but who now expected him to know the shape of their hidden spirits without looking foolish about it. That was the hour Wen chose to bring him the problem. The girl sat in the back room by the window with her hands folded in her lap and a jar of water untouched beside her. She was young but not childlike, with a quiet face and the kind of stillness that came from being aware of others without being able to stop it. "Her name is Yi Ru," Wen said. Qin Mo had already heard the name and understood from the way the old archivist spoke that this was not an ordinary hidden spirit case. Yi Ru lifted her eyes. The public spirit on her shoulder was a simple healing leaf current. Good enough for tending bruises. Nice enough that no one had paid much attention to it. Underneath, through the iris, Qin Mo saw something startling. A bud. Not a flower. Not a tree yet. A world tree bud, tiny and deeply buried, its roots spreading like the beginning of a continent's worth of veins. Qin Mo actually forgot to blink. Su Yan, leaning against the wall, noticed and immediately narrowed her eyes. "What?" "That," Qin Mo said slowly, "is a problem." Yi Ru paled. "I knew it," she whispered, and her fingers curled tightly around the jar. "Everyone always says the ground feels strange under me. I keep hearing things under the streets when I sleep." Qin Mo stepped closer, careful not to crowd her. The iris made the connection clearer. The bud was tied to the land itself. Not metaphorically. Spiritually. It resonated with the city's ley channels in a way that suggested if it ever fully awakened, it could either stabilize or disrupt something far larger than a single person. He looked at Wen. The old man looked grim. "How bad?" Su Yan asked. Wen answered first. "Potentially very bad." Yi Ru swallowed. "I don't want trouble." Qin Mo believed her immediately. She looked like someone who had spent her life making herself small enough not to frighten the world. The world tree bud in her spirit made that almost tragic. A thing connected to the earth veins of the continent was sitting inside a girl who thought the safest version of herself should be quiet. He crouched in front of her. "Has anyone ever told you to keep the feeling under your ribs because it's too strange?" She nodded once, too fast. "Has anyone ever told you not to talk about hearing the streets?" Another nod. Qin Mo's jaw tightened. He asked the iris to show him the root shape more clearly. The bud was not dangerous because it was evil. It was dangerous because it was old. If the suppression lattice interacted with it badly, the local spirit array could be damaged. If it interacted well, the entire city might become harder for the suppression system to control. Either way, it was bigger than a hidden spirit inside one body. It was closer to the land's memory than anything he had awakened so far. He straightened slowly. "Who has been hurting you?" he asked quietly. Yi Ru blinked, startled by the question. "No one," she said automatically. Su Yan made a sound in the back of her throat that suggested she had heard this lie approximately 1,000 times before. Wen rested a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Child," he said, "it is all right to admit the shape of the pressure." That was enough to make Yi Ru's face tremble. "The academy girls used to say I was sensitive," she whispered. "Then the streets started feeling like they were breathing under me, and I thought maybe I was just weak." Qin Mo stared at her for a moment and then said, with the full weight of the iris behind him, "You are not weak." She looked up sharply. He continued, more softly, "You're listening to something the rest of us have been taught to ignore." Yi Ru's eyes filled almost at once, not from joy exactly, but from the shock of being told a strange thing about herself without the sentence turning cruel. The shelter room went quiet. And in that quiet Qin Mo knew he had found the next hidden spirit they would need to awaken, whether the girl wanted the burden or not. Chapter 38. Yi Ru nearly refused. Qin Mo would have respected her if she had. She listened to the explanation with the stiff, frightened patience of someone being told her life was about to become more complicated than it had ever allowed itself to be. The world tree bud under her healing leaf spirit was not only powerful. It was connected to the city's land veins. That meant if awakened carelessly, it could send a pulse through the local spirit array and possibly through the wider formation network beyond the district. That was a lot to ask of someone whose first instinct was to apologize for taking up space. Yi Ru pressed both hands around her jar and whispered, "I can't do that." The room immediately went still. Qin Mo opened his mouth, but she kept speaking. "If it matters that much, if it's connected to the city and the ground and all those lines, then people will want to use it. They'll want to make me a key or a weapon or a reason to fight. I don't want that." Su Yan, from the doorway, said quietly, "Fair." Yi Ru looked at her in surprise. Qin Mo nodded. "Very fair." The honesty seemed to frighten her more than any pressure would have. When, seated beside a stack of copied records, removed his glasses and cleaned them with the corner of his sleeve. Then consider the alternative, he said. You do nothing, and the thing in your spirit remains buried while other people decide your life for you anyway. Yi-Ru looked down. Qin Mo saw the bud in the iris tremble in response to her emotional movement. Not because it wanted control. Because it was answering the land around it. Every time the girl's fear spiked, the roots responded. He realized that if awakened, Yi-Ru might not just heal bodies. She might stabilize spirit flow in an entire region. That made her frightening to the people in charge. It also made her necessary. He crouched in front of her again, slowly enough that she did not flinch. You don't have to decide for the city, he said. You only have to decide for yourself. What if I decide wrong? Then we deal with the result together. Yi-Ru looked at him with open doubt. He gestured around the room. The school. The ledgers. The women teaching one another. The work tables. The shelter beds. The obvious fact that no one in this room had managed to stop the world from being cruel, but everyone in it was trying to make the cruelty less final. That, he said, is what this place is for. She stared for a long time. Qin Mo did not speak. He had learned that silence after the most important question was not emptiness. It was space. Some people needed it to arrive at decisions the world had never given them permission to approach from the correct direction. The room around them held its breath. Through the curtain, the shelter school carried on. The quiet sound of breathing practice. The scratch of a writing brush copying records. Someone in the next room showing another woman how to identify the difference between a spirit strain headache and ordinary exhaustion. All of it built on nothing more certain than the belief that knowing the truth was better than not knowing it. Yi-Ru looked down at her hands. What happens if I say no today? She asked. It was not defiance. It was a real question. She was testing whether the space she had been given was genuine. Nothing, Qin Mo said. We drink tea. You go back to healing whoever needs it. Tomorrow you are still Yi-Ru. She processed that. And if I say yes? Tomorrow you are still Yi-Ru, he said. But the city's ley lines will know you are there. She looked up at that, and something moved behind her expression that was less fear and more the sharpening of a person beginning to understand what they were already carrying. I've always been able to feel the ground through my feet when I stand on stone, she said. I know. I thought it was just a quirk. It's not. She exhaled. If I say yes, she said, I don't want to be your weapon. You are not a weapon. Everyone who has power gets turned into one eventually. He thought about that. It was not wrong. He had seen it in the registry lists. In the noble house schemes. In the way Lin Qiangshuang's family had immediately reached to put a leash on her phoenix the moment it showed its real shape. Then the first thing we do, he said, is make sure you know what your spirit actually is. Not what someone else could use it for. What it is. Yi-Ru was quiet again. She stared for a long time. Then the noise came from outside. Not a guard shout. Not a patrol. A wave of rumbling tension through the city district above them. Qin Mo turned sharply and felt the heavenly iris catch something wrong in the air outside the shelter walls. The spirit lines around the room had begun to shift. Yi-Ru's fingers clenched around the jar. Qin Mo looked at the bud in her spirit, then at the tremor in the floor stones. Whatever else happened next, the city itself was about to notice that the land beneath it had been listening. Chapter 39 Yi-Ru's awakening did not begin with light. It began with grief. That was the first thing Qin Mo realized when he saw the girl's spirit line surge onto the shelter room. Not because the girl was crying. She was not, at least not yet. But the hidden bud in her spirit had responded to the room's tension the way roots respond to water after drought. It had not been waiting for power. It had been waiting for honesty. The abused girls from the school had been brought into the room to see what happened when one of their own was allowed to try. That was one's idea. Qin Mo had not argued. The room was crowded now. Su Yan stood near the door with her arms crossed. Lin Qiangshuang watched from the side with an expression too focused to be calm. Gu Feixiu remained in the shadow of the back wall, silent and ready. Mei Lin sat on the floor with the children because children always seem to understand invisible things first. Yi-Ru sat in the center with both hands flat on her knees. She looked like she might run if anyone breathed too hard. Qin Mo knelt in front of her. Remember, he said quietly, you can stop this at any point. She nodded. Not convinced. The girls around the room had all been practicing the breathing method when copied from the old shrine. Qin Mo joined Yi-Ru's rhythm to it and let the iris open with more care than he had used on any hidden spirit so far. The world tree bud responded in an almost shy way, as if it had been waiting too long to be acknowledged. Then one of the younger academy girls in the back, a girl with bruised wrists and a habit of looking over her shoulder, began to cry. Not loudly. quietly. The sort of crying a person does when they hear someone else being brave and realize how tired they are of being frightened. Yiru looked up. The bud inside her stirred. Qin Mo felt the response ripple through the floor beneath them. The city's ley veins answered in a low hum so deep it could be felt through the knees. Several women in the room went still. Mei Lin's earth-root spirit brightened. Lin Qiangshuang's breath caught. Su Yan's expression sharpened into something halfway between hope and alarm. The bud began to open. Not fast. Not explosively. A leaf unfurling in slow spring water. Qin Mo helped by guiding the pressure around the knot in Yiru's channels rather than forcing it through. The world around them became strange under the iris. Thin green lines spread from Yiru's spirit into the room floor, then into the building foundation, then outward in a web he could barely comprehend. She gasped. The hidden bud's roots touched the land vein. The whole room shivered. There was no grand blast of light. Instead the walls seemed to breathe. A fresh smell rose from the stone, like rain after long heat. The pain in several wounded women inside the room eased by a fraction, then another. Mei Lin looked down at her palms and whispered that the floor felt less tired. One of the academy girls bent forward and realized the ache in her shoulder had gone from stabbing to manageable. Yiru's eyes went huge. She had not expected to feel the whole room answer her. Qin Mo held the resonance steady. The world tree bud continued unfolding under the iris, sending fine threads into the land around the shelter. Not enough to damage anything. Enough to loosen the city array's grip. Enough to make the hidden spirits in the room feel less trapped by the shape of the building around them. Then the floor stones brightened. The city's protective spirit array answered. Qin Mo stiffened. He could see it through the iris in the most alarming possible way, a great pale web under the district, long dormant lines now waking in response to Yiru's connection. The array was not attacking. It was reacting. Which was somehow worse, because reactions in old formations often did not care whether the thing that woke them meant well. Yiru clutched at her chest. "I can feel it," she whispered. "Stay with me," Qin Mo said quickly. "Don't yank back." The room lights flickered. Then a tremor passed through the building as the city array, far above and around them, blinked in visible instability. It was small. But not small enough. The girls in the room stared at one another in mounting awe and fear. Qin Mo could feel the pulse of the land through Yiru's spirit now. The hidden bud had connected to something older than the district hall, older than the academy, perhaps older than the city itself. The array had noticed. The array had answered. And somewhere beyond the web of spirit lines, something on a larger scale had just received word that the suppression pattern had been disturbed again. The pressure in the air changed. Lin Qiangshuang's voice went tight. "Qin Mo." He saw it too. At the very top of his iris sight, above the city's line of lights, a dark ripple formed in the clouds like a lid being lifted. The heavens had noticed. Not with warmth. Not with approval. With the cold precision of something that had spent a very long time being the only answer to a question no one was supposed to ask. Yiru's breathing had steadied. Qin Mo could feel the world tree bud pulling back from the ley line, not severing, that would be dangerous, but receding to a respectful distance, like a young root finding the edge of its soil. She had done it instinctively. The land had recognized her, and she had recognized it back, and neither of them had made the mistake of claiming the other. That restraint alone told him the spirit was more evolved than it appeared. In the corner of the room, one of the younger girls had fallen asleep. The ache in her bruised arm had not returned. That also told him something. Chapter 40 The Omen arrived 3 nights after Yiru's awakening and made every temple bell in the district ring once without being touched. That was the version the city liked to repeat afterward, because it sounded like a superstition instead of a warning. Qin Mo knew better. He had been awake when the first pressure line moved through the sky above the district. He had been in the shelter room with Wen and Su Yan and the girls, checking Yiru's condition after the awakening had left her exhausted but stable. The city's protective array had flickered once, then settled. The hidden school had gone quiet with the relief of having survived a change too large to fully understand. Then the clouds outside opened in the iris like a wound. Not physically. Spiritually. Something above had turned its attention toward the district and pushed a line of pressure downward. Qin Mo had felt the hair rise on his arms first. Then the spirit lights in the room had trembled. Then every nearby woman with a hidden inheritance had stiffened at once, some because they could sense the omen and some because their bodies were reacting before their minds caught up. Yiru went pale. "I didn't mean to do that." Qin Mo reached for her shoulder. "You didn't." The room windows rattled. Outside, a distant temple bell rang with no hand on the rope. Wen stood at once and moved to the doorway with a face gone very serious. "That is not a local response." Su Yan had already drawn close to the window slit and was peering out at the sky with a dark expression. "What is it?" the old archivist answered before Qin Mo could. "A notice." The word landed with unpleasant precision. Qin Mo's iris showed the atmosphere above the district in layered currents he had never seen before. Not a storm. Not a weather event. A recognition thread. Something vast and distant had felt the disturbance in the city's array and responded by pressing down just enough to say that it had felt it. The hidden schoolgirls looked between one another in fear. One whispered, "Is that a god?" Wen's mouth flattened. "If it is, it's not here to help." The room went very still. Qin Mo turned from the window to Yiru, who was still clutching at her own sleeves as if she could apologize for having touched the earth too loudly. "Listen to me," he said, keeping his voice calm on purpose. "You did not cause this alone." She looked near tears. "Then why does it feel like I broke something?" "Because you did," Qin Mo thought. "Just not in the bad way." He glanced at the ceiling. The heavens were not a place he understood yet, but the pressure line had the cold certainty of a thing that had always expected obedience. "Because something old noticed you," he said carefully. "And old things get loud when they are afraid." Su Yan turned from the window and gave him a sharp look. "Afraid of what?" Qin Mo thought of the suppression lattice. The hidden spirits. The legal and ritual web Wen had shown him. The way Yiru's awakening had made the city array blink like a tired eye. "Of girls like her," he said. "Of all of us." The room had no answer for that. Outside, the temple bells had finished ringing. But Qin Mo could still feel the pressure line above the district, a thread of attention stretching from somewhere higher than the city walls and colder than the night air. He looked at Yiru again. The girl's hands were shaking. "What happens now?" she asked in a whisper. Qin Mo tightened his jaw. The honest answer was that now the world knew something had changed. What followed would depend on whether the people above it chose to look closer. He looked back at the window and the omen hanging in the sky, and the thought that came to him was not comforting. It was simply true. "Now," he said, "we find out who is always watching." Wen was already back at the table, pulling out the oldest scroll case he had kept separate from the rest. Qin Mo recognized it as the one the archivist had never fully unwrapped in front of them. The binding was a kind of cord that had been used before spirit thread technology became standard. That made it very old. "Sit down," Wen said. Not to Yiru. To Qin Mo. He sat. The archivist unrolled the scroll slowly. The text inside was written in an older dialect, parts of it faded past reading. But the diagram at the center was clear enough. 7 figures arranged in a circle, each with a distinct spirit form above them. Between the figures and above them, a vast formation pattern spreading in all directions. At the top of the formation, a single eye-shaped structure. Qin Mo's mouth went dry. "This is what you meant," he said. Wen nodded. 7 spirit maidens, the archivist said. Not a myth. Not a legend. A fact. They built a formation circle that shook the heavens 300 years ago. They nearly brought the whole structure down. He pointed to the eye at the top of the diagram. And then something above them sent a response. Qin Mo looked at the shape. It was not unlike the pressure line he had seen in the sky. What happened to them? Wen was quiet for a moment. They were betrayed by mortal kings who feared what would change if they succeeded, he said. History was then rewritten to call them an unstable phenomenon rather than the nearest the world had come to genuine freedom. The room absorbed that. Su Yan looked at the diagram with an expression that had gone past anger into something colder and more durable. Then we are not the first, she said. No, Wen agreed. You're the latest. And this time, the omen did not come after victory. It came after a single city. He rolled the scroll closed. That means the thing above is more frightened than it was 300 years ago. Qin Mo stared at the closed scroll for a long moment. Good, he said. Wen looked at him. It should be afraid, Qin Mo said. The archivist's expression shifted into something that was not quite a smile but carried the same weight. Outside, the omen had faded from the sky. But they all knew it had not gone far. Chapter 41 The city went quiet in the way prey goes quiet when it hears the hunter taking off its boots. By morning the wanted notices had multiplied into a public campaign. Guards moved through the lower districts in pairs and threes, not quite sweeping, not quite searching, but close enough that anyone with sense could see the direction the wind was turning. Vendors were ordered to keep their stalls open. Clerks were ordered to keep records neat. The city governor sent out announcements that the academy's recent disturbances were being handled with measured civic care. Qin Mo read the line twice and laughed without humor. Measured civic care, he muttered. That's a new way to say fear. Su Yan, standing beside him with a bundle of grain sacks she had personally checked for mold, did not look amused. "They've put the district under review," she said. "Guard captains are already asking women to show spirit proofs before they pass certain gates." Wen, seated at the table with 3 rolled maps and a fresh stack of copied ledgers, gave a short, unimpressed sound. "Excellent. The city has chosen to confirm the accusation that it is a machine." The shelter room had grown since the first days. What had begun as a hidden back room in a noodle shop now occupied 2 connected buildings and a storage loft. Not enough to call it a district. Enough to call it impossible for a week and inevitable by the end of the month. Women moved in and out carrying food, cloth, records, and rumors. Qin Mo could feel the atmosphere changing. He could also feel the danger in the lines beneath the city. The heavenly iris had become sharper with repeated use, but not kinder. It now showed the suppression system in more layers than before. The hidden spirits awakened by his work in the lower city had not simply become brighter. Their responses were beginning to ripple into the older formation network beneath the district. The city was trying to absorb the shock. If it failed, the damage could spread farther than anyone in the shelter understood. Yi Ru sat in the corner with Mei Lin, both of them trying to steady the room's younger girls. Qin Mo looked at them and knew the next step had to be precise. Wen spread one of the maps across the table. "The city has a central chain node," he said. "Several, actually. One beneath the academy. One in the temple quarter. One in the clan archive vaults near the governor's hall. They reinforce one another." Su Yan frowned. "Chain node? A control point," Wen replied. "The kind that keeps a large structure from failing all at once." Qin Mo traced the lines through the iris and saw the pattern immediately. The city was not only suppressing women in the abstract. It had been built with a hidden skeletal framework that adjusted local spirit flow, appraisals, and family inheritance records to keep female cultivation narrow and manageable. If the nodes were torn out, the suppression in the district would weaken or collapse. That thought should have felt like victory. It mostly felt like standing near a dam and being told that the water behind it had ideas. Destroying them would free every hidden spirit tied to the city, he said. "And?" Su Yan asked. He looked up. "And the people in charge would notice immediately." Wen nodded. With interest. Silence settled over the room. The shelter network had survived on secrecy. This next move would require breaking that habit on purpose. Qin Mo had already learned that awakening one person was not enough. The city had to see the chain being cut, or it would simply send more guards and call the first victims unstable. He felt the answer settle into his chest before he said it. "We need the records from the Academy Tower, the Temple Bell, and the Archive Vault," he said. "Proof that the pattern is intentional. Then we strike during a crowd event so they cannot hide the response." Su Yan's mouth tightened. "Crowd event?" Wen flipped to a calendar sheet. "Founding festival begins in 4 days." Qin Mo's expression sharpened. "The city's old parade ritual. A civic holiday celebrating the first chartering of the district, back when the governor's family had still been small enough to pretend it believed in shared prosperity. Lanterns, food stalls, oath recitations, public offerings to the founder shrines. The perfect time to hide a surgical strike in the noise." Lin Shuang looked up from the far table. "If they are expecting chaos from the academy, the festival will pull most of the city's attention north." Qin Mo nodded once. "Then that's where we make the first cut." He could see the concern in Yi Ru's face from across the room. The girl had become quieter since the awakening, not because she had lost courage, but because she had begun hearing too much from the land around her. The city veins were restless. The district array had been flickering in response to her bud spirit. If the node was truly part of the same system, then breaking it could cause a response no one could fully predict. "How bad?" she asked softly. Qin Mo looked at her and decided not to lie. "Bad enough that we need everybody moving at once." The room absorbed that. It was not a comforting plan. It was a workable one. And in the lower city, that was often the closest thing to mercy anyone could afford. The shelter room stayed quiet for a moment after that, but not because the room was calm. It was because everyone in it was measuring the size of the future before speaking. A few of the newer women looked toward the windows with the reflexive fear of people who had learned that public attention usually meant danger. One of the older laborers set down her tea and asked, without any dramatics at all, whether the city would start taking names. That question sharpened the room more than any speech. Qin Mo looked at her and nodded once. "Yes," he said. "And that means we move before the list becomes a cage." The answer settled badly and usefully. People in the shelter were beginning to understand that the next phase would not be a hidden rescue, but an open fight over who got to define what the city had just seen. Guard captains would call it contamination. Temple officials would call it unrest. Noble houses would call it instability. The women in the room would call it what it was if Qin Mo and the others did their jobs well enough. The truth had been allowed to breathe, and once a truth had a breath, it could start becoming a language. Wen's fingers tapped the edge of the map again, almost absent-mindedly. "You need to remember something," he said. "The first reaction to a broken machine is to claim the machine was working exactly as intended." Su Yan snorted. "That sounds like a man preparing to be annoying with wisdom. I am old enough to earn the right." Qin Mo almost smiled, then did not, because Yiru had gone still in the corner with her palm against the floor stones again. The girl was listening to the city through the ground, and the tension there had already become a low fever. Every new awakening in the district would make the pressure harder to manage. Every guard response would make the streets more brittle. If the next move was not exact, the backlash could become a stampede before anyone had time to explain what had changed. He looked at the women in the room and saw the same recognition moving through them. Not panic. Coordination. That was the first real sign that the shelter had become more than a hiding place. It was also the first sign that the shelter would have to become useful in ways a hiding place never needed to be. By the time Qin Mo said it out loud, the room had already started to divide responsibility without being asked. One woman was counting lamps and oil. Another was listing who could carry water without triggering a spirit flare. A pair of older laborers began marking the safest route between the back alley and the grain store, because the grain store had a better roofline for lookouts and nobody in the room wanted to admit that they had all started thinking like a small command post. Qin Mo watched it happen and felt something in his chest loosen. Not because the danger was smaller. Because the shelter had stopped waiting for him to define its shape. Yiru, still seated near the floor stones, pressed her palm flat against the ground and let the bud spirit listen. Her brows knit, then eased. She was translating pressure into directions now. Not just fear. Directions. "The guard unit near the east lane is turning back and forth," she said. "They don't know which rumor to believe." "Good," Su Yan said. "The more they argue, the less likely they are to notice us." "That is an optimistic way to describe incompetence," Wen muttered. "It works for me." The women nearby laughed softly, then went back to work with sharper hands. That was the other thing Qin Mo had been seeing more often since the lockdown began. Once people accepted that the city was lying to them on purpose, they became less impressed by the fear it used as a leash. It did not make them reckless. It made them practical. On the table, one of the ration ledgers had been opened beside the maps. A woman Qin Mo did not know had started copying names into smaller, cleaner columns so no one would have to guess who needed medicine, who needed a sleeping mat, and who needed a reason to stay in the shelter one more night. The work looked ordinary until he realized it was what resistance looked like before anyone gave it a formal title. The room was learning to govern itself in the language of survival. Chapter 42 Qin Mo found the first node by accident and the second by not trusting the first. The academy node sat in the stonework beneath the old appraisal platform, exactly where Wen had predicted. Through the iris it appeared as a sealed eye carved into the formation lattice, not an eye in the literal sense but a junction point where public spirit readings and suppression responses converged. The hidden lines around it hummed with old, deliberate pressure. He stood over the academy's outer wall at dusk and stared at the point until the skin between his shoulders prickled. Su Yan followed his gaze. "You look like you found something ugly." "I did." "How ugly?" "The sort of ugly that gets called balance in the records." She made a face. "That sounds like a sermon." "It's not. It's a crime scene." He drew a rough line in the dirt with the end of a stick and marked the academy node, then the temple quarter, then the clan archive vault. When the lines were connected, they formed a shape that made his stomach tighten. The academy was one corner. The governor's administrative hall another. The temple quarter completed the triangle. The city was not suppressing women with one grand central machine so much as with a web of mutually reinforcing choke points. Wen arrived with the records from the registry office and nodded grimly when Qin Mo pointed it out. "You see it now," the archivist said. "I see enough to be angry." "Good. Anger is only a problem when it's the whole meal." Qin Mo rubbed at the bridge of his nose. He had spent the previous night checking the hidden schoolgirls against the map of the city. Every neighborhood had its own variation of the same system. The rich quarters disguised control through family oath language. The labor blocks used inspection paperwork and trade restrictions. The temple district had ritual blessings. The academy had direct appraisal. All of it together created a closed circuit that kept women from reaching a point where they could challenge the lie at scale. That meant the nodes were not just locations. They were pressure valves. "If we cut one," Qin Mo said, "the others will compensate." Wen nodded. "And if you cut all three at once, the system will lose its local balance." Su Yan crossed her arms. "That sounds good. It also sounds loud," Qin Mo replied. He had no intention of pretending otherwise. Loud was the point. Quiet had failed too many women already. The first test of the plan came from Yi Ru. The girl was standing in the courtyard behind the shelter, one hand touching the wall stones, eyes closed. Her bud spirit had grown a little more responsive over the last several days. Not enough to be dangerous on its own. Enough to make the ground feel tired when she grew frightened. Qin Mo watched the lines under her skin brighten. "What do you feel?" he asked. She kept her eyes closed. "The city is holding its breath," she whispered. That landed hard. The iris gave him the same impression, but Yi Ru's wording was more exact than his own. The nodes were not merely suppressing. They were keeping the city in a controlled exhale, just enough pressure to stop the hidden spirits from fully surfacing. If the rhythm was disrupted, everything connected to it would have to adjust. Su Yan kicked a pebble into the dirt. "Then let's make it breathe wrong." That was the first time Qin Mo laughed all day. The laugh passed, but it left him with a clearer view of the problem. Not smaller. Clearer. The city did not simply have 3 bad pressure points. It had been trained to distribute obedience so evenly that every part of daily life could claim innocence. The academy could blame the temple. The temple could blame the archive. The archive could blame family custom. Family custom could blame the academy. The city had built a perfect circle of responsibility, and now he had to cut it somewhere without pretending the cut would be gentle. He looked at the map again and saw the triangle with a new kind of dread. The academy node was where girls were first taught to mistrust their own spirits. The temple node was where that mistrust was dressed as doctrine. The archive node was where it became permanent. If they hit all 3, the city would no longer be able to say that hidden spirits were a local rumor or a few isolated anomalies. That would force everyone to admit the pattern was designed. Wen seemed to read the shift in his expression. "You are thinking of the witnesses," the archivist said. Qin Mo nodded once. "Yes. Good. Then remember this, the strike is not only to break the node. It is to make the people who see it understand why they were made to look away in the first place." Su Yan made a quiet sound of approval. Outside the window, the city had begun its evening drift, lanterns lifting one by one as vendors packed up and guards changed shift. Ordinary life was already trying to cover the bruise. Qin Mo felt a grim sort of determination at that. If the city wanted to hide its damage, then the festival would be the only chance to show it in the open before the officials could clean the blood off the floor. He set the stick down. "We make the crowd see the pattern," he said. "Then we break it." The room absorbed that with the wary silence of people who knew the plan was ugly and necessary. Chapter 43 Destroying the node would free thousands of hidden spirits. That fact had a way of sounding heroic until one considered the people who would be standing nearby when the city's suppressed pressure suddenly lost its anchor. Wen laid out the likely consequences with the calm of a man discussing weather patterns he had already decided to dislike. "If the node is removed carefully, the local area will ease," he said. "If it is broken abruptly, the rebound will travel through every connected spirit line in the district. Women with badly constrained hidden spirits may flare too quickly. Some may collapse. Others may awaken in public." Su Yan leaned forward. "And the guards? Will be furious." "I meant the guards' response. Also furious." Qin Mo rubbed his eyes and looked at the lines on the map until they stopped swimming. This was the part that made revolutions difficult to explain to people who had never had to choose between silence and instability. Breaking a chain was not a clean action. The chain had been holding pressure in place for generations. Once opened, all that force had to go somewhere. The best they could do was choose the direction. Yi Ru sat near the open window, listening to the city through the wall. "If we don't do it," she said quietly, "what happens?" No one answered at first. Then Qin Mo did. "They keep using inspections. The hidden girls keep getting seized before they learn they're not broken. The city keeps pretending that's safer." Yi Ru nodded slowly. Lin Shuang, who had been listening from the doorframe, added, "And then someone else makes the decision for all of us." That, at least, was a language the room understood. It was also the first language the enemy had underestimated. Wen folded the map back over itself and tapped the corner where the archive node connected to the temple and academy. The first thing a city does when it sees a broken pattern is pretend the pattern was natural. The second thing it does is punish the people who made the break visible. Su Yan crossed her arms. "Then let's give them too many people to punish." Qin Mo looked up. "That is not reassuring. It is if you're the one holding the knife." Gu Feixiu, who had been silent for most of the meeting, finally spoke again. "The manor records include transfer notes for women who were never officially enrolled anywhere. The families called them sick. The labs called them suitable. The temple called them a service to order. The words landed with a quiet brutality that no one interrupted. She went on, tone flat enough to be almost clinical. Some of the girls were not even cultivators yet. They were simply born with enough hidden potential that the households wanted them quiet before first appraisal. Qin Mo had to set the stick down before he snapped it in his hand. So much of the city had been built on that kind of theft. Not one dramatic abduction. 1,000 polite ones. 1,000 little decisions made by men who had decided the easiest way to keep power was to make half the world narrow enough to fit inside their fear. The noble houses had called it lineage management. The temples had called it harmony. The academy had called it proper ranking. He looked around the room and saw no one pretending the words made it less vile. That was useful too. If they were going to break the system in public, the people doing the breaking needed to be able to say what the system was without flinching. Qin Mo traced the academy node again. The iris showed him a tiny chain of spirit script leading from the node to the archive vault and then to the temple bell. The whole thing was linked through ceremonial records, public oaths, and appraisals. If one line changed, the others would flex. If all three were struck together, the city might not know how to hide what it had become. He looked at Su Yan. "We need timing." She gave him a hard nod. "Then use the festival. Crowds. Noise. Everyone looking at the same lanterns." Wen tapped the map with one knuckle. "The danger is that the backlash will not care whether the crowd is sympathetic." "I know. Do you?" The old archivist's tone was mild, but Qin Mo knew him well enough now to hear the warning beneath it. He did know. Enough. Not enough to claim full understanding. The eye had shown him the shape of the lines, but not the shape of every human reaction once those lines were cut. There would be fear. Some of it justified. Some of it manipulated. Some women might awaken too hard and need immediate help. Some might reject the truth out of terror and go running back to the structures that had hurt them because those structures at least felt known. He exhaled slowly. "We don't have the luxury of half measures anymore," he said. That line came from Su Yan more than from him. She looked at him and nodded once, as if glad someone had finally said the obvious aloud. "Good," she said. "Because the city doesn't get to decide whether we're polite." Qin Mo looked at the strike diagram and then at the group of them: Blacksmith's Daughter, Ice Phoenix, World Tree Healer, White Bone Assassin, Blind Archivist, and thought that whatever history was being written above them, this was the first room he had stood in where all of it felt inevitable. "Then we don't ask," he said. He put his hand on the map. "We tell." Chapter 44. The city heard about the inspections before noon and reacted exactly how institutions do when the thing they have been calling a civic matter starts sounding like a liability. The governor's office announced a clarification. The temple quarter called for order. The academy released a statement about public safety and spirit contamination. Su Yan read the statement while standing over a stack of grain sacks and nearly tore the paper in half. "They've got nerve." Qin Mo, who was checking the hidden school's emergency routes against the festival crowd map, glanced up. "Which part?" "All of it." That was fair enough. The inspections had already begun at the edge districts, but the governor's office was carefully pretending they were only protective checks for unstable spirit conditions. The language was so polished that anyone who had not lived under the system could almost mistake it for concern. Almost. But the hidden school women had learned to read the machinery underneath the words. Wen arrived with a report from one of his contacts in the temple quarter. "The noble houses are nervous," he said. "Very nervous." Qin Mo looked up from the route map. "Good. Not for the reasons you think." Wen set the paper down. The report was about one of the alliance hearings. The nobles were discussing the awakenings as though they were an economic disturbance rather than a human one. Their concern was not women suffering. Their concern was whether enough hidden talent could awaken to upset the balance of inheritance, military command, and religious authority that had kept the city structured around male control. Su Yan read the report and went very still. "So they know." Wen nodded. "Of course they know. Not every man in charge understands the system in detail, but the ones with family interest do. They know exactly what kind of woman the structure prevents from becoming impossible." Qin Mo's jaw tightened. There was a difference between ignorance and protection. The former could be corrected. The latter fought back when exposed. If the nobles understood that full hidden spirits would destabilize inheritance and temple authority, then every response they had made so far was not a misunderstanding. It was a deliberate effort to keep those talents from surfacing. That made the confrontation ahead simpler and uglier. Su Yan folded the report and tapped it against the table. "That means the festival strike needs to hit where everyone can see it." Qin Mo nodded. "The Academy Tower," he said. "The Temple Bell. The Archive Vault. In front of the city. In front of the city." Wen gave a slow, Approving nod. Then you need people in position who can move without being noticed. I can get you into the archive vault. One of the new girls has family access to the temple quarter. Gu Feixiu can probably reach the noble records. But the academy tower. He glanced toward the alley window. Lin Shuang, who had been helping Mei Lin teach the younger children how to recognize spirit strain, looked up at the mention of the academy tower and immediately knew she was being considered. You want me to go back? The room went quiet. Qin Mo hated asking it, but the iris made the need obvious. She was the only one who could move through the academy's upper family routes without attracting immediate suspicion. And she was the one whose family had tried to drag her back before. That would make the mission personal enough to keep her from hesitating, which was either a good thing or a terrible one. Lin Shuang's expression hardened. I can do it. You don't have to, Qin Mo said. That made her look at him sharply. If I don't go, she said, then they'll keep assuming I belong to them. I'm tired of being expensive to the people who should have been ashamed already. Qin Mo had no immediate reply to that. Su Yan slapped his shoulder lightly. There you go. That's the spirit. Lin Shuang gave her a flat look. I hate that this sounds encouraging. You'll survive. I'm not sure that's the current standard. The shelter room's tension eased by a fraction. That was enough to start the work. Qin Mo spread the festival route out on the table and marked the likely guard positions, the public lantern route, and the 3 target buildings. He could see the chain lines in his mind even without the iris open. The city had organized itself into a polished lie, and the lie had a weak center because all lies needed one. If they could cut the center during a public celebration, the city would not be able to pretend the shake was weather. It would have to answer. He had been careful in the marking, following the iris grid, noting where each suppression anchor had been placed relative to the festival route. The Academy Tower sat at the north end, its old spirit formation lock embedded in the top basement, exactly where a formal appraisal had once been held for a ceremony celebrating the city's founding pact with local noble houses. The temple bell sat in the east quarter, 100 feet from the altar where suppression hymns were sung twice each season. The clan archive vault was central, beneath a courtyard where marriage records had been stamped under divine witness. 3 points. 3 old wounds made official. Each one had been built to look like tradition while functioning as a lock. If tradition could be turned public, so could the lock's exposure. Qin Mo rolled a map. Everyone knows their role? Su Yan cracked her knuckles. Gu Feixiu tilted her head. Lin Shuang looked at the festival schedule and nodded once. Yi Ru was already memorizing where the ley vein ran under the main plaza in case the backlash from multiple chain breaks needed stabilizing. Outside, the city was beginning to fill with lanterns. The founding festival would begin at sunset. They had 1 hour. Chapter 45 Gu Feixiu infiltrated Marquis Jihang's manor by walking in through the servant gate. That was the most irritating part. Qin Mo had expected dramatic wall climbing or shadow replacement or some intricately impossible assassin route. Instead she arrived later that night through the side entrance with a laundry bundle over one shoulder and the manor seal data tucked inside the hem of her sleeve. Su Yan stared at her with grudging respect. That easy? Gu Feixiu's eyes were dry and flat. No. The answer made the room quieter. Qin Mo took the documents and unfolded them under the lamp. The iris immediately caught the shape of the manor's internal record space. Old family archives. Private oath ledgers. Marriage arrangements. Spirit inheritance notes. More tellingly, a separate sealed chamber of correspondence between the Ji House and several city offices. The archive did not merely record the suppression system. It helped operate it. He looked up slowly. They know exactly what the formation does. Gu Feixiu nodded. They know some of it. Some? Enough to use. Not enough to argue they are innocent. The distinction did not improve anyone's mood. When, reading one page over Qin Mo's shoulder, made a low sound of disgust. The nobles have been using the district records to track which daughters show unstable spirit shifts before first appraisal. They funnel them into marriage negotiations, temple service, or quiet removal depending on lineage value. Su Yan's face went hard. Removal? Gu Feixiu did not blink. Labs. Private healers. Silent transfers. Sometimes they say the girl has a weak constitution and needs reallocation. Sometimes they call it a service placement. It depends on whether the family wants to keep the bloodline visible. The room sat with that for a second. Qin Mo felt the pressure in his chest turn cold. Jihang had moved from abstract civic control to direct exploitation. Which meant the noble houses were not just complicit. They were active operators in the machine. That also meant the city strike had to reach beyond the academy. If they left the manor records untouched, the nobles would rebrand the problem and continue with better language. He laid out the documents and found, among the marriage ledgers, a note written in Ji Hang's own hand. Qin Mo read it once and then again because the second time was somehow worse. The line was short. Frighteningly casual. Girls with full spirits would destabilize inheritance, military command, and divine worship all at once. He passed the note to Su Yan. She read it and let out a very quiet, very dangerous breath. Lin Shuang, standing by the door, said, "They think that is a reason." "It is a reason," Wen replied. "For them." Qin Mo turned the note over in his fingers. The hidden spirit network was not merely a side effect of sexism or custom. It was a direct threat to every institution built on the idea that women should remain narrower than their potential. That was why the nobles feared it. Not because strong women were morally suspicious. Because strong women were structurally disruptive. The manor records also revealed one other thing. The noble houses and the academy were not operating independently. They were cooperating through marriage and appraisal channels, exchanging data on hidden potential and desirable suppressions like merchants comparing weather. Qin Mo's eye burned. "We need to show this," he said. Gu Fakeshu folded her arms. "At the festival?" "At the festival." Su Yan gave him a look that was half admiration and half concern for his survival instincts. "You really do like public humiliation," she said. "Only for the right people." Wen set the note down very carefully. "Then the plan is becoming clear." "Good. That means it will also become dangerous faster." No one argued. Danger had been part of the plan from the beginning. The new thing was proof. And proof had a way of stripping politics down to appetite. The moment the manor records were laid out beside the academy ledgers, the room started seeing the city with a different kind of disgust. The noble houses were not simply afraid of women becoming strong. They were afraid of women becoming ungovernable by familiar tools. A daughter who could command her own spirit might refuse a marriage alliance. A commander with a full spirit might refuse a bad order. A priestess with enough power might ask why the gods needed suppression at all. That was what Ji Hang was protecting, a world where every important answer could still be controlled by men who had spent their lives confusing inheritance with destiny. Wen gave Qin Mo a sideways glance, as though he had recognized the line of thought before Qin Mo voiced it. "You see it," the archivist said. Qin Mo nodded once. "They do not think the system is abusive because they benefit from it," he said. "They think it is sacred because they benefit from it." The room went still. Su Yan let out a breath through her nose, sharp with contempt. "That's worse." "Yes," Qin Mo said. "It is. That should have made the plan feel heavier. In a way, it did. But it also made the strike cleaner. They were no longer just exposing local corruption. They were cutting into the story that allowed the corruption to present itself as order. If the temple authority and the noble houses wanted to claim the city had been spared disorder by keeping women weak, then the festival had to show the crowd exactly what weakness had been bought with. No one in the room liked the shape of that answer. That was fine. Likability was not the measure anymore. Chapter 46. Ji Hang himself never came to the shelter network, which Qin Mo thought was a mistake on principle. He did, however, leave enough speech behind that the city could not stop hearing him. The noble houses circulated a public line about the awakenings threatening social stability. It had the usual polished shape. Family inheritance would collapse. Military logistics would be disrupted. Temple worship would lose consistency. The actual sentence that mattered was repeated in private more often than in public. If women with full spirits walked freely, the old arrangement would stop being controllable. Wen translated that line into something cleaner at the next strategy meeting. "They are afraid of the loss of monopoly," he said. Qin Mo rested his head briefly against the back of his chair. "You make it sound almost businesslike." "It is businesslike." Su Yan, sitting with one boot on the table and a map in her hands, looked up. "Then Ji Hang believes what?" Wen considered his words with the care of someone who had spent too many years around dangerous records. "He believes that women with full spirits would destabilize inheritance, military command, and divine worship all at once." The sentence landed like a stone. Lin Shuang looked up sharply. "Divine worship?" Wen nodded. "The temple authority is tied to the suppression lattice. If women awaken in numbers, the priesthood loses a great deal of the moral language that keeps the current order presented as sacred." Qin Mo had already guessed part of that from the archive diagrams. Hearing it stated so plainly still felt like a door opening onto a larger room. The system had not only controlled bodies. It had controlled legitimacy. Su Yan made a low noise of disgust. "So they need women weak to keep men looking ordained." Wen's expression did not change. "That is one way to say it." Qin Mo sat up. The idea of inheritance had come up enough times now that it had begun to acquire a sharper edge. The noble houses treated daughters like future negotiations. The military treated female cultivators as support units. The temples treated hidden power as a risk to order. In every case, the reason was not that women were incapable. It was that capability in the wrong shape would change who got to keep power. That was the real vulnerability. And, therefore, the real target. Ji Hang's fear was not abstract. It was the fear of a man who understood exactly which levers would break first if women started keeping their own power. Inheritance would stop being a neat transaction between fathers and sons. Military command would have to answer to women who could see through flattering lies. Temple worship would lose the moral fog that let men describe obedience as virtue. Every institution he trusted would become less predictable. That made him dangerous in a very specific way. Men who can afford to misunderstand oppression often become ordinary. Men who understand it and choose it anyway become efficient. Qin Mo stared at the map while that thought settled. The academy, the temple, the archive. Those were not just buildings. They were the places where efficiency had been turned into doctrine. If they wanted the city to recognize the system as deliberate, they had to hit all three in a way that forced even the hesitant to compare the evidence in public. Su Yan noticed his expression darken. "You just got another bad idea, didn't you?" "No," he said. "The same one, but larger." That turned a sharp grin from her. "Good. Large is easier to see." Lin Qiangshuang looked at the festival map and then up at the window as if she could already hear the noise the city would make when the old story broke. "Then we need the strike to be visible enough that no one can call it a rumor." "Exactly," Qin Mo said. He could feel the room accept the logic even if nobody enjoyed it. That was how the best plans often arrived. First as discomfort. Then as the only thing honest enough to carry forward. "If Ji Hang thinks that," Qin Mo said slowly, "then he will overreact to the strike." Gu Feixiu nodded. "He already is. There are more watchers in the lower district than usual." Su Yan tapped the festival map. "Then we use the festival crowd to bury our movement." Lin Qiangshuang crossed her arms. "And the moment the crowd sees the first chain break, the old order will panic." Qin Mo looked at the room full of women who had stopped waiting for permission to call this problem by its true name. "Good," he said. "Let it panic in public." The word panic settled into the room and did not apologize for landing there. Qin Mo had thought long about whether that was the right strategy. Public panic was unpredictable. Some of it would land on the wrong people. Some women who awakened in the crowd tonight would be frightened, not relieved. Not every person who had lived under the suppression would immediately celebrate its breaking. Some would defend it because the cage had become familiar. He had decided that none of that changed the necessity. The note had to fall. Not because chaos was good, but because the kind of silence that came from keeping the cage intact was worse than any amount of fear that came from breaking it. Fear could be talked through. Fear could be helped. The silence, once maintained, only ever deepened. Su Yan must have read something in his face. "You are thinking about the ones who will be scared," she said. "Yes, so am I." She met his eyes. "But I am also thinking about the ones who have been waiting for someone to say, 'You were right to be angry.'" He held her gaze. That was the balance. Not chaos for its own sake. The scale of honesty. "Tonight," he said, "we give them both." The team spread out toward their positions as the festival horns began to sound. Chapter 47. The strike plan took shape on a table crowded with food bowls, ledgers, and enough scratch maps to make the room look like a failed war room. Qin Mo did not mind. He had never expected revolution to smell like cooled broth and ink dust. The Academy Tower, the Temple Bell, and the Clan Archive Vault formed the 3 points of the city chain node triangle. The festival would flood the streets with families, vendors, and ritual attendants. That gave them 3 advantages: noise, mobility, and witnesses. It also gave them a reason to carry tools, hammers, papers, and buckets into places where a guard would otherwise ask too many questions. Wen assigned the archive vault route first. "I can get Qin Mo in through the lower record crawl space," he said. "The old district staff tunnel still connects to the archive foundations." "You're coming?" Qin Mo asked. Wen gave him a look that bordered on scandalized. "You think I accumulated half a life of banned documents only to remain at home during the first proper historical correction?" Su Yan snorted. "Gu Feixiu took the temple route. I'll handle the bell relays and any priestly interference." That left the Academy Tower. Lin Qiangshuang did not speak immediately when everyone looked at her. Qin Mo had expected that. The tower route ran closest to her family ties and the old academy grounds, which meant it would require the most emotional restraint. She had already decided to go, but choosing a path and walking it are different matters when the path leads through the place that taught you your own limits. She finally said, "I can get in through the maintenance stair used by the upper branch students." Su Yan glanced over. "You sound very calm." "I'm not." "Good." That would have been the end of it if Yi Ru had not spoken up from the edge of the room. "What if the backlash hurts people in the crowd?" The room went quiet. Qin Mo turned to her. The bud spirit in her had become steadier, but it still trembled under stress. She had been helping with the shelter network by sensing ground vibrations and warning when guard routes changed. In effect, she had become the room's early warning system. That meant she understood consequences more immediately than most. "Then we minimize what we can," he said carefully. "We don't break the node for spectacle alone. We break it because the records prove it is part of the chain." Yi Ru nodded slowly, not quite reassured. Qin Mo went to the table and marked the route again. The festival crowd would be the mask. The actual strike had to be synchronized enough that the nodes could not support one another. That meant timing. Good timing. Better than he liked. If the Academy Tower broke first, the temple bell might amplify the shock. If the archive vault broke first, the records could be removed before the suppression captain understood what had happened. If the bell broke first, the crowd could be alerted before the others were in position. Wen pointed at the bell route. "That one needs the cleanest hand." Gu Fakeshu's eyes narrowed a fraction. "You don't think I am clean?" "I think knives are not known for their subtlety." "That is a terrible reason. And yet accurate." Qin Mo almost smiled. The room shifted as the real size of the operation became visible. They were no longer just rescuing girls or exposing local abuse. They were about to strike the hidden structure under a city during a civic holiday and tell everyone watching that the old balance was built on deliberate theft. That was not a small act. It was, however, the only one worth the risk. He looked up at the group and said the thing he had been circling since Wen first showed him the chain maps. "We hit all three at once," he said. "If one team fails, the others keep going." Su Yan grinned with a kind of hard satisfaction. "Now that sounds like a proper bad idea." The room laughed at that. But the laughter was thin and edged with strain. Qin Mo understood why. They were past the point where the plan could be disguised as a local correction. The more the triangle came into focus, the more each person in the room had to accept that the next few days could not be solved by one clever strike and a quick retreat. The district was going to remember them. The city would either become a partner in the truth or a battleground for it. Su Yan rolled the map back up and tossed it onto the table. "Good," she said. "Then stop talking like we need permission." Wen gave her a level look. "You say that as though permission was ever the issue. It usually is for other people." That drew another small laugh, this time from Yi Ru, who had been quiet for most of the meeting. Qin Mo watched that and felt the plan settle into something more durable. People laughed less when they were frightened and more when they had decided to keep going anyway. The mood in the room had crossed that line. He looked at the group and saw the roles begin to harden around the edges. Wen was the map in the archive. Su Yan was the break point. Gu Fakeshu was the blade no one would see until it mattered. Lin Qiangshuang would be the face of the Academy's betrayal. Yi Ru would keep the district from tearing itself apart when the node pressure shifted. That left Qin Mo where he had been all along, except now he understood it more clearly. He was the one who had to make the city understand what it was looking at. Chapter 48 Lin Qiangshuang returned to her family estate 2 days before the founding festival as a spy, which was the sort of sentence that would have sounded absurd if it had not already sounded inevitable. Qin Mo did not enjoy the fact that she insisted on going alone. "You'll draw less attention that way," she said when he objected. "That's not the same as safe." "No," she replied. "It isn't." She had a point, and he hated that even more. The hidden school helped disguise the movement by staging her departure as a temporary family visit. The Lin house had already sent messages demanding a formal re-evaluation after the alley confrontation. That made her return plausible enough to carry her back through the gate without immediate scandal. Once inside, she would use the old upper branch maintenance route to check the Academy Tower seal and verify the family had not altered the tower lines in response to the recent unrest. Qin Mo saw the chain in the iris the moment she stepped beyond the shelter door. Not the spirit chain. The emotional one. Going home meant stepping back into the training that had taught her brilliance was dangerous if visible. The old house, for all its polished family language, still believed in proper limits for daughters. She would have to walk through that belief without giving it the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. Before she left, Qin Mo caught her wrist. "If anything feels wrong," he said quietly, "you come out." Lin Qiangshuang looked at him for a long moment. "If I come out too early, they may move the tower seal. Then we adapt. If I come out too late?" He opened his mouth. The honest answer was that they would adapt then too, though he did not want to say it. She must have read it in his face because her mouth flattened in sudden amusement. That's what I thought. He let go of her wrist and watched her leave. The shelter room was quieter after she was gone. Qin Mo spent the morning reading the copied tower notes and the afternoon checking the route maps one more time. The academy's maintenance access was hidden behind the older ceremonial halls where family visitors were not usually allowed. The tower itself held a sealing bell and a formation relay connected to the node. If the festival crowd was dense enough, the tower strike could appear as a security malfunction until it was too late. Wen found him staring at the plan so long that he had to clear his throat twice to get noticed. "You look worried." "I am worried." "You should be more specific." "About her." Wen was quiet for a moment before speaking. "She is not a porcelain vase, Qin Mo." "I know." "Then trust her." That was a great deal harder than the archivist made it sound. Qin Mo looked out through the shelter window toward the North District where the Academy Tower rose above the rooftops. He trusted Lin Qiangshuang. That was not the issue. The issue was that trust did not make the tower any less likely to be filled with people who knew how to use old family patterns as leverage. Still, Wen was right. If the movement was going to be more than Qin Mo's eye, then the others had to be allowed to move without him hovering over every line. That realization did not make it easier. It made it real. Lin Qiangshuang would go into the academy as a spy. She would walk through the halls she had grown up in, past the same instructors who had spent years shaving her talent into a more acceptable size, and she would use the family connections they had never fully severed against them. That was the kind of courage that did not make noise. It was the courage of choosing to inhabit a system long enough to remember which lever pulled the whole thing sideways. Qin Mo let himself think about what it cost. The family would try to charm her back into line. Old loyalty patterns. The weight of a name. The specific kind of guilt that family members used on daughters who were becoming more independent than comfortable. She would have to sit at a table and eat politely and answer questions about her spirit and nod at the appropriate moments and all the while know that the people across from her had been complicit in the mechanism that had stolen the better half of her inheritance. He hoped she was ready. More than that, he hoped she knew she did not have to pretend to be fine once she returned. Su Yan appeared in the doorway with a supply list and stopped when she saw his expression. "You are worrying about Lin Qiangshuang," she said. "I am preparing for contingencies." "That's what I said." He almost smiled. "She is stronger than the Academy ever allowed her to be," Su Yan continued. "She proved that in the duel ring. And she has been carrying the weight of being too brilliant in the wrong kind of room for her entire life." She folded her arms. "Let her work." He nodded. "I know. You worry anyway." "I do." Su Yan gave him the look she reserved for things she found both exasperating and understandable. "Write down what you need her to find," she said. "Something useful. Give her a task specific enough to anchor the fear." That was good advice. He reached for the ledger. Chapter 49 Yi Ru learned to calm backlash by listening to the ground before she listened to fear. It turned out to be one of those truths that sounded simple only after it had been discovered the hard way. The hidden school gathered in the back courtyard while the city prepared for the founding festival. Qin Mo had asked Yi Ru to help them rehearse a possible suppression rebound response, since the node strike might upset local spirit flow across several districts. She looked nervous enough to apologize to the soil. Su Yan, who had been carrying sacks of grain all morning, set them down and gave the girl a practical nod. "If you can hear the floor, hear it." Yi Ru looked uncertain. "That sounds like nonsense." "Most useful things do." That got a faint smile. Qin Mo opened the iris and watched the bud in her spirit move as she touched the ground stones with her fingertips. It was no longer as small as it had been at first. Still young. Still fragile. But more rooted. More willing. The city's ley veins ran under the courtyard like old nerves. Yi Ru felt them through the skin of her palm and inhaled in a way that made the hidden lines respond instead of harden. "What do you hear?" Qin Mo asked. She closed her eyes. At first nothing. Then a slow pulse. Then the faint, tired beat of stone holding too much pressure for too long. "The city is dense," she whispered. Qin Mo nodded. "Can you tell where?" Yi Ru frowned, listening harder. The bud spirit brightened under the iris. A line of green light ran through the ground beneath the courtyard and extended outward in a sense map so faint it might have been invisible to any ordinary cultivator. But the world tree bud was not ordinary. It sensed the pressure lines as if they were roots and water in the conversation between them. "The North Quarter," she said at last. "The road near the festival gates. And the old Academy road too." Wen looked up sharply from his notes. "Both." She nodded, startled by her own certainty. Qin Mo felt relief and worry in the same breath. If Yi Ru could sense the backlash routes, She could help them keep the city from collapsing into panic the moment the node broke. She would not stop the consequences. But she might redirect some of them. In a world of controlled pressure, redirection was a kind of mercy. Su Yan watched the girl's face with an expression that had softened by a degree he would not have noticed a month earlier. "Again," she said. Yi Ru nodded and tried once more. This time she did not just sense the pressure. She spoke to it in the language the bud spirit understood. The ground answered. The courtyard stones gave off a low, steady warmth as the tension in the nearby lines eased by a trace. Not enough to solve anything. Enough to show the method worked. Qin Mo let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Yi Ru opened her eyes wide. "I did that?" "You did," Qin Mo said. She looked terrified and relieved at the same time. Wen smiled in that restrained way of his that always suggested he was trying not to show too much hope too quickly. "Then during the strike," he said, "you will be our ear to the floor." The girl swallowed, then nodded. That was all anyone needed. It was not the same as calm. Qin Mo could see that in the way Yi Ru kept glancing at the floor stones as if they might suddenly speak back in a language she didn't yet know how to answer. He understood the feeling. Power that arrived with responsibility did not magically stop being frightening just because it was useful. It only became bearable when people realized they were not the only ones carrying it. He asked her to walk the courtyard once more, slowly, while the others watched the response in the ground. The bud spirit did not flare this time. It settled. The pressure in the stone shifted by degrees instead of degrees of panic. That mattered. It meant Yi Ru was beginning to learn the difference between hearing a thing and being ruled by it. Qin Mo made a quiet note to himself that this kind of learning would matter more than raw strength once the city split open in public. If she could remain present while the backlash moved through the district, she would become the operation's pulse, not just its warning bell. Su Yan leaned against the shed doorway and watched the test with the look of someone who had fought long enough to value restraint without trusting it. "You're getting better at this," she told Yi Ru. The girl looked shocked to hear it. "You mean the listening?" "No," Su Yan said. "The not apologizing for existing." That got a startled laugh from the courtyard, and it was the kind of laugh that stayed with Qin Mo after the meeting ended. Every role in the plan was becoming real in some practical sense. Wen could move through the archive. Su Yan could break a line. Gu Feixiu could cut a throat if the city forced the issue. Lin Qiangshuang could make the academy tower impossible to ignore. Yi Ru could keep people from being crushed by the shock. Qin Mo had less and less reason to think of himself as the only axis holding things together. That was good. It was also terrifying. He had spent too much of his life thinking that seeing clearly was the same as carrying everything alone. The shelter was teaching him otherwise, one task at a time. Chapter 50 The founding festival began with drums. It always had. The city liked to remember itself loudly. By noon the streets were packed shoulder to shoulder with families carrying offerings, merchants moving festival wares, and civic guards trying very hard to look like they were merely keeping order for the public good rather than preparing for the possibility of unrest. The lantern racks had been raised along the main avenues. The temple bells in the North District were already sounding their ceremonial pattern. Children ran between stalls with sugar cakes in their hands. The air smelled of roasting grain, incense, and wet rope. Qin Mo moved through it all under a worker's cap and a plain coat that hid the bandage at his eye. So did the others. Su Yan was with the crowd near the academy approach, carrying a tool bundle like a repair woman sent to fix the lantern beams. Gu Feixiu had disappeared into the temple corridor half an hour earlier. Wen was already somewhere beneath the archive district, hidden by old passages no one thought to check. Yi Ru stayed at the shelter base to listen for backlash. Qin Mo and a pair of academy girls with too much courage and not enough fear were supposed to handle the tower route. He hated this part. The waiting. The city felt almost normal from the street. That was what made the whole thing feel so dangerous. No one in the crowd knew that 3 hidden nodes were about to be cut open beneath their feet. No one knew how much of their routines depended on not having to ask who decided the shape of a girl's spirit. People laughed. They bargained. They ate. The old machine kept trying to present itself as life. Qin Mo saw the pattern through the iris as they neared the academy road. The tower node glowed under the stone like a sealed eye waiting for the right cut. His chest tightened. The signal came from Su Yan first. Not a message. A change in the spirit pressure around the crowd. She had reached position. Then another spike from the temple quarter, faint but clear. Gu Feixiu. Then Wen's route pressure slid a fraction, which meant the archive crawlspace was open. Everything was in place. Qin Mo touched the shoulder of the girl beside him, an academy student whose hidden wind spirit had become one of the network's most reliable message runners. "When I move," he said, You keep going and don't look back. She swallowed hard. You say that like you expect something to explode. I do. That, oddly, steadied her. The drums above the festival plaza reached a higher pitch. Qin Mo opened the iris fully. The tower line appeared at once, bright and ugly beneath the festival stones. The academy had hidden the note under the public stair, but the structure itself could not mask the pressure now that he knew how to read it. He had a clear route into the maintenance stair through the lower delivery gate. If the timing worked, the strike would coincide with the festival's offering pause. If not, they would all be improvising under scrutiny. He took one breath. Then another. The city around him kept smiling. And somewhere ahead, the first chain was waiting to be broken in public. The waiting was worse than the running. Every few breaths, Qin Mo had to remind himself that the festival noise around him was not a contradiction to the danger. It was the camouflage. People were buying sugar cakes, arguing over lantern colors, and laughing at street performers because that was what a city did when it wanted to believe itself normal. Under the iris, the crowd was an ocean of sealed currents and partial awakenings, some hidden, some stirring, some still unaware that their bodies had already started asking for more room. He caught one glimpse of a little girl reaching for her mother's sleeve and saw, under the public child spirit, the faint root of a waterwood hybrid waiting patiently to be noticed. That tiny image almost slowed him down. Not because it was rare. Because it was ordinary. He had started this thinking about the spectacular cases, the girls whose spirits screamed for a release. The city was full of quieter versions, and if the strike worked, all of them would have to decide whether to keep pretending not to know. The academy student beside him swallowed hard and whispered, "Are you sure the tower will crack?" Qin Mo looked at the maintenance door, then at the distant line where the academy rose above the festival roofs. "No," he said. "I'm sure it can." That distinction mattered to him more than he expected. He did not have the luxury of certainty. He had a map, a network, a set of witnesses, and a city that was already beginning to shift its weight under the pressure. That would have to be enough. A revolution, he had learned, was often just the discipline of moving before your fear gets a vote. He looked at the iris text floating at the edge of his vision. Strike phase, initiation target nodes, 3 confirmed suppression response, imminent. He tucked the text away and put his hand on the door. The festival had begun. The city had no idea how different tonight's celebration would be from the last 300 years of them. He stepped out into the lantern light. Chapter 51 Su Yan shattered the academy tower seal with the vermilion spear in full view of the lower festival crowd. That was, admittedly, the cleaner version of events. The actual moment was louder. Qin Mo had not seen her directly until the strike began, because he was half in the maintenance stair and half in the thought of whether the tower node would react before they reached the line. Then the pressure in the district snapped outward, and the academy's tower wall lit with a sharp red flare as Su Yan drove the hidden spear current into the outer seal from the crowd side. The seal cracked. Then cracked again. Then exploded in a burst of light that made the nearby lantern racks shiver. Festival-goers screamed and stumbled back. Guards shouted. The academy's upper patrol line rushed to the wall, but the damage was already visible enough to make silence impossible. Through the iris, Qin Mo saw the seal lines bend and snap like overworked wire. The tower node had been touched. Not by accident. By intention. Su Yan emerged from the crowd in a black and worker coat, her face fierce and flushed, the broken hammer in one hand and the vermilion spear blazing under her surface so brightly Qin Mo nearly felt it from across the avenue. "Go," she shouted. That was the signal. The maintenance stair crew moved. Qin Mo slipped through the side door while the academy guards surged toward Su Yan, who had very kindly chosen to be obvious enough that no one could ignore the threat before they had to. Inside the tower, the air was colder. The node pulsed somewhere beneath the floor. 2 instructors were already descending toward the lower archive chamber. Qin Mo saw them in the iris and ducked behind the stair rail, hard hammering. The maintenance route had been built for repairs, not combat. Fortunately the current fight was not yet visible enough to need heroics. He only needed to reach the lower seal before the instructors realized he was there. The tower's hidden lines were old. Old enough to be wrong. He could see the suppression current climbing the walls like a vine. The line that connected the academy tower to the city web was thinner here but more concentrated. It did not just record. It amplified. Public appraisals, discipline records, spirit allocation, and family reference notes all fed through this point before being routed to the node under the tower floor. The tower had been the machine's mouth. And Su Yan had just cracked a tooth. Qin Mo reached the lower chamber just as one instructor turned and shouted in alarm. He did not have time to exchange pleasantries. The room erupted into a fight. Su Yan burst in from the outer corridor with enough force to knock the first instructor back into the archive shelf. Qin Mo ducked a talisman strike and slammed his shoulder into the node side seam. The iris screamed at him with the shape of the hidden line. One more hit and the tower seal would fail hard enough to expose the node. The instructor recovered and formed a suppression seal with a second man already stepping in behind him. Qin Mo saw the hidden pressure line under the floor and acted on instinct. He drove his palm down hard at the seam the iris had shown. The floor cracked. Light burst through. The tower node flared with a pulse that rippled up the wall and out into the street below. Outside, people began screaming at the sudden shock. Su Yan knocked the second instructor sideways and shouted for the runners to keep moving. Qin Mo heard the tower seal begin to fail. That was when he realized the node itself had noticed. The hidden pressure in the room reversed. Something in the sky beyond the tower shimmered. And every woman in the vicinity with a sealed spirit went still at once. Qin Mo looked up from the basement and felt the cascade begin. The node above him had not simply failed. It had sent the failure outward through the formation network in a ripple, touching every anchored chain in the district's radius. The sealed spirits in the crowd were not shattering. They were loosening. A fraction. Enough to feel. Not enough to fully open without help. But enough to know the cage was thinner than it had been 10 minutes ago. He thought of the runner from the laundry room. The seamstress. The dock girl. The women in the shelter who had been practicing the breathing method for weeks against the hope that something like this might someday happen. The node had fallen. He had to tell them it was real. He turned toward the stair. Su Yan's voice came from above. Qin Mo. The crowd outside the tower is gathering. He took the steps 2 at a time. The night above the tower door hit him with festival noise and the smell of lantern oil. And there, in the street, women were pausing mid-step with their hands pressed to their chests or their ribs, feeling some subtle change they could not yet name. A girl near the fruit stall had gone pale. A woman in a merchant's sash had stopped to stare at her own wrist. A seamstress 2 doors down was crying without knowing why. None of them had been broken. None of them had been healed. They had simply been given, for the first time, the sensation of a chain they had never been told existed. Qin Mo stepped into the street. That, he thought, was where the real work of the night began. Chapter 52 Gu Feixiu murdered the registrar who had sold girls into spirit laboratories. Qin Mo learned that from the scream first, then the silence after. The temple quarter had turned into a knot of incense smoke and panicked festival traffic by the time he felt the bell node tremble under the iris. He had expected Gu Feixiu to move with precision. He had not expected the kill to feel so public in spirit pressure, like a sharp line cut through a page everyone had been pretending to read. The registrar had been hiding in a side office behind the temple bell annex, where the seal records for local spirit lines were stored. The man had probably believed the festival would give him cover to flee if the strike ever reached the district. It did not. Gu Feixiu found him before the guards did. She did not announce herself. She did not need to. The white bone mantis spirit under her surface flared once through the iris. Then the room went very still. The registrar's lifeline vanished from the edge of Qin Mo's perception with the ugly finality of an ending decided in a single motion. The city around the temple did not yet know what had happened. But it would. Qin Mo reached the temple quarter just in time to see Gu Feixiu step out into the side alley with blood on one glove and the same hard expression she had worn when she arrived in the shelter network, broken and furious. There was no triumph in her face. Only the clean severity of someone who had crossed a line and decided not to pretend otherwise. Su Yan's voice crackled through the city noise from the academy route, a shouted report the runner had passed on. Tower seal broken. Crowd responding. Guards in motion. Wen's voice arrived a heartbeat later through a hidden message chain. Archive vault entry secured, but the node is awake. Qin Mo looked at Gu Feixiu. She had been waiting for him to ask the obvious question. Why him? He said quietly. Her mask was gone. She answered without hesitation. Because he sold 3 girls from my house to the laboratories and called it correction. That was enough. The answer landed in Qin Mo like a hammer strike he had expected and still hated. The registrar had not merely kept records. He had made the trade possible. Which meant the temple quarter was not just spiritual authority. It was part of the transport system for the city's hidden violence. Gu Feixiu's breathing remained steady, but the iris showed the white bone mantis spirit behind her shoulders pulsing in a way that suggested she had not simply killed for vengeance. She had killed to sever a chain. That made the act more dangerous and more useful at once. The sound of bells changed overhead. Qin Mo looked up and saw the temple bell line shudder. The node was reacting to the hit. Good. The pressure had shifted. If Lin Qiangshuang was in place, this was the moment she needed to strike. Gu Fakeshu glanced toward the main avenue, then back to him. "The temple priests know the note is tied to their records," she said. "They've been trying to move the sealed ledgers before the crowd notices. Let them try. They will run. Then we make sure they can't keep their paperwork." That was as close to a battle cry as the temple quarter had time for. The alley behind the temple office felt too narrow for the information that had just been dragged out of it. Qin Mo stood with Gu Fakeshu while the bells changed pitch overhead, and the pressure of the district seemed to pass through the stones like a nervous pulse. The registrar's death had not solved anything on its own, but it had shifted the balance of who could safely pretend ignorance. That mattered. In the iris, the temple records looked less like harmless ledgers now and more like a pipeline that had been feeding girls into places they did not choose. Gu Fakeshu wiped her knife on the edge of her sleeve and looked at him with a strange, clipped calm. "If you hesitate later," she said, "I won't." Qin Mo glanced at the blood on her glove and understood that she was not bragging. She was setting the terms of the next hour. Good. He preferred it that way. Honest danger was easier to work with than false restraint. The festival noise thickened around them as people continued to move through the streets, unaware that the temple quarter had just lost one of the hands keeping the machine fed. Qin Mo could feel the city trying to keep the surface intact. That was its habit. It would take more than one cut to make the whole district admit the shape of the wound. He looked back toward the temple bell and knew the next strike had to arrive before the priests finished rewriting the story in their own language. A temple official had already begun gathering clerks near the bell tower entrance, working quickly to establish a perimeter of administrative presence around the site. That was the instinct of the system: paper, records, official witnesses, language that turned the undeniable into the managed. Qin Mo watched from across the square. The city surface was still celebrating. The festival drums continued. Children waved lanterns. Merchants kept their stalls open because profit had the good sense to continue regardless of ideological crisis. But under the surface, the night had changed. He could feel it in the iris. The great suppression web of the district had begun to breathe differently. Where before it had felt like stone, now it had the quality of something partially submerged. Still present. Still heavy. But less certain of its own borders. The second target was ahead. He moved. Chapter 53 Lin Kuang Shuang froze the temple bell with such force that the sound came out like a crack in winter stone. Qin Mo heard it across 3 streets. The bell had been ringing its ceremonial pattern for the founding festival, a deep-layered note meant to keep the crowd moving in ordered lines toward the central shrine. When Lin Kuang Shuang reached the bell platform through the upper maintenance stair, the temple had already begun to suspect trouble. Priests were trying to shield the node. Attendants were shouting. The bell itself was still active. Then her frost phoenix opened under the iris. Not fully. Not yet. Enough. She struck the bell's resonance frame with a sheet of cold so pure that the metal rim flashed white. The bell note cut off mid-breath, then shivered into silence as the frost climbed the support chain and locked the whole mechanism in place. The crowd gasped. Temple attendants shouted in panic. Qin Mo pushed through the side avenue just in time to see Lin Kuang Shuang standing on the maintenance platform in white frostlight, her expression absolutely still while the hidden phoenix beneath her ribbon form burned with controlled winter fire. For one instant the bell line flared so bright that the city array under the district responded. The temple node had been touched. Not just touched. Exposed. The bell platform crackled with ice. Priests near the edge stumbled as the pressure line beneath the stone shifted. A few looked at Lin Kuang Shuang with open shock, then with a kind of fear that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with what she represented. Qin Mo felt the hidden line in the tower answer the temple node's failure. The whole triangle was starting to slip. Good. He climbed the side stair and caught Lin Kuang Shuang's sleeve as she stepped away from the bell frame. "Are you hurt?" "Not badly." "That is not the same as saying no." She glanced at him, eyes bright with the frost pressure still running under the surface. "I am fine enough to keep going." That was, unfortunately, exactly the sort of answer he had expected. The temple bell node had reacted by dumping pressure outward into the surrounding district. Through the iris, Qin Mo saw the hidden spirit lines in the crowd below beginning to stir. Several women staggered. One child dropped to her knees and cried out as a hidden current under her public spirit snapped against the new pressure. Yi Ru's voice in his memory repeated the warning. The city is holding its breath. Not anymore. The breath was breaking. Qin Mo grabbed the rail and looked out over the festival avenue. The crowd had begun to separate into alarmed clusters. Guards were moving faster now, but too late to prevent people from seeing the temple bell frozen solid by a girl's hidden spirit. That image alone would travel farther than any proclamation. Lin Kuang Shuang followed his gaze. "They can see me." "Yes. And they can't pretend not to." The hidden phoenix under her ribbon current pulsed once, almost proudly. Qin Mo felt something dangerous and hopeful tighten in his chest. The temple node was exposed. The tower node was cracking. That left the archive vault. He looked at Lin Qiangshuang and then back toward the avenue where guards were beginning to shout orders that no longer sounded confident. "Can you keep the bell locked?" She nodded. "Then hold it as long as you can." She gave him a sharp, almost amused look. "That's a terrible habit of yours. It's been a busy week." She did not smile, but the hint of one reached the corner of her mouth anyway. Then she turned back toward the bell frame and put her palm on the frozen metal as if daring the whole temple district to complain. The sound of the city shifting around her made Qin Mo's skin prickle. The node network was beginning to fail. And the real strike had not even reached its final point yet. Qin Mo looked down from the bell platform and saw the district shifting under the shock. The crowd was no longer moving as one. People were stopping to look, then looking at one another, then looking up at the frozen bell as if the image itself had become a question they had to answer. That was the moment he had wanted, though the cost of it still made his stomach knot. The temple could no longer tell the city that nothing had happened. The crowd had been handed a public contradiction. Below, a pair of women in work aprons were arguing with the priest about whether the frozen bell was a blessing or an error. Nearby, a guard unit was trying to shove onlookers back from the temple steps, but the onlookers were no longer passive. They were asking whether the priests had known the bell could be frozen because they had already hidden the same kind of control in other places. The question was spreading faster than the official answer could travel. Lin Qiangshuang looked out over the avenue and tightened her hand against the railing. "They can see it now," she said. Qin Mo nodded. "Yes. Good." It was a hard word in a hard mouth. But it was right. Seeing was the beginning. Denial had done all the damage for years. Seeing meant the temple quarter could no longer pretend that obedience was the same as holiness. The city might still fight back. Of course it would. But it would do so in front of witnesses now. Chapter 54 Qin Mo reached the central chain node through the archive vault crawl space. The route was old enough that one had to crawl first to test it, muttering under his breath about the general disrespect younger generations showed for bones. The passage smelled of dust, lamp oil, and old stone that had not been allowed to breathe properly for decades. By the time Qin Mo reached the lower chamber beneath the vault, the air was already vibrating with the strain of the festival response above. The archive node sat below the chamber floor like a hidden heart. He saw it through the iris and nearly stopped moving. It was not a physical heart. It was a spirit junction designed to coordinate the city's hidden control network. Thick lines of sealed record spirit passed through the chamber walls into the node core, where public appraisals, noble household records, and temple approval lines all converged into a single binding point. The node was protected by layered suppression seals and the kind of bureaucratic confidence that assumed nobody would ever think to dig beneath a legal archive. That assumption had been wrong. Wen found him staring and murmured, "If you're going to faint, do it after the important part." Qin Mo ignored him. The node pulsed once under the floor. The pressure in the room sharpened. Then the iris showed something worse. High above the district, in the thread of omen that had been hanging over the city since Yiru's awakening, a spirit eye was opening in the sky. Qin Mo went cold all the way through. Not literally present. Spiritually visible. A great, distant, hateful awareness turning toward the city as the node network weakened. It was not yet fully formed, but the shape was unmistakable. Something vast was looking back. He whispered, "Wen." The archivist had seen it too. His face had gone very pale. "You see it now? What is it?" Wen's answer came slowly. "The surface pressure of the continental formation," he said. "If the node network breaks hard enough, the sky notices where the strain is being released." Qin Mo stared. That was one way to say an impossible thing. Another way was the eye in the sky was not a metaphor at all. The archive chamber vibrated as guards shouted above. He could hear the distant remnants of the festival turning to panic. Su Yan's strike at the academy had clearly succeeded. Lin Qiangshuang's frozen bell was drawing attention. Gu Feixiu had probably already vanished into the temple chaos. That meant this chamber was the last cut. Qin Mo placed both palms on the floor seal and let the iris open wider. The hidden node line trembled under his sight. It was older than the academy and more fragile than it looked. The city records all fed into it. That meant the node was not just storing control. It was deciding which spirits the city recognized as real enough to manage. If he broke it, the entire district's suppression framework would lose its central ledger. He heard Wen behind him, very quietly, say, "Do it." Qin Mo inhaled once. Then he drove all the balance he had into the seam. The floor cracked. Light burst upward from the archive chamber so violently that the shelves around the walls shook. Qin Mo felt the node split under the pressure. The iris flashed white. Somewhere above, the spirit eye in the sky widened by a hair as if it had felt the impact and was deciding whether to be offended. Wen grabbed Qin Mo's shoulder and pulled him back just before the node floor buckled. The city array screamed. Not a literal sound. A pressure change. A release. The archive chamber filled with the sensation of thousands of hidden lines elsewhere in the district suddenly finding themselves no longer held in quite the same shape. Qin Mo looked up at the sky and realized the next few breaths would matter more than any of the previous weeks. He had broken the central node. Now the city would answer. Even before the first cries reached the archive stair, Qin Mo understood that the answer would come in layers. Some women would wake and collapse. Some would wake and shout. Some would wake and immediately reach for the nearest hand because the body, after all the years of suppression, still remembered the shape of support. The iris showed each reaction as a separate flame, and the sight was almost too much to hold inside one pair of eyes. Not because it was painful. Because it was real. The academy had trained itself to classify awakenings one at a time, as if the district were a classroom and history could be managed by individual lesson plans. This was a district breathing out at once. This was a city discovering that the line between ordinary life and hidden power had been drawn with a knife and then called tradition. Qin Mo felt the scale of it hit him with a quiet force that was somehow more frightening than a battle. Wen, bracing one hand on the cracked frame, looked toward the stairs and immediately shifted into the kind of practical attention that made him invaluable. "We need food and blankets," he said. Qin Mo almost laughed at the absurdity of hearing logistics in the middle of a spirit earthquake. Yes. And anyone who can calm panic without pretending panic is shameful. Yes. And someone to count which girls need shelter before their families try to drag them home. Qin Mo nodded again. That list mattered because it kept the world from shrinking down to one dramatic moment. A city that had just been made honest would only survive if enough ordinary people started doing ordinary useful things quickly. The awakening wave had given them power. It had not given them structure. That still had to be built, and built fast, or the old order would point to the mess and call it proof that women should never have been allowed to rise in the first place. He looked toward the archive stair as footsteps thundered closer. There was no time left for clean outcomes. Only the next useful one. Chapter 55 When the city node broke, the women of the lower district will call at once. That was the part the academy had never accounted for in its records. They had studied likely cases. Individual awakenings. Small flares. Controlled differences. They had not planned for a district breathing out at the same time. Qin Mo felt it through the iris before he heard the screams. Not all screams. Some were cries. Some were gasps. Some were the sudden sharp intake of air from women who had spent years being told that the thing inside them was weakness and who were now discovering that the thing inside them was waiting to stand up. The city, through the broken archive floor, trembled. Wen cursed softly and bent to hold a shelf upright before it collapsed. That is more than expected, he said. Qin Mo stared at the lines rushing outward from the node. Thousands. Not metaphorically. Spirit threads. Hidden currents. Snapped seals loosening under the pressure release. He saw women in workshops, market streets, guard barracks, laundry yards, family halls. Some collapsed immediately under the strain and were caught by nearby awakeners. Some straightened in surprise and threw off the fear they had been carrying for years. Some cried out because the hidden spirits were not merely stirring but answering with violent honesty. The district was changing in real time. Guards shouted. The archive stair above them shook as feet pounded through the hallways. Somewhere beyond the chamber, the festival crowd was beginning to panic in earnest. Qin Mo heard a child screaming and then laughing because the laughter was all she had left after her spirit had woken under a market awning. The chaos should have been impossible to parse. The iris made it painfully clear. He turned and saw Wen staring at the broken node floor with an expression that was almost reverent. "You said this would free thousands," Qin Mo panted. Wen nodded once. "I did not say they would all be grateful about the timing." One of the archive vault attendants burst into the room with her hands over her mouth. "My spirit," she whispered. "It's moving." Qin Mo looked at her and saw a hidden stone root current unravel beneath the surface spirit she had worn for years as a clerical helper. Before he could say anything, the room shook again. The node had not simply failed. It had dumped its pressure outward. That meant the awakening wave was spreading through the city much faster than the support network could manage alone. Wen heard the same thing in the sound of the floor. "We need to get out," he said. Qin Mo nodded, then realized that exit was no longer the only issue. The street above was full of people, many of whom had just been hit by a shock they would not understand. Some women would wake in the middle of the panic. Some families would think that meant the city had been cursed. Some guards would draw weapons first because they did not know how else to interpret power they had been trained to fear. He looked at the ledger fragments still under his arm. This was no longer a hidden school problem. It was a city event. Qin Mo swallowed hard. "Move the records," he said. "If we're going to explain what happened, we need to explain it before they write the story for us." Wen gave him a brief, grim nod. Then the archive chamber door burst open. And the city came in. Not guards. People. Ordinary people from the festival crowd who had seen the tower node burst and the temple belfries and whose own spirit sense had been cracked open by the chain break ripple spreading through the district. They came in with frightened faces and shaking hands and too many questions at once. A man arrived first, pulling his wife behind him, demanding to know if the demonic formation had possessed her because she had started crying without being able to stop. Qin Mo looked at the wife and saw a hidden spirit trembling in her chest, trying to expand through a chain that had suddenly weakened by half. "She's not possessed," he said. "She's waking." The man stared. Waking from what? That question, asked by that person, in that moment, was the first time Qin Mo had been asked to explain the entire shape of the problem to someone who had nothing to do with it and had not chosen to be here. He thought of Wen's phrase. History belongs to people who can describe what happened without lying to themselves. "Sit down," he said. "Both of you." They sat. He told them. Not everything. Not the continent-wide formation or the 7 spirit maidens or the thing watching from above. Those were too large for a room still full of falling ceiling plaster. He told them about spirit chains. About hidden inheritances. About the suppression lattice built into the city's foundations. He kept it simple and accurate and honest. The man's expression moved through disbelief, then confusion, then something that looked like grief. His wife was still crying, but her hands had stopped shaking. "She always said she felt something when she held clay," the man said slowly. "I told her it was just warmth from the kiln." His wife looked at him. The iris showed Qin Mo a hidden earth sense spirit buried under her public water form. He put his hand carefully on the table and said, "It wasn't the kiln." More people were arriving behind them. Wen began directing them to seats. Mei Lin moved to the center of the room and stood on bare feet against the stone, and the floor pulsed faintly under her presence, and the people in the room felt it, and none of them could say why they had stopped being afraid enough to begin asking different questions. Qin Mo kept answering. That was his job tonight. The records could wait. The explanation could not. Chapter 56 The city erupted in the way a long-held breath erupts when someone finally refuses to keep it. Qin Mo came up from the archive vault into a street full of noise and shock. Festival lanterns had fallen. Merchants were trying to collect their goods while their customers clutched at their own spirituras in surprise. Women who had come only to watch the holiday were now discovering hidden currents in their bones, shoulders, and wrists. Men who had been told for years that this was impossible were suddenly standing in the middle of a public square with expressions that ranged from denial to terror. The pressure around the district had changed shape. Not gone. Changed. Su Yan found him near the archive steps with soot on one cheek and blood at the corner of her mouth where she had clearly hit someone in the academy round hard enough to make them reconsider education. "You look alive," she said. "I'm taking it as a personal victory." Her grin was fierce and brief. "Good. Because the district is turning into a mess." That was the most accurate thing anyone had said all day. The new awakenings were not neat. They came with sobs and swearing and panic and confusion. Some women shouted for help. Some ran because they did not understand what had changed. Some found themselves with a second spirit so bright they nearly fell to their knees. The support network surged into motion, pulling women into safe spaces, calming breath loops, and shade courtyards. Qin Mo had predicted backlash. He had not predicted how quickly the sight of visible power would split the city into camps. At the edge of the avenue, a man with a city guard sash drew his blade on a laundress who had just manifested a root current. She was shaking, not threatening. He still moved to restrain her. Qin Mo reacted without thinking. He threw himself into the line, used the iris to catch the blade's angle, and shoved the guard aside before the strike could land. Su Yan arrived a heartbeat later and knocked the man flat. "Do that again," she told him, "and I'll explain your mistake with my boot." The laundress stared at her own hands, stunned. Qin Mo looked around and saw the city fracturing into reactions all at once. Some people cheered. Some people recoiled. Some women cried because they had just realized the strange ache in their ribs was not sickness but a hidden spirit trying to breathe. The city had never been asked to witness this before. Now it had no choice. Wen appeared from the side lane with the rescued ledgers held in a waterproof satchel. "The records are intact." "Good," Qin Mo said, though his attention remained on the crowd. The exact phrase he had spoken in the shelter room now felt like prophecy in reverse. Now we find out who was always watching. In the faces around him he saw the answer changing. Not everyone was ready to believe. Enough were. The old order had lost control of the room, and the room had become the city. That was not the same as peace. It was the beginning of the struggle over what the city would be allowed to remember about itself. Qin Mo could see the first counter-narrative already forming in the faces of men who were trying to turn awe into fear. They were the ones who had always depended on women being too isolated to compare notes. Now those women were standing in groups, touching each other's shoulders, checking pulse patterns, and asking whether what they were feeling was a hidden spirit or simply the first honest breath of their own bodies. The answer, of course, was both often enough to matter. One laundress who had just awakened Divine Current clutched Qin Mo's sleeve and asked whether she was going mad. Before he could answer, an older healer across the square told her to look at her own hands and keep them open. "Madness does not come with roots," the woman said, and half the people nearby repeated the phrase as if it were a charm. That was how the shelter network began to spread beyond the shelter. Not through speeches. Through useful words spoken out loud at the right moment. Guards still tried to force the old order back into place. They were simply running out of room to do it. Su Yan intercepted one with a guard sash who had drawn his blade on a girl no older than 16. The girl's hidden spirit was flaring under her ribs like a startled bird. Su Yan hit the man's wrist hard enough to break his grip and then stood over him with the kind of fury that needed no embellishment. "Touch her again," she said, "and the city will learn your name from your teeth." That got the crowd's attention. And not in the way the guard wanted. The crowd was watching now. The crowd was repeating what it saw. That mattered more than any single victory because it meant the state could not quietly fold the event back into paperwork. If the old order wanted to call the awakenings a contamination, it would have to say that in front of women who had just survived being told they were weak. Words became costly when witnesses had their own evidence. Chapter 57 Tao Ren died trying to restore the node. Qin Mo saw him only at the end, when the headmaster came out of the academy tower with his robes torn and his face streaked with ash, still trying to force the city seal back into alignment as if sheer stubbornness could undo what truth had already broken. He looked older than Qin Mo had ever seen him. Not because he was old. Because the mask of certainty had finally fallen off. The academy tower was damaged. The temple bell was frozen. The archive node was split. The city could not go back to sleep. Tao Ren reached the node line in the square with 2 cracked formation rods and a suppression seal bleeding light from his hand. He shoved aside 2 guards and planted the rods into the broken street seam, trying to force the array back into place. Qin Mo watched from across the square, the iris open. He saw something then he had not expected. There were smaller lines beneath Tao Ren's authority line. Not just one. Many. He was not the only caretaker. He had been part of a whole structure of people who kept the city chain in place, perhaps each knowing a little, perhaps each telling themselves they only managed their own peace. The headmaster was a caretaker of a machine built by others. Still guilty. Still dangerous. But not singular. Tao Ren saw Qin Mo watching. For one moment their eyes met across the crowd. The headmaster's face twisted with something like rage and exhaustion and perhaps, buried under all of it, the horror of a man who had finally been shown the full size of the thing he served. "You don't understand," Tao Ren shouted. Qin Mo did not move. "Then explain it," he replied. The headmaster laughed once. It sounded broken. "Do you think I built it?" The question hit harder than Qin Mo expected. Tao Ren staggered as a line of backlash hit his shoulder. Blood spread through his sleeve. He kept forcing the rods into the ground anyway, trying to repair the node from sheer habit. The iris showed his hidden pressure line unraveling under the strain. This was not a man who had never questioned anything. This was a man who had spent too long defending a system because admitting it was wrong would have destroyed the place where his identity ended and his duty began. "We only held it together," he snarled. Then the node gave out one last time. Tao Ren's support seal shattered. He dropped to one knee in the street, the rods clattering away. By the time Qin Mo reached him, the headmaster was already gone. Not in the sense of fading. In the sense that the life holding him upright had been spent. He looked up once, saw Qin Mo, and his expression changed from fury to something emptier. "Caretaker," he rasped. There were others. Qin Mo had no response that would make the dead man less dead. The headmaster's head dropped to the side. He was still. The crowd around them backed away in an anxious ripple. Qin Mo stood over the body and felt no triumph. Only the terrible certainty that the machine had been fed by many hands, not one. That meant the fight had to continue, but it also meant the city was not as simple as the worst people in it. Wen came up beside him and said nothing. That was kindness enough. After a moment the archivist did speak. "The academy will need someone to lead it," he said. "The formal systems are not going anywhere. If the suppression is removed but the structure remains leaderless, it will simply be reoccupied by whoever arrives with a title first." Qin Mo turned away from the body. He had not thought about that part yet. He had been focused on breaking the chains, not on what happened to the building after the chains came off. "The students," he said. "Some of them," Wen agreed. "The ones who saw the formation lines tonight and understood what they were looking at. They will have questions tomorrow. Those questions need an honest institution to receive them, not a burned-out one." Qin Mo looked at the academy tower visible through the outer door, its seal-broken floors and the flickering light from inside where academy staff were trying to assess the damage. He thought of Su Yan teaching, Lin Shuang leading, Mei Lin showing children how to feel their own spirit through the ground. Not a replacement of the academy but a correction of it. "That is a long-term problem," he said. "Yes," Wen replied. "Which means you had better start planning it now before the immediate problem becomes all anyone can think about." Outside, a roar went up from the festival crowd. Not fear this time. Something closer to shock recognizing itself. "The caretaker network," Tao Ren had said. There were others. Qin Mo filed that thought carefully. "Who else?" he asked. Wen's expression gave nothing away. "That," the archivist said, "is what we find out next." Qin Mo turned that phrase over. The caretakers were not a formal organization in the way a sect was formal. They were a function, people positioned in key institutions who maintained the suppression structure through their daily choices. Headmasters, temple registrars, noble house accountants who managed spirit candidate transfers, city officials who ran purity inspections. Each one a gear, not necessarily evil in the classic sense, but invested in the machine because the machine rewarded them for keeping it running. Daoran had been one. He had died still believing in his role. That was the most unsettling part. He had not been a monster performing cruelty for the pleasure of it. He had been a functionary who had inherited a position and maintained it because the alternative was to become someone the system would immediately identify as a threat. That kind of caretaker was everywhere. Which meant the fight was not only against individuals. It was against the structure of incentives that made ordinary people choose the cage over the cost of opening it. Qin Mo leaned against the door frame and thought about Ji Heng. The Marquis had the resources to frame this as a crusade. He had the contacts to reach other city officials in days. He had the authority to invoke royal law, and he had already done it once by branding awakened women stateless. If the movement was going to outpace that, it needed to be visibly alive in more cities before Ji Heng's narrative could settle. When Lin Shuang returns, Qin Mo said, "I need everything she found in the estate. The caretaker list. The formation maintenance records. Any connection to the capital." Wen nodded. "You're thinking like an archivist," he said. "I'm thinking like someone who is about to lose a city to better paperwork if he doesn't act first." Wen's expression was satisfied. "Good." Chapter 58 The city cheer did not last. It never does after the first clean break. By midday the lower districts were loud with praise and fear in equal measure. Women who had awakened in the square or on side streets were being helped to shelter points by the hidden network. Men who had spent their lives assuming this could not happen were either apologizing too quickly or threatening too slowly. Common people who had seen the academy and the temple exposed began to cheer Qin Mo's group in the first flush of relief. Then the old order called for crusade. The phrase arrived through guard trumpets and city notices before it arrived in force. Qin Mo stood on the academy steps and watched citizens gather in the square below him, some with hope, some with fury, some with the kind of fear that can be converted into a weapon if the right people shouted it long enough. The city had split. Not cleanly. Nothing about this was clean. But enough to be real. Su Yan came to stand beside him, arms crossed, face streaked with soot. "Half the district is cheering us," she said. "And the other half pretending this is a foreign invasion." Qin Mo gave a short, tired laugh. Gu Feixiu arrived from the side avenue with 3 captured suppression talismans and a bloodied sleeve. "The noble houses are moving their families out of the district." "Smart," Su Yan said. Gu Feixiu glanced at her. "Also preparing to accuse us of causing the unrest." Wen, who had climbed the academy steps with the rescued ledgers tucked under one arm, shook his head once. "Of course they are." The city guards were already repositioning at the outer gates. The lower streets were filling with rumors. The temple quarter had gone silent behind its frozen bell. The archive vault had been opened and stripped. The academy was damaged enough to stop pretending it was operating as normal, but not enough to prevent people from trying to salvage the old authority by blaming the new unrest on the girls who had awakened. Qin Mo understood the shape of the problem. They had won the first public battle. Now the counterattack would begin. He looked down at the women gathered in the square. Some were from the shelter network. Some were newly awakened and still shocked. Some had come because they had seen the truth with their own eyes and could no longer pretend the old stories were enough. They looked to him, to Su Yan, to Lin Qiangshuang, to anyone who seemed capable of turning chaos into direction. That was the danger of victory. It made people look for the nearest anchor. He looked at Wen instead. "We can't hold the city like this." "No," the archivist agreed. "Then what?" Wen's expression was old and tired and very calm. "Then we do what all long wars require," he said. "We survive the first answer and prepare for the second." The line was older than the day, but it fit. In the shelter courtyard, women were already beginning to sort the aftermath into practical categories. Who could walk home? Who needed to stay? Who should not be left alone because the new spirit in her chest kept waking and sleeping like an animal learning the shape of its cage? Mei Lin was teaching two children how to breathe through the tremor in their hands. Yi Ru had moved to the edge of the courtyard and was listening to the ground with a focus that made her look older than she was. Lin Qiangshuang stood in the shade and told a girl from the academy that a spirit chain and a spirit boundary were not the same thing, even if the old instructors had spent years pretending they were. That was the shape of the victory. Not a single heroic picture, but a community learning how to survive what had been hidden from it. Qin Mo looked at the women in the square and felt the dangerous edge of hope. The old order had lost the first battle. It would now try to recover the meaning of the battle by calling it chaos. That was why the records mattered. That was why the witnesses mattered. That was why the shelter had to keep speaking before someone else wrote the account as if the wounded had asked for the blade. He turned his gaze toward the outer gates, where the first rumor banners were already being raised by men who believed they could repaint a collapse with the word crusade. Wen saw the direction of his attention and nodded once, grim and unsurprised. "They are preparing the answer before the question has finished being asked," he said. "Of course they are. Then we keep answering faster." Qin Mo moved toward the outer gate and looked at the first rumor banners. They read, "Demonic cultivation emergency. City safety compromised. Girls possessed by evil arts." Each word was carefully chosen to be loud enough to drown out the real story. He had learned to recognize this. The suppression system did not only run through formations and legal records. It ran through language. The way a fact was named became its fate. He had seen it in the registry annotations. Requires management. Household instability risk. And now, writ large on street banners in the immediate aftermath of its own exposure, demonic contamination. They were not going to let the night be honest. That meant someone had to be louder and more credible. He looked at the people still flowing toward the former archive chamber. Witnesses. Hundreds of them, all carrying the memory of what they had felt when the chain-break ripple passed through the district. The banners could be repainted. The memory could not. Wen was already beside him. "We need people to speak," Qin Mo said. "Not us. The ones who felt it. If they tell it in their own words before the official narrative sets, the banners become what they always were. Paper," Wen agreed. Qin Mo turned back. "Gather the witnesses." Chapter 59. Ji Hang escaped with state troops before the city could seal the southern gates. That was the worst kind of escape because it meant he had not only lost the square. He had retained enough power to regroup with a military response. Qin Mo learned of it from a runner panting hard enough to nearly collapse in the shelter courtyard. The martial convoy left at dawn, the runner gasped. They took the governor's family line, temple records, and enough city guard seals to issue provincial warrants. Su Yan cursed with feeling. Wen's face became very still. Qin Mo felt the implications hit a second later. Ji Hang had not merely fled. He had preserved the authority to declare the awakening movement a provincial threat. That meant the battle would not stop at the district border. The noble house could now frame the city revolt as rebellion against the state, then use the guards and allied sects to mount an organized retaliation. He looked at the runner. Where did he go? North Road. State command post near the outer relay tower. He shouted something about crushing the spirit revolt at a national level. That phrase made Qin Mo's mouth go dry. Not because it was dramatic. Because it was meant to be. Ji Hang was now taking the city chain collapse and turning it into an argument for broader suppression. If he could convince enough allied houses and temple offices that the awakening movement was a provincial risk, he would make the fight larger before it could be contained. Su Yan saw the same thing. If he gets to the relay towers, he can spread the order. Qin Mo nodded. The next phase had just become very clear. No more local fight. No more hidden school. No more pretending the city alone was the problem. The old order had decided to escalate. Which meant Qin Mo's side would have to become bigger than a district rebellion if it wanted to survive what came next. He looked out over the shelter courtyard, where the women who had awakened first were now teaching the later arrivals how to circulate without panic. Mei Lin was showing a child how to ground fear through the soles of her feet. Yi Ru was speaking softly to a woman whose hands would not stop shaking. Lin Qiangshuang stood in the shade helping an academy girl understand the difference between a spirit chain and a spirit boundary. The movement was no longer one room. It was a direction. Qin Mo took a breath and let the cold settle. Ji Hang could run. They could too. But first the city had to know what had happened here. And then, if the rumors through the iris were right, the rest of the continent would start lighting up with nodes the moment the first one fell. He stood very still for a moment with that thought. The continental formation was not a series of independent cities each with their own separate cage. It was a network. The nodes were connected. They had to be, because the suppression required synchronization. Every marriage oath, every temple rite, every appraisal stone system needed to align with the others or the pattern would produce visible inconsistencies that would expose the mechanism. Consistency was what made it invisible. Which meant a node falling in one city sent a signal through the entire web. Not just here. Not just to the people watching from the sky. To every other caretaker. Every other headmaster. Every temple that ran the suppression hymns. Every noble house that depended on the marriage and spirit registry system to manage its inheritance line. They would know. And they would respond. Qin Mo looked at the people below, Yi Ru tending someone, Lin Qiangshuang teaching, Mei Lin grounding children, Su Yan organizing the next move. The movement had liberated a city. He had done this with a handful of people, some banned records, and a very strange eye. The continent had hundreds of cities. He needed more. He needed people who could see the chains the way he could. People who could awaken spirits without him. People who could walk into a new city and recognize the node by the way the appraisal halls felt and the way the women moved. He needed the awakening itself to spread. Ji Hang was already running to make this a national problem. Qin Mo needed to make the answer a national conversation before Ji Hang's version became the only one. He walked back into the shelter room and looked at the map. "Where are the closest nodes from here?" he asked. Wen answered immediately, as if he had been waiting. 3 are within a 4-day journey. 2 more inside a week. Su Yan crossed the room and stood beside him at the map. "Moving caravan?" she said. "Moving caravan," he confirmed. She looked at the scale of the distances. Then she looked at him with the expression she used when she was about to agree to something she expected to be difficult, expensive, and correct. "Fine," she said. "But I'm choosing the route." He nodded. The city below them was still deciding what it was. They were already deciding where they were going next. Su Yan traced the route she was considering. A road south first, then east through the mountain passage. She had contacts in 2 of the next towns from her blacksmith family connections and was already tallying who could move fast and who would slow them down. Qin Mo watched her work and felt the particular kind of calm that came from being inside a team that had stopped pretending it was temporary. "The women here," he said. "The ones who awakened tonight but aren't coming with us." Su Yan looked up. "What about them?" "They need a way to keep practicing that doesn't depend on us being in the city." She considered. "The shelter stays," she said. Mei Lin knows the breathing method well enough to teach it now. The runner knows 3 variations. Lin Qiangshuang showed 2 of the academy girls how to stabilize a chain crack without a guide. She paused. "The school does not need us to keep running." He breathed out. "It needs us to trust it," she added. He nodded. That was the lesson he kept learning in different forms. The movement was not his eye and it was not his leadership and it was not even the network he had helped build. It was the fact that each woman who learned the truth became capable of giving it to another. The chain of knowledge was already longer than the chain of suppression that had once held it. He needed to believe that and then get out of the way. "All right," he said. Su Yan capped the map. "Good. Then pack light." Chapter 60 Qin Mo saw the chain nodes lighting up across the continent from the academy roof at sunset. He had climbed there alone because he needed the height and the silence and the distance from the immediate noise of the city scrambling to understand itself. The square below was still crowded with women being escorted to shelter points, family groups arguing over what the awakenings meant, and guards trying to decide whether to obey the provincial warrants or pretend they had not yet arrived. He ignored all of it for a moment and opened the heavenly iris fully. The world widened. Not physically. Spiritually. The broken node in the city still pulsed below him, but now he could see other lines, thin as stars, flaring across the continent in places he had not yet touched. Not every city. Not every district. Enough. Small points of recognition, like pressure spots on a hidden map beginning to respond to the collapse in the first place. One in the east. One near the mountain border. Two farther south. A cluster near the royal corridor. Qin Mo went still. These were not random flares. They were the other chain nodes. Or at least related systems. One by one, the old order had built them everywhere the way a spider builds anchor points and then tells the prey that the web is nature. Behind him, footsteps sounded on the roof stair. Wen came up first, slower than Qin Mo, and stood beside him with his hands tucked inside his sleeves against the evening wind. Su Yan followed a second later, then Lin Qiangshuang, then Gu Feixiu. Yi Ru and Mei Lin arrived after them, breathless from the climb but determined not to be left behind. Qin Mo did not look away from the horizon. They're all waking. Wen stood quietly at his side. Yes. Not just here. No. Su Yan leaned on the low roof wall and looked out over the city lights. So what now? Qin Mo watched one of the far nodes flicker, then flare, then settle into a new pattern. The city behind him had changed. The district would not return to sleep. Neither would the rest. He tightened his jaw and finally let himself say the thing the iris had made painfully obvious. Now, he said, we're no longer fighting one city. The wind moved across the roof. Below them the streets of the liberated district were full of people deciding whether to fear the truth or help carry it. Qin Mo looked toward the continent lights in the distance and understood that the next battles would be far larger than the one they had just won. But for the first time since the rubble under the academy basement, the scale did not feel like defeat. It felt like the world had finally admitted where the chains really were. He stayed on the roof until the festival fires had burned low and the city's noise had settled from panic to a murmur. Below him, the district had become two things at once, a place beginning the slow work of deciding what it wanted to be, and a place that the old order was already trying to reclaim. He could see both truths in the iris simultaneously. The women who had awakened that night were scattered through the district. Some were sleeping. Some were still sitting against shelter walls with expressions of someone who has just been told the rules of the world were made up and is not sure whether to feel free or lost. Some were already asking what to practice, how to grow, what the breathing method actually did to the chain knots. And in between them, the suppression lattice was reassembling itself. Slowly. Weakened. But trying. That was the thing about a system built over generations. Breaking a node was not the same as breaking the formation. The formal structure had learned to route around damage. It had done it in the academy when he cracked the lattice, and it would do it here. The difference was scale. One person seeing chains and cracking them in secret was a small pressure the structure could ignore. A city of people who now knew the chains existed was a different kind of problem. The formation could not route around consciousness. That was why it had always required silence. He turned and looked at the line of continent nodes glowing in the iris like a string of paper lanterns. Dozens of them. Each one a city with its own headmaster, its own temple, its own registry, its own women carrying inherited talents buried under shapes the world had decided were safer. Each one waiting for the same crack. Qin Mo sat down on the roof tiles and let the cold air settle through his coat. He was 22 years old. He had been a janitor 4 weeks ago. He had no authority, no title, no sect, and no plan that stretched beyond the next 3 days in any useful detail. He had a strange eye, a group of people who had decided to trust each other, and the knowledge that the most powerful thing in the world was a person who had been shown the honest shape of their own inheritance and given permission to stand in it. He looked at the continent nodes. They were waiting. He was going to wake them one by one until the silence the heavens depended on was no longer available. He stood up. There was work to do. Chapter 61. The first question after a city wakes is not how to celebrate. It is how to keep it from being crushed before morning. Qin Mo stood on the academy roof until the sunset bled out over the liberated district and made the broken rooftops look almost peaceful. Almost. Below him, the streets were still crowded with women who had awakened too hard, too fast, or too publicly to return to their old lives without help. The shelter network was no longer a shelter network. It was triage, transport, instruction, and rumor control all at once. Guards had withdrawn to the gates, but the provincial warrants had already begun moving through the city like a second set of teeth. Wen found him first. The state relay tower sent notice, the archivist said. Ji Hang has requested external suppression support. Qin Mo did not turn. How long? If we stay, Wen said, not long. That was not hyperbole. Qin Mo had seen enough of the way the old order worked to know that a city could be made an example out of very quickly once the higher authorities decided it was simpler to burn the message than answer it. The district had awakened. That much was now irreversible. But if they remained in place, the response would arrive in the form of siege troops, sect enforcers, and every noble house that had ever benefited from the chain system. Su Yan came up beside him with soot in her hair and blood still dried at the corner of one sleeve. "They're already calling it a contagion," she said. "Of course they are. And the guards are only pretending to hesitate because they're waiting for the bigger knife to show up." Qin Mo finally looked toward the city gate line. He could feel the pressure there with the heavenly iris. The outer barrier was tightening. Not sealed yet. Tightening. The state response was moving into position, which meant the district had maybe won night before the first real strike. He did not like the answer, but he had already learned that not liking a thing was not the same as avoiding it. "We leave," he said. Su Yan looked at him without surprise. "Now? Before they decide to make staying impossible?" Wen nodded once. "That is the correct amount of cowardice." Su Yan snorted. "You make survival sound like a philosophy." "It is." The movement assembled in the north storage yard by lantern light. Refugees first. Newly awakened girls second. The wounded and their caretakers in the middle. Guards had not yet been told what to do with them, which meant everyone in the yard was aware that the line between official confusion and official violence was thin enough to tear. Mei Lin carried tea tins and medicine bundles with both hands. Yi Ru moved slowly from person to person, touching shoulders, listening to breathing, asking the ground whether the paving stones were steady enough to trust. Lin Qiangshuang had tied her hair back with a strip of white cloth and stood with the kind of quiet that made people give her room. Gu Feixiu watched the edges of the yard from the shadow of a wall, her face unreadable as ever, but Qin Mo could feel the assassin's attention moving over every roofline. "We go by Merchant Road," Wen said, spreading the regional map over a crate. "Not the main highway. Too many checkpoints. We use the old grain line to the foothills first, then cut west." "How many people?" Su Yan asked. Wen glanced toward the yard. "As many as can move." That answer sat badly and correctly at once. This was no longer a hidden school. It was becoming something that had to travel if it wanted to live. Qin Mo stared at the map and felt the weight of that transformation settle in his bones. The city had been a cage, but it had also been a fixed point. Leaving meant becoming visible. It meant carrying the contradiction of liberation into places that had not yet seen the chain break. The choice was not difficult in theory. It was difficult because he knew what he was asking. To save the people who had just awakened, he had to take them away from the only streets that now recognized them. He looked at the waiting crowd and said, "We move at dawn." No one cheered. No one complained either. That was how serious the room had become. The seriousness changed the shape of the departure more than any speech could have. By dawn, people were no longer asking whether leaving meant surrender. They were asking how to leave without leaving anyone behind who had not yet found their footing. One woman insisted on carrying the city records because she had spent 20 years being told she was only fit for copying. A laborer with a split palm wanted the cart reins because she could feel the road better than the horses could. The younger girls, who had expected dramatic orders and perhaps a parade of heroism, discovered instead that escape was mostly a matter of counting blankets, wrapping wounds, and saying the same practical sentence 5 times until everyone believed it. Qin Mo watched the last of the shelter doors close and felt the city become memory behind them before the journey even began. The road was not kind enough to let them think about the loss for long. By the second hour out, the iris showed every ridgeline as a possible ambush and every stream crossing as a place where the caravan might be forced to wait under an exposed sky. That made the movement quieter than a normal road party, but not less alive. The women in the carts were speaking to one another in tones that mixed exhaustion with relief. They were building the first version of a shared language for having survived the same wound. That mattered. The city had trained them to think individually because isolation made punishment easier. Traveling together required a new instinct, not only to protect yourself, but to read the burden in the person beside you and act before they fell. By the time the caravan reached the foothill roads, Qin Mo could already see that instinct hardening into habit. And habits, he knew, were harder to kill than fear. He saw it in the way the caravan formed itself before anyone gave a final count. The women who had once waited for instructions were now placing themselves where they could be most useful without being told. One of the newly awakened girls took charge of lantern oil because she had the clearest hands. A widow with a cracked voice began assigning water skins to the carts that carried the youngest children. Even the men who had been accepted into the movement understood, from the first hours on the road, that they were not leading by default. They were being allowed to contribute. That distinction mattered more than Qin Mo had expected. The city had taught every person in it to think in terms of permission. Permission to speak. Permission to rest. Permission to cultivate. Permission to walk too far from the assigned lane of a life. Out here, On the foothill roads, permission was giving way to utility. If you could carry a load, watch a ridge, calm a child, or keep the carts from sliding into a ditch, then you had a role. If you could do none of those things, someone would still try to feed you. That alone felt revolutionary to people who had spent their lives being measured by how little trouble they caused. Qin Mo looked at the backs of the carts and thought about the next weeks. The road would teach them things the academy had never been willing to teach. How to set watches. How to conserve spirit power in cold weather. How to tell the difference between a genuine guard patrol and a rumor dressed up as danger. It would also teach them whether the movement could remain a movement once it left the city that had given it an enemy. That uncertainty sat beside him all day like a second shadow. Chapter 62. The caravan looked smaller from a distance than it felt from inside. Up close, it was a living thing made of carts, bundled bedding, wounded pride, and enough food to get through the first stretch of road if no one panicked. Qin Mo had expected chaos. He had not expected the quiet discipline that emerged once the women understood they were no longer waiting to be processed by anyone else. Each group took an assignment. Each assignment had a watcher. Each watcher had a second person to ask for help if their own nerves got in the way. The refugees from the city were joined by 3 other kinds of people before noon. Awakened women who had never trusted a city official again. Hunted scholars carrying banned records under their coats. And ordinary labor families who had watched the awakenings in the square and decided that whatever the future was, they wanted their daughters to have a place in it. That last group moved Qin Mo more than he expected. Not because they were famous or powerful, but because they had nothing to gain by becoming visible and came anyway. Su Yan took charge of the front wagons with practical violence. If anyone falls behind, shout. If anyone tries to steal food, bite them. One of the younger boys blinked at her. Literally? If necessary. That, bizarrely, made him grin. Wen sat in the second cart with the archive cases wrapped in oilcloth and the band ledgers stacked beneath his knees. He looked like an old man preparing to annoy history into behaving. Qin Mo rode near the center because the iris made him the most useful for reading the road, and because the caravan moved better when people could see the one who had started the whole mess carrying his share of the burden. By the time they reached the Western Grain Road, the caravan had become something that might have once been called a faction if anyone in it had wanted to admit that factions were often just families the world had refused to protect. The road itself was rough but open. That did not mean safe. At each bend the iris showed scattered pressure points where guard eyes might appear, where local lords might have sent riders, where a hidden spirit and a frightened child might flare at the worst possible moment. Qin Mo kept the sight open for as long as he could stand it. He learned to map the caravan by spirit rhythm as much as by bodies. Yi Ru's calm lines in the middle. Lin Huangshuang's sharp winter current near the rear. Gu Feixiu absent from the visible group until she was needed, which was exactly where she should have been. That night, they camped beside a dry riverbed under a sky full of hard stars. The women who had awakened in the city now sat beside women who had awakened only on the road and traded pain like a language they were all relieved to know. A mother from the lower district told a clerk's daughter that the ache in her ribs was not sickness. A farm wife showed an old temple novice how to breathe through the first pulse of a beast spirit. A girl with a narrow knife scar across her wrist admitted she had thought herself cursed until the city had cracked open and made room for her to be real. Qin Mo listened from the edge of the fire and understood that the caravan was already becoming a school, whether he had intended it or not. Wen came to sit opposite him after the fire had burned low. "You know," the archivist said, "you are building a republic of refugees and calling it travel." Qin Mo rubbed at the bandage over his eye. "Is that bad?" "Not if you keep surviving long enough to make it coherent." That sounded like the closest thing to approval Wen would ever offer lightly. It also gave Qin Mo a strange, private comfort. Wen rarely praised anything unless he had already decided it was worth surviving. That meant the caravan had already become more than an emergency evacuation in the archivist's mind. It was a beginning with enough structure to be taken seriously. The old man sat across from him with his sleeves tucked neatly at the wrist, as though the road was simply another kind of library and he intended to read it by firelight. Around them, the camp had settled into the first true rhythm of travel. Pots were being washed in dark water. Blankets were being shaken out. One of the younger girls kept practicing the hand posture Yi Ru had shown her until the movement stopped looking like a borrowed lesson and started looking like muscle memory. The smell of rice congee drifted through the basin with the cool scent of stone and smoke. Qin Mo realized then that the caravan had already begun making a home out of movement itself. Not a permanent home. A portable one. A living one. That would matter when the state came looking for them, because a group that could carry its shelter inside shared routines would be far harder to erase than one that depended on a single safe address. He looked at the women around the fire and saw that each of them had started to organize the next day in their own heads. One was mending a cartwheel. Another was sorting herbs. Another was checking the younger children for spirit fever. No one was asking what to do. They were all doing. Behind them, the road stayed dark. Ahead of them, the mountains waited. And somewhere beyond those mountains, the first place that had never been taught to fear its own women was about to find out what Qin Mo's sight had really started. Chapter 63 Wen told the story of the 7 spirit maidens by the campfire as if he were reading a page that had spent centuries waiting for someone to remember it. The caravan had stopped in a shallow basin between 2 ridges. No village nearby. No road patrols within easy sight. The women were tired enough that most of them had gone quiet after supper, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the soft hiss of night insects in the grass. Qin Mo had not asked for a story. Wen gave one anyway. Before the suppression lattice was sanctified, he said, there were women who could walk through spirit formations without being weakened by them. 7 of them became famous enough to frighten kings and temples at the same time. One of the scholars near the outer ring looked up sharply. The old chronicles called it myth. The old chronicles were edited by cowards, Wen replied. A few people laughed quietly. Wen did not smile. The 7 spirit maidens led villages, broke oath shrines, and persuaded a generation of sect masters that the heavens did not own the bodies of the people underneath them. They nearly overturned 3 dynasties before they were erased from the public records and converted into cautionary tales. The fire popped. Nobody spoke. Qin Mo kept still and let the story unfold in the lantern dark. Wen drew the line from the old maidens to the current formation, then to the way temples had rewritten resistance into blasphemy. The suppression system, he explained, had not been born fully divine. It had been built by mortal empires terrified of a world in which women could command their own inheritance of power. Religion had not invented the cage. It had given the cage a face people were trained to trust. Su Yan listened with her arms crossed and her jaw set in hard lines. So this has happened before? Yes, Wen said. And they hit it. Better than you would think. Qin Mo finally looked up from the fire. Why tell us now? Wen's expression was almost gentle. Because history is not useful when it is only a warning. It becomes useful when it is a map. That word made the air change. A map meant the maidens had not been wiped out entirely. Their routes, rights, and failures might still be embedded somewhere under the country. The thought pulled Qin Mo forward at once. If the old struggle had left clues, then the new one was not beginning from nothing. It was inheriting a buried field of dead and unfinished victories. Yi Ru leaned toward the firelight, her face thoughtful. Could the land remember them? Wen turned to her. The land remembers more than any archive. That answer stayed with everyone. It also changed the shape of their silence after. The silence was not empty now. It was full of imagination, and that was more dangerous than fear because imagination could be organized. Qin Mo watched the firelight move over Wen's old face and thought about how history rarely disappeared cleanly. It was usually broken apart, translated into caution, and redistributed as rumor. The suppression lattice had done exactly that. It had not only buried the 7 spirit maidens. It had buried the possibility that women could once have moved through formations as if they had been born to do so. What Wen had done was not only tell a story. He had restored a missing scale. That scale reached into the caravan immediately. A clerk's daughter near the outer ring sat straighter, as if she had just discovered that her own body could be part of a longer inheritance than the one her family had named. A village girl who had not yet awakened stared at the fire with the strained intensity of someone trying to decide whether she was allowed to want a bigger life. Even some of the men looked unsettled, because the old cautionary tales had always framed female power as abnormal rather than ancestral. Qin Mo thought of the lines in the hidden ledgers, of the academy rankings, of the temple doctrines that called restrained purity, and felt the old order become uglier in retrospect. It had not merely stolen strength. It had stolen memory of strength. That kind of theft was harder to notice because the victim often inherited the lie as if it were her own instinct. Wen had given them a map to the buried instinct. Now they would have to prove it still worked. It also changed the way the night sounded. The women around the fire stopped speaking for a while, not because they had nothing to say, but because they were each comparing the story to some private wound they had never had the words to name. Qin Mo could see it in the way one village girl kept touching the back of her hand where a chain-shaped scar had once been hidden under work cloth. He could see it in the way one of the scholars kept staring into the embers as though they might turn into lines of text if he looked long enough. Wen let the silence do its work before adding, the maidens were not destroyed all at once. They were split, slandered, and made to look incompatible with ordinary life. That is how the old order usually wins. It does not always need to kill a movement. It only needs to make it seem unthinkable. Qin Mo understood that better than he wanted to. The academy had done the same thing to women with hidden spirits. It had made the idea of women holding their own power feel like a disruption rather than an inheritance. The royal houses had done the same thing by rewriting marriage into duty. The temples had done the same thing by calling obedience virtue. Different language. Same blade. Yi Ru, who had been listening with her hand on the packed earth, looked up quietly. If the land remembers them, she said, then maybe it also remembers what they were trying to protect. Wen looked at her for a long moment. It does, he said. That answer made the campfire feel older. The caravan was not just moving through a landscape anymore. It was moving through a memory the world had been forced to bury, and the buried things were beginning to stir under every step. By the time the fire burned down to coals, the caravan had a new shape around it. Less like fugitives. More like descendants who had just been handed a very old debt. And if that debt had once nearly reached the gods, then the people around the fire were going to have to decide how much they were willing to spend to finish what the maidens had started. Chapter 64 The mountain village was small enough to miss on a map and old enough to have learned how to hide by pretending to be ordinary. It sat on a series of stepped terraces above a narrow stream, stone houses tucked into the slope and smoke from cooking fires curling low onto the wind. The first thing Qin Mo noticed through the iris was not the village itself. It was the women. Every woman in the village carried a faint sealed beast spirit. Not one of them had been allowed to cultivate past adolescence. The pressure was everywhere in a way that made his jaw tighten. The men in the village wore the confidence of people who had been taught that restraint was virtue and that women who pushed beyond their assigned level were inviting trouble. The girls moved carefully, their eyes lowered too often, their shoulders set around invisible restraints. Wen recognized the pattern immediately. A local branch, he said quietly. One of the old containment habits adapted to rural custom. Qin Mo looked at the village elder and saw, under the public calm, the familiar shape of fear made into policy. The village offered them water and bread because it had been trained to offer hospitality even to people it did not trust. When the women of the caravan were given bowls, Qin Mo watched the local girls stare at the awakened travelers with a mixture of envy and alarm. They had been told all their lives that cultivation would make them hard, impossible, dangerous, and unfit for marriage. Yet the people drinking at the tables before them did not look monstrous. They looked tired. Alive. Less bent. That was enough to make the village unstable. The instability was not loud at first. It came as shifting glances, half-finished sentences, and the small, corrosive silence that follows when people realize the rules they inherited might not be natural at all. Qin Mo saw mothers dragging their daughters a little closer and then letting go again when the girls did not seem transformed into monsters. He saw fathers pretending not to watch while watching anyway. He saw one old woman in the back of the hall pinch the bridge of her nose as if she were trying to stop the memory of her own youth from rising too quickly. The village had been built on the kind of calm that comes from everyone knowing where they are allowed to stand. That calm was cracking now. Qin Mo did not rush it. He had learned that fear of change often hardened if pushed too hard too fast. Instead he let the proof work like water under a stone. The women who had already begun to answer the iris stood so one by one, and each new answer made the room a little less obedient to the old lie. A beetle wing current glimmered in one girl's shoulder. A fox-like edge appeared in another's eyes. A heavy, stubborn bare strength stirred in the forearms of a woman who had spent most of her life lifting grain sacks and had never imagined that labor might have been a shadow of power rather than a substitute for it. The men were not all enemies. That was important too. Some were frightened because they loved their families and did not know how to imagine those families changing without losing the shape they recognized. Others were frightened because they understood too much and knew the state would punish a village that let women become visible. Qin Mo could tell the difference. It did not make the situation easier. It made it human. He respected that humanity enough not to lie about the cost. It was also enough to give Qin Mo the first real glimpse of what a countryside campaign would look like if it succeeded. The village women did not need a lecture on ideology. They needed proof that what had been hidden in their bodies was not a defect. Once the first few beast currents answered the iris, the tension in the hall changed from fear to a kind of restrained hunger. The younger girls were no longer waiting politely for permission to ask questions. They were comparing the way their ribs felt under breath, the way their spirits pulsed when they were angry, and the strange, exciting realization that their families had mistaken obedience for nature. Qin Mo could see the men of the village beginning to understand that the old arrangement might not survive exposure. That was when the village elder's concern turned from abstract caution to active desperation. If the women cultivate, he said, voice tight, they will be noticed. Yes, Qin Mo replied. And if they are noticed, the state will come. Yes. Then why would you do this? Qin Mo looked at the terrace doors, where one of the younger girls had paused to watch a caravan woman demonstrate how to breathe through a beast spirit tremor. The girl's face was still frightened, but the fear had shifted. It was now fear of becoming smaller than she truly was. Because the state is already coming, Qin Mo said. It just arrives faster when people stay hidden and call it safety. The elder had no immediate answer. Neither did the hall. That silence mattered more than agreement. It gave the village enough room to imagine a different future without first having to pretend the old one had been kind. Su Yan noticed the way one of the girls kept touching the back of her own neck where a beast spirit current seemed to be pressing against the skin. "They're hiding it," she muttered. "Yes," Qin Mo said. "Why?" He opened the iris just enough to read the local lines. "Because someone taught them the first 5 steps of power and then called the 6th step inappropriate." The girl at the next table heard that, though she clearly had no idea what he meant, and her eyes widened with the startled suspicion of someone who had been waiting for an excuse she did not yet trust. The village elder summoned Qin Mo to the hall at dusk. Not out of welcome. Out of concern. The kind concern of people who are afraid the truth will upset the arrangement they have used to survive. "We have no wish for trouble from the state," the elder said. Qin Mo glanced at the women standing behind the hall pillars, all of them listening. "You already have it," he replied. The elder stiffened. Qin Mo did not raise his voice. "Your daughters are being held below their full spirit lines. They are not weaker than your sons. They are just not allowed to know it." The hall went very still. One of the women at the back stepped forward before anyone could stop her. "Can you prove it?" she asked. Qin Mo looked at her and saw a beast current in her shadow, restless and bright. "Yes," he said. That single word changed the temperature of the room. The women around the hall began to breathe differently after that. Not because they had become instantly brave, but because the question had been answered in a way they could feel in their bones. A possibility had been named. The village women who had been trained to lower their eyes at family gatherings were now looking at one another with the dazed, hesitant intensity of people who had just realized the world was wider than their fear. Qin Mo asked the mother of the 15-year-old tiger-scent girl to step forward and stand with her daughter. He wanted the first act of awakening in the village to be witnessed by family, not hidden from it. The mother's hands shook when she put them on the girl's shoulders, but she did not pull away. That mattered. It taught everyone watching that power did not have to be inherited as isolation. The hall remained quiet for a long time after the first awakenings, not because people had nothing to say, but because they were all listening for the shape of their own future underneath the floorboards of the old one. Qin Mo sensed the tension in the room easing in one place and stiffening in another. Relief and grief were arriving together, which was what change usually looked like when it was honest. He thought of the city behind them and realized the village was becoming the next test. If this place could learn to accept the strength it had suppressed, then the movement had a chance to survive outside the district. If it could not, then the road would only repeat the same cage in smaller language. Chapter 65. The first proof was simple. Qin Mo asked the village women to stand in a line and breathe. Not because breath alone was magic. Because the local suppression branch had been tuned to trigger under stress, and because the iris could see the exact points where the beast spirits had been chained into passivity. When the first woman inhaled through her ribs instead of her throat, the hidden current in her lower spirit shifted enough to glow. The second woman did the same. Then the third. The village hall filled with the visible evidence of something the man had called imagination for years. Wen stood by the door with his arms folded and his expression unreadable, though Qin Mo knew him well enough now to recognize the slight tightening at the corners of his mouth that meant he was furious on principle. Su Yan stayed near the open window, ready in case anyone decided to turn denial into force. Gu Feixiu had vanished to the roof without a sound. Lin Qiangshuang and Yiru were speaking quietly to the younger girls outside, one explaining posture, the other explaining how to feel the ground without panicking. The village elder tried one last time to preserve dignity through caution. "If this is true," he said, "why would the state allow it?" Qin Mo looked at the women in the hall, then back at him, "Because it is easier to govern a village if half of it is told to stop before it can grow teeth." That answer hit like a thrown stone. One of the younger women let out a stunned breath and asked, very quietly, whether the beast spirit inside her was actually meant to be strong. Qin Mo turned to her. It was the kind of question that changed the room more deeply than speeches ever could. "Yes," he said. The word did not explode. It settled. He guided the village through the first awakenings before dawn. The beast spirits were not elegant like sword forms or courtly ribbon currents. They came with a ground-deep sense of instinct, pack, balance, and body truth. One woman manifested a pale antelope current and immediately broke into tears because she had not realized for 30 years how much faster her joints could move. Another woke with a wolfish shoulder shadow and started laughing so hard she had to sit down. A girl of 15 had a tiger scent in her aura and looked terrified until her mother knelt in front of her and said, with more courage than Qin Mo had seen from any official all month, that the family would learn together. That was the point where the village changed. Not because the women became stronger in a single breath. Because the men saw that strength did not turn the sky upside down. It turned shame upside down. By sunrise, the villagers who had spent generations preserving quiet obedience were carrying water to the caravan and asking whether the awakened women would stay long enough to teach them how to protect the girls from the state records. Qin Mo knew then that the village was no longer a stop on the road. It was a possible base. A place where the movement might keep people alive outside the city. He looked up at the terraces and saw women standing in doorways with the strange, alert expression of people who had just remembered they were allowed to imagine a future. That was worth the danger. And it was also the sort of thing the state would punish if it found out. Qin Mo stayed in the village for one more day. The day was not a strategy. It was a rest. The caravan had been moving for weeks across mountain paths, through checkpoints, through places where the movement had to keep itself invisible in order to survive long enough to be seen somewhere better. The village offered something the road could not, ground that remembered it had always been there. He walked the terraces in the early morning with the iris open, letting it map the land veins. They were calm here. Old. Uninterrupted by the kind of formation interference that ran through the city district. The spirit pressure that had suppressed the women from birth sat lighter in this soil, perhaps because the suppression formation had never invested deeply in places the state considered inconsequential. That was the first mistake the system had made. It had looked at mountain villages and decided they were too small to matter. It had sent its suppression lines along the major roads and through official institutions and left the places people like the state called primitive largely unmonitored. The women here had never been thoroughly processed through the full appraisal machinery. Their chains were thinner. Their hidden spirits had more room. Qin Mo returned to the caravan's camp near the terraces and sat down to write in the ledger he had started since leaving the city. He was keeping a record. Not of victories. Of patterns. Every village that looked like this. Every woman who had not been fully processed by the system. Every place where the formation's grip was weakest. If he could map the soft spots, he could plan the road. Not randomly. Deliberately. A woman from the village brought him tea without being asked. He looked up. She had a hidden flame spirit that had never been fully chained because the state had never gotten around to noticing her. He looked at the tea, then at her face. "Thank you," he said. She nodded once and walked back up the terraces without looking over her shoulder. He picked up the brush again. The map was getting longer. Chapter 66. Ji Hang did not wait for the movement to settle into the village. He struck at the law instead. The declaration arrived with formal seals and provincial stamps, carried by a rider who looked very pleased with himself until he was forced to read the notice aloud in front of the caravan's gathered women. Qin Mo stood in the village square while the rider recited the new language of control. Awakened women, it said, were to be treated as unsettled persons lacking stable civic status. Lords were granted authority to detain them until lineage verification. Households were permitted to reclaim women whose spirit response exceeded customary bounds. Any unaffiliated awakened woman could be seized as a public order risk until examined by approved institutions. Su Yan listened to the last line and laughed once, a sound with no humor in it at all. He made kidnapping legal, she said. The rider, who had probably expected resistance but not that kind of calm, swallowed hard. Wen took the notice from his hand and read it twice. "This is beautifully dishonest," he said. "What does that mean?" one of the villagers asked. Wen looked up, eyes flat. "It means the state has decided to describe women with hidden spirits as people without protection. A legal ghost can be moved anywhere." The words chilled the square. The real horror of the notice was not its cruelty. It was its elegance. Ji Hang had taken the awakenings and converted them into a category that made violence look administrative. If a woman could be called stateless in her own birthplace, then any lord with a stamp and a carriage could claim her under the law. Qin Mo felt his hands go cold. This was no longer just suppression. It was extraction. The movement's next step became obvious at once. If they stayed in one place, the law would come for the women one by one. If they moved, they would need allies beyond the caravan itself. They would need proof that the law was unnatural and a public figure willing to risk everything to expose it. As if the thought had summoned its answer, one of the village children came running from the east ridge with a sealed bamboo tube in both hands. "It was left in the stream slot," she panted. "For the eye-man." Qin Mo took the tube and broke the seal. Inside was a folded note with a royal watermark. And a single line in careful, hidden script. If you can prove the chains are false, I can help you break the thrones. Qin Mo stood there with the note in his hand long enough that Su Yan had to nudge him with 2 fingers to make sure he was still listening to the world around him. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. "I think I just saw the crown open a door." That made her frown. He did not yet know whether the princess was sincere, trapped, or trying to trap someone else by telling the truth first. What he did know was that the message had weight because it came from someone who understood the throne from inside its customs. A liar would have offered vague help or grand promises. Ji Lan Yue offered a condition and a risk. That made the note more dangerous than comfort and far more useful. Wen examined the bamboo tube and the seal residue before speaking. "If she wrote this herself, she is already being watched closely." "She is always being watched closely," Qin Mo said. Wen gave him a dry look. "So are most women with important spirits. That is not the point. The point, as it turned out, was timing. If the princess wanted proof that the throne's oaths were unnatural, she needed Qin Mo to see not just her own chains but the chain structure that fed into court legitimacy. The caravan could not march into the capital openly. Not yet. But the invitation made it possible to place a meeting outside the court's immediate reach. Su Yan leaned her elbow on the wagon rail. "You trust her?" Qin Mo looked at the note again. "I trust that she is trapped," he said. "That doesn't mean she's safe. It means she knows what it costs." The answer satisfied nobody completely, which was probably correct. Qin Mo kept reading the note long after the others had begun discussing roads, contacts, and possible traps. The princess's offer was simple enough to fit in one hand, but everything around it was enormous. A royal woman asking for proof of her own bondage was not only a personal message. It was a crack in the language that held the court together. If a princess could say the oath was false, then every magistrate who had called it sacred would have to decide whether they were servants of law or servants of convenience. That was the sort of question the old order preferred not to answer out loud. Su Yan watched him and finally said, "You're thinking too hard." "I'm thinking not hard enough." "That's usually your problem." Wen folded the bamboo tube with careful fingers and tucked it back into the table as if it might bite. "If she is sincere, she is in danger. If she is not sincere, she is still in danger. Royals tend to be the kind of dangerous that forces everyone else to clean up after them." "And if she can help?" Qin Mo asked. Wen's mouth twitched. "Then we will have to stop pretending the palace is too big to be cracked." That answer changed the room. Not because it was grand, but because it turned the princess from an abstraction into a route. The caravan could move south. The movement could gather proof closer to the throne. And if Ji Lan Yue was brave enough to send the note, then maybe there were still people in the royal house who understood that the old arrangement was no longer stable enough to hide behind ceremony. Qin Mo slid the note into his sleeve and made himself think about the practical version of that hope. How many guards would be watching the princess? How many hidden eyes would be on the correspondence? How close was she to either being protected or being sacrificed? The answers were not comforting. But they were actionable, which was the better kind of problem now. Still, the route had changed. The princess had moved the movement one step closer to the throne, and everyone in the caravan could feel the new gravity pulling at them. The change was not just strategic. It changed the mood in the carts that night. People who had spent the afternoon discussing villages and roads now spoke in lower voices about the capital, the throne, and the possibility that the court itself might contain women who were tired of being ornaments. Some of the newer recruits were frightened by that. Others were energized. Qin Mo watched both reactions and understood that the movement was no longer only fighting a visible enemy. It was beginning to attract the ones who had learned to survive inside the enemy's house. That meant the movement would have to get better at judging risk. Not every ally who came from the palace would be trustworthy. Not every noble defector would be redeemable. Not every person trapped in a system was ready to break it. If the caravan was going to grow without becoming naive, it needed rules sharper than enthusiasm. Qin Mo spent the rest of the evening with Wen drafting the first version of those rules on rough paper while Su Yan argued for simpler language and Gu Feixu argued for fewer people asking permission to use knives. The result was messy. The result was useful. Qin Mo looked down at the new route notes and realized that the princess's note had already done what it was supposed to do. It had not solved anything. It had changed the shape of the next move. That was often what the best invitations did. Chapter 67 Princess Ji Lan Yue did not sign her name in the note. She did not need to. The watermark was enough, and the script was enough, and the tone of the message was enough to tell Qin Mo that the writer was accustomed to being watched, obeyed, and never quite believed. Wen read the note first and then handed it back to him with an expression that suggested the universe had now become too strange to insult casually. "Well," the archivist said, That is more interesting than a siege. Su Yan took the note, scanned it, and made a skeptical noise. Or a trap. Yes, Qin Mo said. Which? Possibly both. He did not reject the message. He simply waited for the next layer. By evening the answer came through a caravan trader who had no idea he was being used as a relay. The princess had arranged a meeting at a ruined rest house 3 miles north of the village, on the condition that Qin Mo come with only one companion and no guards. Gu Feixiu offered immediately. If it's a trap, I can kill the trap. Wen stared at her. You say things like that as though they are practical. They usually are. Qin Mo chose Su Yan instead, because he wanted someone who would not quietly disappear if the princess was surrounded by court loyalists and because blunt force was a useful language when dealing with royal games. They reached the rest house after dark. The building had once been an imperial way station. Now it was a half-ruined shell with a broken prayer wall and enough wind through the cracks to make every old banner rustle like a warning. Ji Lan Yue was already there. She stood in plain travel robes without the gold and jade excess the court loved to drape over her when it wanted her to look like an ornament. Even in the dim lantern light she had the kind of posture that came from being raised inside a cage and deciding to remain elegant out of spite. Qin Mo, she said. Princess. Her mouth twitched, almost a smile. You can be less formal if you're planning to save my future. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, but Ji Lan Yue did not seem offended. She only got straight to the point. The royal household had been watching the city awakenings with alarm, she said. Ji Hang's legal maneuver was only the first response. The court was considering marriage emergency clauses, military relocation, and a direct seal on any woman thought to carry a hidden spirit. She had heard enough whispered reports to know the suppression lattice tied into the throne itself. If I give you access, she said, you need to prove that the marriage oaths binding me are not sacred. Qin Mo studied her face through the iris and saw the strain she was carrying behind the calm. It wasn't only politics. It was personal. Her life had likely been measured in clauses and obligations long before she could understand why they felt suffocating. He answered her carefully. If the chains are real, I will show you. Ji Lan Yue nodded once. Then you may call me by name. That was when Qin Mo understood that she was not just offering help. She was offering trust as a wager against her entire life. And somewhere in the distance, beyond the rest house and the village and the roads connecting them, the palace was already deciding what to do if the wager paid out. Qin Mo thought about that after she left. The wager? He had spent weeks thinking about the suppression as something that had been done to the women he helped. Ji Lan Yue complicated that. Because her situation was not only about a hidden spirit or a sealed inheritance. It was about how power wagers itself. The palace had built its stability on the same chain architecture as the academy, but the chains here were dressed in gold and called tradition. The princess had grown up inside them. She had been taught to call them legitimate. She had probably spent years wondering why legitimate felt so much like captivity. He understood something in that. He had grown up inside them too. Not the same chains. But the assumption that the world was shaped this way because it was supposed to be. Because heaven had decided. Because the way things were was the honest measure of what things were worth. He had needed the collapse in the eye to see through that. Ji Lan Yue had needed different evidence. The throne. The engagement. The chains woven directly into her bloodline. Everyone came to the truth by a different path. He wrote her name in the ledger. Not as an asset. Not as a political resource. As a person who had just accepted a risk so large that the ledger could not hold the full weight of it. Yi Ru appeared beside him. She has a moon crown, she said softly. I felt it when she walked past. It made the ground under my feet feel like it was listening. Qin Mo looked at her. Is that bad? Yi Ru considered. No. But it means whatever she decides, the land will remember it. He filed that. The fire was burning low. The camp was still. Outside the rest house walls, the road stretched back toward the city and forward toward the palace, and somewhere along the distance Ji Lan Yue was deciding whether the wager she had just made was the first real choice she had been allowed to make in her entire life. He hoped it felt like it. He thought it probably did. Chapter 68 Qin Mo met Ji Lan Yue again in the candle hall beneath the old rest house, where the stone walls had once held imperial maps and now held dust. Su Yan stayed by the door with her arms crossed while the princess rolled up her sleeve and let Qin Mo open the heavenly iris fully. He almost stopped breathing. The moon-crowned spirit was there, bright and severe, wrapped in layers of ceremonial chain that had been anchored directly to the throne through oath script older than the current dynasty. It was not just hidden. It was bound. The way it shimmered under the iris made Qin Mo's skin ache with the shape of the suppression. This was not a local lock like the Academy Tower or the village branch. This was a royal chain node, threaded into destiny language and marriage vows and the logic by which the court decided who mattered. Ji Lan Yue watched his face and did not flinch. "So?" she asked. "So you were right," Qin Mo said softly. "The oaths are unnatural." Her shoulders loosened by a fraction, though the relief on her face looked almost angry with itself for existing. "I suspected as much." He traced the chain lines again and found the real problem. The moon crown spirit had not been allowed to mature. It had been forced into ceremony and symbolic duty so long that the hidden current around it had begun to believe obedience was its natural form. That made him understand the princess in a new way. She was not merely trapped by politics. She had been trained to inhabit her own prison as if it were a throne. Su Yan, who had little patience for royal poetry, muttered, "That is disgusting." Ji Lan Yue heard her and answered without anger. "Yes." The directness of it made Qin Mo respect her more. He spent the next hour showing her the chain structure line by line. The oath loops. The marriage relays. The throne linkage. The way her public duties had been braided into a system that would automatically punish any act of disobedience as if it were a spiritual crime. Each revelation made the princess's face harder to read. Not because she was becoming numb. Because she was becoming exact. "If I break this," she said at last, "I will not be able to pretend the court is a home." "It was never that," Qin Mo replied. She gave him a glance sharp enough to count as thanks. Then the moon crown spirit under her skin stirred in response to the iris, and the room's candles shivered. Qin Mo felt the deeper implication at once. If the princess broke her oaths, she would not just become politically dangerous. She would become spiritually unpredictable to the court that had depended on her controlled legitimacy. In other words, she would become free. And the throne would have to answer for that. The answer would not just be political. Qin Mo could feel that in the chain lines still faintly shimmering through the princess's aura. The throne had been woven into the identity of the royal house so deeply that every oath, every petition, every marriage clause was doing more than producing loyalty. It was producing the illusion that the court itself was a natural order rather than a structure held up by repeated submission. Seeing that made the princess's predicament larger and uglier. She was not just one trapped woman with a title. She was a living seam in the country's self-deception. Ji Lan Yue looked at him as if she could tell he had just seen too much. "Do not apologize for looking," she said. Qin Mo blinked. "Most people do. I am not most people." That was true in a way that did not feel arrogant coming from her. It felt expensive. Every royal movement she made had probably been measured against consequences before she was old enough to refuse them. Now she was paying that debt forward by stepping into the open. Qin Mo understood why the princess's trust mattered to the movement. A noble woman willing to expose the law from inside the throne's shadow was proof that the system could no longer claim unanimity without lying. He also understood why the court would try to destroy her first. Not because she was the strongest weapon in the room. Because she was the one the room could no longer dismiss as a misunderstanding. The answer would not just be political. Qin Mo could feel that in the chain lines still faintly shimmering through the princess's aura. The throne had been woven into the identity of the royal house so deeply that every oath, every petition, every marriage clause was doing more than producing loyalty. It was producing the illusion that the court itself was a natural order rather than a structure held up by repeated submission. Seeing that made the princess's predicament larger and uglier. She was not just one trapped woman with a title. She was a living seam in the country's self-deception. Ji Lan Yue looked at him as if she could tell he had just seen too much. "Do not apologize for looking," she said. Qin Mo blinked. "Most people do. I am not most people." That was true in a way that did not feel arrogant coming from her. It felt expensive. Every royal movement she made had probably been measured against consequences before she was old enough to refuse them. Now she was paying that debt forward by stepping into the open. Qin Mo understood why the princess's trust mattered to the movement. A noble woman willing to expose the law from inside the throne's shadow was proof that the system could no longer claim unanimity without lying. He also understood why the court would try to destroy her first. Not because she was the strongest weapon in the room. Because she was the one the room could no longer dismiss as a misunderstanding. Chapter 69 Ji Lan Yue defected during her own engagement ceremony. The sentence sounded improbable until Qin Mo saw it happen. The court addressed the event as a display of unity. Noble banners hung over the ceremonial courtyard. Musicians played the kind of restrained, expensive music that made violence look embarrassing by comparison. The bridegroom line stood under gold canopy cloth while elders recited the marriage oaths that were supposed to bind several families and one royal branch into a more stable political arrangement. Qin Mo and Su Yan were positioned as attendants. Gu Feixiu was somewhere in the roof lattice. Wen had arranged the entry documents. Ji Lan Yue stood in the center of it all, dressed in bridal crimson and expressionless enough to pass for obedient if no one looked too closely. Then she looked at Qin Mo. It lasted less than a breath. That was all the signal he needed. The heavenly iris opened. The moon-crowned spirit rose under her public rays like a tide breaking through a thin shell. The ceremonial chains around the oath platform flashed into view, and Qin Mo saw the exact moment the princess decided to stop playing the role that had been written for her. She lifted both hands and spoke the ancient marriage formula backwards. The courtyard went dead silent. The oath script flared. Then shattered. Ji Lan Yue stepped away from the bride line as the binding marks collapsed around her like broken glass made of light. Nobles shouted. Officials lunged forward. One elder tried to grab her wrist and found the moon-crowned spirit turning his pressure back on him so forcefully that he stumbled into the offering table. The royal engagement ceremony turned into a political earthquake in the space of one heartbeat. Su Yan laughed once, delighted and vicious, and moved to block the first wave of guards. "Well," she shouted, "that was dramatic." Ji Lan Yue lifted her head and looked at the assembled court as though she were seeing them for the first time without their lies. "I am not your treaty object," she said. The words struck harder than any weapon. Qin Mo saw lords blanch. He saw court scribes scrambling to record a version of events that no longer existed. He saw the princess walk past the shattered oath platform with her head high and no tremor in her hands. She was not just defying marriage. She was exposing the throne's dependence on marriage as a chain mechanism. And once the room understood that, the empire would have to decide whether to treat her as a traitor or a revelation. The room chose neither immediately. That was how it always went with systems that had built their logic on consensus. They did not act when confronted. They deliberated. They looked at the others to decide what the correct response was. They weighed the cost of looking foolish against the cost of being seen to acknowledge that something impossible had just walked into the room and stayed. Ji Lan Yue stood in the silence and waited. Qin Mo, watching from the archway where the caravan members had gathered, saw the moon-crowned spirit above her shoulder settle into a steady glow. Not aggressive. Present. It had the quality of a light that did not need to burn anything to be seen. The Empress's envoy made the first move. He stepped forward with a scroll and began reciting the formal response to ritual breach, a legal procedure that nobody present had invoked in 40 years, designed to manage diplomatic incidents during state ceremonies. It was a stalling maneuver. A way to make the current chaos look like a process. Ji Lan Yue looked at him. The moon-crown pulsed once. The envoy stopped mid-sentence. Not because she had done anything to him. Because the moon-crown's purpose, as Qin Mo was beginning to understand, was not force. It was clarity. When it touched a command oath or a destiny binding, it revealed the shape of what the oath was actually doing rather than what it claimed to do. The envoy had been about to invoke an oath-based procedure. The crown had let the room see what that oath contained. Several nobles went pale. A court scribe stepped backward. Ji Lan Yue spoke very quietly. "I did not break my engagement oath. I revealed what the oath was." The throne room had gone very still. Qin Mo exhaled slowly. She was not just defying marriage. She was exposing the mechanism. And the mechanism, once visible, became impossible to defend in the language of inevitability that had always been its armor. Su Yan leaned close and whispered, "She is terrifyingly good at this." He nodded. Ji Lan Yue turned and walked toward the door with the kind of unhurried movement that made it clear she was leaving rather than fleeing. Two of the awakened battalion members fell into step behind her without being asked. The Empire had just lost one of its most important chains. And it had not even managed to make the move that would have stopped her before she showed the room what they were holding. Outside, the ceremony's aftermath was settling into the stiff silence of institutions that had just been embarrassed in front of witnesses. The lords were conferring in clusters. The court scribes were finding reasons to be elsewhere. The imperial attendants were managing the responses of the various noble houses with the exhausted professionalism of people whose entire job was to manage the distance between what the court said and what the court did. Qin Mo moved through the outer hall and watched. The engagement table had been cleared quickly enough that no one would have to look at the broken oath surface directly. That too was habit. The machinery of power did not typically make space for evidence of its own failures to remain visible. He stopped near a window. Ji Lan Yue had stepped outside into the courtyard, and through the iris he could see the moon crown still faintly active above her shoulder. Not as force. As presence. The way a lantern stays warm after the wick has been lowered. Su Yan came up beside him. "That," she said quietly, "was the most expensive minute of clear water I have ever watched anyone pour." He nodded. "She knew what it would cost," he said. "She knew. She did it anyway." Su Yan was quiet for a moment. That's a different kind of courage than fighting. What kind? The kind where you have to keep standing still while the damage settles. He watched Jilan Yue in the courtyard. She was not looking at anything in particular. She was simply being present in the space she had just created for herself by destroying the one she had been given. He understood something then: the movement needed people who could fight. It also needed people who could stand still in rooms that hated them, and outlast the room's conviction that it could make them leave. Jilan Yue was both. That made her irreplaceable. Chapter 70. The movement changed after the princess defected. Not in size first. In texture. Smiths arrived with hidden spirit-forged tools and a talent for making ward rods that could survive backlash. Assassins came in ones and twos, most of them not nearly as theatrical as stories like to make them. Noble defectors brought ledgers, maps, and the dull exhausted rage of people who had spent years sitting in rooms where cruelty was mistaken for order. Healers brought tents and salves and the practical knowledge that revolutions failed faster when the wounded were left to prove their own worth before being helped. That made the new problem obvious. The movement was now too diverse to be ruled by Qin Mo's personal instinct alone. Su Yan understood this before anyone else. She gathered the fighter groups in the old yard behind the rest house and ran them through drills until dusk made everyone smell like dust and sweat. If you want to stand in the line, she told them, you learn spacing. You learn retreat. You learn that anger is not a formation. Some of the newer recruits bristled at that. Su Yan did not care. I am not asking you to be polite, she said. I am asking you not to die stupidly. That got their attention. Qin Mo spent his hours somewhere else now. Writing doctrine with Wen. Settling disputes between defectors who wanted the court burned and healers who wanted prisoners treated. Listening to Jilan Yue explain how the palace language worked, and to Gu Feixiu explain what it meant when someone from the noble houses said a thing was regrettable while planning to repeat it anyway. The group was no longer a rescue line. It was a coalition of people who would not naturally trust one another if the world had not already forced the issue. That required discipline. It also required restraint, which was the harder gift. One evening a young noble defector demanded that all families tied to the old suppression system be stripped of everything immediately. A labor woman answered that punishment was not the same as repair. The argument nearly turned ugly until Yiru touched the floor, listened to the tremor under the hall, and said that the land itself was tired of being treated like a ledger. The room went quiet at that. Even the angriest people understood that if the movement could not keep its own edges from cutting one another, it would only become a new cage with better slogans. Qin Mo saw the lesson in real time. The revolution was not just growing. It was developing a conscience under pressure. Qin Mo had not expected that. He had understood that building a movement required organization, resources, witnesses, and the steady work of awakening hidden spirits in person after person. He had not anticipated that the movement would also develop its own arguments. Its own standards. Its own version of the question, what does it mean to be free if you become the new cage? That question had arrived through conflict. It had arrived when an older awakened woman from the northern caravan wing had stood up during a planning meeting and told a younger man who had joined the movement because he loved a girl who had been awakened that he could not continue to appoint himself her spokesperson and call it protection. The man had been wounded. She had been unapologetic. The meeting had nearly broken. Yiru had touched the floor. The room had gone quiet. In the quiet, people had heard the argument rather than the anger. The man had eventually nodded. The woman had eventually explained what she had meant without the edge. The girl who had been everyone's subject had been able to speak for herself. It had taken most of an afternoon. It had also produced the most functional agreement the caravan had reached in 3 weeks. Qin Mo sat outside afterward and asked Su Yan what she thought about it. I think the revolution has started doing the thing revolutions have to do to survive themselves,